Chapter 661 Changes. After 30 years of construction day and night, the geosynchronous orbit has formed a large ring-shaped building that completely encircles the Earth, relying on the adjustment of a large number of robots under AI control, relying on the matching and adjustment of the center of gravity, as well as the blessing of magic materials. This building is still extending upward and downward. It is the real space industrial base of the Earth. 17 space elevators have been added to operate at full capacity. But now they cannot meet the needs above. More of them rely on the extended, heavenly court to complete processing and mining. From asteroid mining to smelting. Relying on a large number of mechanical automation operations. This architectural miracle surrounding the Earth has been fully operational. Taking materials nearby and manufacturing on the spot is a link that must be overcome in interstellar colonization. Various modular factories, modular metal smelters, and mineral processing plants have begun mass production. Most of those mined in the asteroid belt are also manufactured and digested locally. Precious materials such as silver are transported back, and other local factories can complete the processing. Various links. Various flows. There are always spacecraft shuttling between mini-space station-like buildings in synchronous orbit and near-Earth orbit, with a huge Earth as the background. It is also a very sci-fi and beautiful picture. A long electromagnetic track is set up above the heavens, constantly adjusting its direction. And a star train is full of sightseeing passengers. Titan is a satellite with an atmosphere, which is protected by the magnetic field of Saturn. After obtaining the consent of the electronic star spirits, the Zerg has begun to transform Titan. It is expected that we will be able to survive normally on it without protective equipment in 10 years. Now the sightseeing station for the Advance has been built, and we still have the opportunity to interact with the electronic star spirits, a group of strange creatures that cannot leave Saturn. The train is about to set sail. Finally, confirm that passengers who are not professional level must keep breathing during the acceleration period of the train to avoid damage. The train will enter the curvature navigation 1 hour after departure. If you feel dizzy or uncomfortable, you can take the anti-dizziness medicine in front of the seat. The beautiful voice kept broadcasting on the train. Ma Dong, who had some white hair on his temples, hugged his wife and looked at the starry sky outside the train window, his face full of emotion. These years are really like a dream. Yes, now the children have grown up, and we can finally go around. I heard that the initial sightseeing tour of Proxima Centauri will soon be open. Ma Dong's wife held her husband's hand, with some wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. But who knows? We still know His Majesty the God. Don't go when it's just opened. The infrastructure is super bad. It's better to go to a more developed place. Not to suffer, Ma Dong said while looking at the platform. Then he wiped his eyes thinking he was seeing things. Floating on the platform over there, a man who seemed to have just come back from outside and got off the train was slurping a bowl of noodles. After noticing his gaze, he turned around and waved to him with a smile. It was the ancestor god of the Earth, who could not be seen from head to tail. His former neighbor and friend. Seeing the other party's natural smile, Ma Dong also laughed and waved his hand, and then gradually accelerated to the starry sky as the train departed. The tail flame speed of traditional rocket ejection is about 3,000 meters per second, and the acceleration efficiency is not high. In terms of cost effectiveness and convenience, this method of using electromagnetic acceleration in the early stage and ion acceleration in the middle stage with curvature engine is also an excellent compromise. Wang Yi sipped his noodles and looked at the train going away, and his heart was also a little rippled. Ma Dong has his own care. Even if he started late, he is now a top professional level, and it should not be a problem to break through the hero level. But even so, 30 years have left obvious marks on him. Life is short, and grass and trees are aging. This change and impact in mentality still made Wang Yi have some ripples. Your mortal friend? A cold voice came from the side. The third Saint Phil took off the mask on his head, wearing a very modern outfit, standing by with his arms clasped in a bear shape, looking coldly. Yeah, it's really strange. Friendship can arise between gods and mortals. Even new gods shouldn't be like this. Phil tilted his head and looked at Wang Yi. He didn't understand this emotion at all. Originally, the emotions of the Tiani people were mostly erased by the transformation of the sun god. But in Phil's opinion, even if they were not Tiani people, the legends of ordinary races were already very different from ordinary people. Theoretically, gods don't have worldly ties. But this Earth ancestor god is very strange. When he said he wanted to study and make children with himself, he would also bring some ordinary people. He was quite good to 2 of them. After being baptized by gods, The two could almost get immortality in disguise. It was really strange. For Phil, 30 years was just a blink of an eye. She still stayed here to do research and make games. And she didn't think anything of it. Since I have agreed to cooperate with his research, I will naturally cooperate with him if he wants to study making children. Although it is a very strange new feeling. It is not unpleasant. At least this talented ancestor god has the qualifications. It is a bit strange that he always makes me pose in some strange and meaningless postures and movements. For this reason, I also watched some videos to make up for it for a while, and treated it as a research topic, accompanying Wang Yi into the space elevator like a mortal, and then taking the elevator to Penglai. Phil looked down at the scenery outside with a very calm expression. Mr. E, are you going to the 7th realm directly this time? I think in order to ensure the harmony and happiness of both sides, it is the right thing to do to drive the floating city together. Why can't you change it? Now it's the 9 realms. Just a trip to the Morning Star. Wang Yi stood on the space elevator, looking down at the scenery of the Earth with a relaxed face, and then continued. 30 years. The changes have been quite a lot. Phil next to him nodded and said seriously, that's true. The changes in this world are beyond my expectations. I didn't expect that there would be so many changes in 30 years. And the way of moving that allows ordinary people to enter the curvature is also very interesting. But then, she said with a serious expression, but even if your ability has also undergone earth-shaking changes like your planet, you must have enough respect for other gods. Phil seemed a little meticulous, and his serious look combined with his delicate face made Wang Yi quite interesting. He knew that the other party was caring about him in a disguised way. Wang Yi and the gods of the 7 realms reached an agreement. Everything was based on Wang Yi's strength, which was beyond doubt. It's not that Wang Yi would be attacked immediately if he didn't bring the floating city. It's just that this situation is like not setting rules and regulations for financial supervision, which is too much of a test of God. A company boss, even if the person he trusts manages the finances, must set up a corresponding internal control system. This is not a question of trust or not. It must be so. I'm not afraid. So why are you afraid? Come on. Give me a kiss. Wang Yi waved his hand. And Phil came over with an O. And then asked again. Do you want to stick out your tongue? Stick out. After pulling the thread, Phil wiped his mouth as if nothing had happened. Then pursed his red lips and asked Wang Yi curiously. Do you like this feeling? It feels a bit weird. And it has nothing to do with reproduction. Hearing this serious discussion, Wang Yi also felt a little speechless. In fact, he has added a lot of his own small improvements to Phil. At least now, she can feel it too. It's just that as a true God-level existence, her will can easily suppress the expressions brought by those pleasures. This, for a moment, I don't know whether this improvement is a success or a failure. After getting off the space elevator, a hover car quickly flew over and stopped in front of them, and then opened the door to welcome the two to get in. In the driver's seat of the car, there was a white multi-clawed bug. It was the brainworm captured by Wang Yi 10 years ago, when he felt that he could control the situation. Wang Yi took the initiative to release the brainworm to go fishing. But unfortunately, the fish did not respond at all after 10 years of fishing. But as I said, in the range of the starry sky, 10 years is just a blink of an eye. The years that the Zerg itself has survived are nothing. Even if you invite people at short notice, it will be very slow unless the Zerg god jumps in the face after the portal is built. But as the owner of the brainworm, Wang Yi found that this guy has been diligent and honest in the past 10 years. It seems that he has not done anything to secretly invite people. Is this a communication method that I can hide now? While Wang Yi was thinking for a moment, Phil, who also got on the car, looked at the brainworm with a hint of disgust, which is a rare emotion for Phil's character. She couldn't keep it to herself, so she couldn't help but say, I thought you had gotten rid of it. Why are you still keeping it? And it must have caused trouble during this time when I wasn't watching. The Zerg are disgusting. Even my lord doesn't want to deal with them. The 7 realms encountered the Zerg twice, and they were quickly wiped out in the bud. The brainworm rolled its eyes when it heard Phil's words, and said in a tone of despair, although you are one of the boss's wives, you can't slander me casually. I am loyal to the boss. And the sun and the moon can testify to that. Wang Yi, who was standing by, also felt a little funny and asked casually, have you secretly contacted other members of your tribe? Hearing Wang Yi's words, the brainworm's expression froze. But he still admitted it. I have contacted before he finished speaking. A light blade was pressed against its body. However, Phil's attack was directly clamped by Wang Yi's fingers. and all the aftermath was completely blocked. It just stayed there quietly, like a game screen with a bug. After sending Phil's attack away, Wang Yi smiled and said, "Don't be so irritable. After all, this is my pet." Phil frowned when he heard Wang Yi's words. What was the means to stop him before? Although she also attacked casually, the other party solved it too smoothly. Even if it was just a flash in the pan, it actually gave her a feeling of being unable to resist. She had only felt this feeling on the sun god. It has already started to contact other Zergs. The Zergs have many more gods than the 7 realms. And there are also abyss demons that can be controlled by them. Even my lord is extremely afraid of them. After explaining it righteously, she continued to question the brainworm. What did you say in the contact? When will they come? How many gods are there? Phil didn't expect that the Zerg here would start to make trouble again, even though the plain war had just ended soon. Just after hearing Phil's words, the brainworm was speechless for a while, and said in a weak tone, "Listen for yourself." While speaking, it stretched out a small claw and poked into its mouth. After a while, it took out a strange insect egg with some insect mucus on it. But Phil didn't mind these. He used the magic power to control the information worm to open it, and then translated the information transmission content inside. "Don't come over. Don't come over. Don't come over." This kind of repeated information has been continuously sent, which made Phil feel a little silent and stunned. The communication between the Zerg does not need any code. She directly translated it by magic, so there will be no problem. Wang Yi also looked at the bug with interest. It is worthy of being a Zerg. The instinct of seeking benefits and avoiding harm is indeed terrifying. It seems that this guy who has completed the contract with him has sensed some danger through the contract. So even if he released it, it did not cause trouble. Instead, it actively cooperated with the Earth to complete the transformation of various planets. Now the magic concentration of the Earth has been continuously improved for 30 years, barely reaching about 1/10 of the level of the alien world that Wang Yi visited. Although it is still standard thin, it can already integrate magic factors into daily life. In addition, because there is Olips, the former colony of Olips, and the visa-free travel to the Cephi world, people on Earth who are keen on practicing and improving themselves also have their own place to go. At present, most of the gyms on Earth are places where magic gathering modules are installed to increase magic concentration, and they have almost begun to be popularized by the whole people. No one who can become a mage is left behind, and those who want to practice the Knight's breathing method are fully integrated into compulsory education. Keeping fit is an integral part of sustainable development. Only with a healthy body can you enjoy life better. Otherwise, it is useless to earn more. At present, the Earth, with AI and robots replacing most jobs, has almost entered a period of universal practice, or universal health preservation. In addition to absorbing various skills and techniques from the 7 realms and Cephi in the past 30 years, most of the moves choreographed by the Earth are health-related, such as Tai Chi, square dance and aerobics that lack combat capabilities. And it also outputs a wave of other planets in the 9 realms today, which is well received by local nobles. Today, the Earth itself represents the great powers, and it is the only one that occupies 2 realms in the 9 realms. Naturally, it can filter the imported products of the Earth and make them fashionable. The business atmosphere of Mithras is very strong, but more of it is their ability to calculate and predict various costs, as well as their negotiation skills. When it comes to real business war learning, as well as the cultivation of luxury goods, the Earth is really strong. Movies, games, songs, variety shows, snacks, etc. from Earth have been popular in the 9 realms for the past 30 years. New York, one of the battlefields of the Plain War 30 years ago, is also the connection channel that has been maintained until now. Today, Earth has completed the construction of a community of shared destiny for mankind. Under the leadership of Umbrella, the Earth Federation has been formed. But at the same time, the original patterns and customs of various places have been retained, without excessive intervention, and all are natural influences. And because New York has a channel connecting the colony of Olympus and a customs port to Mithras, fairies, and giants, the entire New York is now considered a direct umbrella area. This also led to a surge in land prices in New York. The original New York natives were politely invited to other places in the Great Beauty, completing a population migration of tens of millions. With Umbrella's polite land acquisition, no one would be ignorant of the times. However, after Umbrella completely took over here, it still opened up various business models to the outside world. In particular, Some wizard groups originally from the Seven Realms and the Sephi realm like to settle down here and build wizard towers. Because there are many portals here, the magic concentration is relatively higher. Normally, the magic situation on Earth is not suitable for mages. The current natural magic concentration is only 50 to 50 between legendary mages and ordinary legends. But because of Wang Yi's existence, mages from all over the world like to come to Earth for pilgrimage and settle down. Nowadays, those towering magic towers in New York are endless, especially inside the newly built universities. Manhattan has completely become a material transfer area with a large number of warehouses and handling machinery. The robots and vehicles in the air and on the ground are in order, and they look more orderly and beautiful according to the arranged routes. And Wang Yi has already arrived here by car. Although Phil next to him doesn't mind wasting time. He still doesn't understand this slow movement. But he didn't say anything. Maybe, when you like this kind of ride, it's time to go further. Wang Yi rubbed Phil's hair and said with a smile. Phil nodded beside him, not quite understanding. This man is a true god mage after all. He is not disturbed by the power of faith. He should be the top among the gods in terms of thinking. Since he said so, he must have his reasons. There are many customs ports connecting New York to Olymps now. But the three in Manhattan are still the largest. The first wave of offensive portals that appeared in Manhattan have now been fixed by a metal door frame that is 50 meters high and 100 meters wide. There are endless transport vehicles and even aircraft in the air entering. And there are also some passages specifically for people to pass through. Now that the community of human destiny has been truly realized, the AI lens of each person's pupil has its own detailed matching information. So it is extremely simple to go back and forth to their own colonies. It's just that the other portals to Mithras, fairies, and giants need more detailed review. This almost all recording situation actually did not cause much resentment among people. First of all, the network is controlled by Red Queen, which prevents all hacking. At the same time, the owner of the AI lens can also choose the data non-upload mode. Only in some key places will there be identity detection. For ordinary people, this kind of record is actually more of a protection. A kind of the greatest deterrent to criminals. People with no evil intentions will only feel at ease when looking at the cameras of the Sky Eye system. And they wish they were everywhere in the world. Not to mention some major events. It is easy to clear your name just by saying that some people have framed you casually. With the popularization of AI lenses, not only has it greatly facilitated people's daily lives, but the crime rate has also been significantly reduced. It is clear that the Earth has now officially begun the magic revival. And some hero levels have emerged in the past 30 years. There are already many professional levels that can kill people at will. But although they are armed with sharp weapons, no one wants to kill them. Under the condition that there may be passers-by recording various situations at any time and anywhere. Even if there are conflicts, most of them are verbal battles. And they will appear very restrained. There was even a case where an ordinary person slapped a professional class in anger during a quarrel, causing the professional class to spin 720 degrees in the air and fall to the ground, vomiting blood, with broken ribs and perforated eardrums. He asked for a settlement fee of 200,000 credit points. After receiving the settlement fee in front of the agent, he repaired the bone and eardrum on the spot. This sensational news at the time also made people understand the importance of learning more skills. Olymps. Since the god of war was captured alive, most of the orcs were contaminated by umbilical cord blood. The orcs, who were originally the mainstream race in Olymps, have now become real second-class citizens. All the legends of the orcs, including the new demigod, have become prisoners. Originally, De Pyongyang offered a set of plans specifically for dealing with the indigenous people, and had enough experience in dealing with them. But Wang Yi is not a real demon, with enough industrial starch to easily feed them. He just feeds them. That is, the Tiani tribe from the Morning Star came to complete the harmless treatment of a group of orcs with more serious pollution. The rest are just surviving in Olymps. Some schools have been opened in the orc tribes to educate them subtly. Olymps used to be a theocracy, but their gods were captured alive by Wang Yi. For the orcs who already admire the strong, their acceptance is much stronger than that of other races. And outside the main portal connected to the Earth, a towering orbital transmitter comes into view. Even this orbital transmitter has not only filled the low Earth orbit of Olymps, but also helped other worlds launch some communication satellites, mainly to facilitate some electronic products on the Earth to receive program signals. Because the network of other worlds has not yet been popularized, the Earth has even specially developed products for sales, similar to some high-definition flat panels and TVs that can receive satellite signals to play TV programs. There are also some local area network game consoles and corresponding supporting facilities for the establishment of local area networks. As the network communities are completed one by one, they can all be connected naturally at that time. It can be said that in the past 30 years, not only the Earth, but also the living habits of other worlds have changed a lot. 8 huge blank markets have driven the merchants on Earth crazy. Using some industrial waste, they have exchanged various resources and magic potions worth real money. Chapter 662 Frost Titan. Emerald Illusion. The Kingdom of the Fairy Goddess of Dreams. The Holy Land of the Fairy Tribe. The whole illusion is filled with a dreamy aesthetic feeling, showing different scenery according to different creatures, making people happy physically and mentally. On a huge flower bud, the Dream Goddess, who has the traditional image of the fairy tribe and looks small, is lying on the soft bed formed by the petals, stuffing potato chips into her mouth while watching a palace drama on the projection screen in front. She eats these junk food with relish. Her face is also flying with joy from time to time, and she grits her teeth from time to time. As the Dream Goddess who controls dreams, emotions, and hallucinations in her hands, she is quite interested in movies and TV series from the Earth. As a long-lived god, he does not need to rely on his own divine thoughts to fast forward, and it is best to digest it slowly. When can you connect an internet cable? There seem to be more good things when you connect to the Earth directly. As the finale in front of her ended, the Goddess of Dreams also finished the last piece of potato chips, then picked up the fat house next to her and drank a big mouthful of water, then burped. But at this moment, her mind moved slightly, and then a screen appeared in front of her like a technological simulation, and the figure of the Goddess of Nature, who had always been at odds with her, appeared on the screen. The Goddess of Dreams was amazed. It's really strange that you would contact me on your own initiative. Maybe something is going to happen. Wang Yi is coming. The Goddess of Nature ignored the provocation of the dream and said calmly. This made the dream also stun for a moment, and then lazily turned over and said indifferently, he comes over if he wants to. What's the matter? Is he here to pick us up? The third saint should not be tired of playing so quickly. The information about a god. Now the name and some hobbies of Wang Yi are well known among the high-level officials. In addition, the news that Wang Yi is suspected to be a new god has also been confirmed. Oh, by the way, I just asked him to help me get an internet connection. I'm following the overbearing prince's little favorite concubine recently. It's quite interesting. Do you want to watch it too? The Dream Goddess was mumbling. But she didn't care much. Although it has only been 30 years since they merged with each other, the formation of a new 9 realms has just begun. There may be constant trials and adjustments in the distribution of interests, competition, etc. But those are minor matters. The mortal servants of the gods are enough to deal with them, and there is no need for the gods to come out. The strength of the god of mathematics is still obvious to all. The Holy Dragon King and the god of war showed up and said that this can also be respected by everyone. So the dream did not care much when hearing the words of the Goddess of Nature. Come on. Come on. You are one of the gods of the 9 realms. And there is a piece of land next door. What's so strange about this? If there is really a problem, then the Goddess of Dreams and the Goddess of Nature will also have problems. And the Holy Dragon King has been suppressed by each other. Now Wang Yi is the second in the 9 realms. At most, the return of Sephi, the Earth Goddess, might help. But forget about the other gods. He didn't bring the floating city with him. Of course, Meng Jing knew what he was thinking. But at this moment, he frowned and said something that made the goddess of Meng Jing spray out all the fat water. Didn't bring the floating city? Is he crazy? I remember that he should be a new god, Meng Jing said with some fat water hanging on the corners of his mouth. The Holy Dragon King had confronted Wang Yi before, and Wang Yi had also come to the 7-realm star region on a floating city, with the eyes of the gods. And the news that Fei had sensed the new fluctuations before. They could naturally understand Wang Yi's general situation. A true god-level mage. A real dirty thing. Inheriting the usual operation of the mage. Relying on the floating city with 2 gods to charge. No one can underestimate his size. Because of this, the gods are not very cold to Wang Yi's individual situation that can completely isolate himself from faith. They are all completely integrated into the belief system. And they also rely on it to improve themselves. And it is impossible to separate and abandon it. Relatively speaking, he was very interested in the model of using part of his faith to build the Hall of Heroes. And the other party generously took it out. When the sun god was researching, other gods did not mind it. But all of this was based on Wang Yi's strength. Now he is so arrogant that he doesn't even want his biggest support and just comes here. Isn't it too risky? His floating city is parked at the gravitational balance point of the Earth star system, maintaining the ties between several worlds. Maybe it's not convenient to move. Normally, there will be no danger here, the goddess of nature said calmly. A true god-level mage is very strong and has great potential. But in the eyes of other gods, it makes sense to have potential. Just like the god of war at the beginning, relying on the unique faith processing efficiency and method, he can quickly catch up with the Holy Dragon King. But it also takes a long time to accumulate. Now it's only 30 years. Even if his improvement efficiency is 10 times that of the Holy Dragon King, it is only equivalent to 300 years. Although this mage has stripped away his belief system, they have also visited Valhalla. Now, the other party is still gathering faith towards Valhalla. It is just that because the classification is very clear. All faiths can be accepted. In terms of efficiency, it is indeed very high. But it has not reached 10 times. It is just that with the explosion of the Earth's population in the future, there is this potential. When the other party defeated the Holy Dragon King, he was riding on the floating city. His own size is not large. And in their opinion, Valhalla should also have an upper limit. After all, it is based on the world that is not strong. With the explosion of the Earth's population and the beginning of interstellar migration, it will gradually be unable to bear it. It can only create a new one in Olympus or other worlds. In contrast, His Majesty the Sun God relies on the will of the stars, and may be able to create an enhanced version of Valhalla with a super high upper limit. This is actually the reason why His Majesty the Sun God has always been kind and generous. Because he is too powerful. He also needs other gods in the 9 realms to control their home base. Otherwise the collision caused by everyone starting to believe in him will also cause trouble for him. It is said that before His Majesty the Sun God became invincible, he was an out-and-out tyrant, which is completely different from now. Since you know that normally there is nothing wrong, then you came to me to say that it is abnormal? You don't want to capture him, do you? There is no benefit. No need. The dream goddess said tentatively, after hearing the words of the nature goddess. It's not that it can't be captured. The magician's brain is good. It's not impossible to capture him, and let him tailor a set of faith conversion system for him. Every god needs to fight against the poison of faith. There is indeed a gap in thinking and research. However, there is such a thought. But he will definitely not take the initiative to propose it. It is too offensive to God. There is no need. It's not me. It's the Frost Titan who came back. Hearing this, the dream goddess was also shocked. Frost Titan Bes, one of the ancient gods who competed with the sun god for the will of the stars in the past, and also the biggest competitor. After the failure, he successfully saved his life and retreated to the starry sky. He can be regarded as the grandfather of the current giant king. Isn't he afraid of death? The dream goddess just thought of this, and was a little refreshed. Yes, the character of the sun god is different now. Since the other party dared to come back, it is very likely that the giant king had asked the sun god for his opinion in advance. As long as the Frost Titan was willing to show his submission, the sun god would probably not bother to pay attention to him. The 7 realms morning star is the closest planet to the star, and the brightest one in the sky. The sun god was able to win the battle in the end. And occupying the geographical advantage was also a major advantage for him. However, the sun god himself is also a tough character. All the original races have been replaced by the sky wings that fit him. And he can do such a thing. The sun god usually blocks the morning star, and does not interact with the outside world. Wangi and Phil went to the morning star, and also flew in the starry sky. Because the distance is not far, they will not waste energy to enter the curvature, but directly choose to fly over. As gods are on tour, the two did not fly directly by themselves. Anyway, they were not in a hurry. They used the starry sky flying device of the former Olympus, a magic spaceship that looks similar to the galleon. The painting style of this magic spaceship itself looks rough and belongs to the former temple of the god of war. But the design itself is not bad, with sails that fully utilize the stellar storm, and can even ensure that it can go upstream. This thing is not bad, but there is a lot of room for improvement. As the magic spaceship crossed the stratosphere under the paddles on both sides, the sails on the ship officially began to open, and Wangi leaned on the mast inside. The material of this ship is quite good, a kind of light magic wood, but the person who built it relied too much on the appearance of ordinary ships. Whether it was the void paddle that provided power, or the solar sail, the design was too rigid. The current efficiency is all due to good materials. And the power is strong. Before, our Tiani tribe wanted to come and exterminate the orcs. In fact, you just would follow the trend. But now they may cause trouble. Phil didn't care about the ship. Just said lightly. The sun god didn't like everything in the abyss. So after the orcs were polluted, he directly arranged for the Tiani tribe to enforce the law. It was just because Olops was Wang Yi's territory, and the two sides had a pleasant transaction. So he asked for his opinion. As a result, only those deeply contaminated ones were dealt with, and a large number of orcs still survived. This seemed quite irrational to Phil. Although orcs have excellent breathing skills, and the improvement speed and strength of physical professions are much higher than those of humans, it seems that he doesn't care about this advantage. Doesn't he only like people with good brains? The god of war has been captured. What trouble can it cause? Wang Yi smiled dumbly, looking indifferent. In fact, he also knew what Phil was talking about. There are so many orcs in Olops, and there are many fanatics of the god of war in the past. The followers of the Abyss Demon God can develop a lot of them in a sleazy way. Naturally, there will be some fanatics on the side of the god of war who pretend to surrender on the surface, but actually go underground. Even the extreme ones will directly make peace with the church of the evil god, which is not surprising at all. However, since Wang Yi specifically kept them, he naturally acquiesced to the existence of these people. In addition to helping to assist in the research of the god of war, and then peeking at the war through the god of war. Keeping them is also an excuse that can be borrowed at any time. For example, this time, he and Phil came directly to Olops, and they used magic spaceships to travel without hiding anything, which generally made their whereabouts appear in the eyes of some people. Wang Yi didn't know if he could catch anything, but he would cast his net first. After a long 30 years in the solar system, it was time to move around. The combination of work and rest was the most efficient. The wooden sailboat sailed in the starry sky, and the invisible conical force field in front of the hull could squeeze away the small meteorites suspended in the air. The slightly larger meteorites would take the initiative to bypass them and gallop through the starry sky as if it were the ocean. The meteorites floating irregularly in all directions, up and down, left and right, added a lot of color to this voyage. While Wang Yi was admiring the starry sky, he began to grasp the information context of the entire Seven Realm star region. And when he mastered all the data from stellar gravity to magic fluctuations, he suddenly smiled. There really is a fish. In fact, Wang Yi originally thought that the possibility of catching fish from the Seven Realms was not as great as that from the Zerg. After all, the experience of the Holy Dragon King was here, and they would have thought about it for a while if he hadn't brought the floating city. It's not the breath of a known person, and it's even larger than the Holy Dragon King. It's very rare. Is it an alien god or an ancient god who left the Seven Realms before? A lot of information flashed through Wang Yi's mind quickly, and then he matched it with the history of the Seven Realms he knew, and instantly locked on an identity. Frost Titan, an ancient god who once fought with the sun god for the will of the stars, and was also one of the survivors at that time. Looking at Phil, who didn't react next to him, Wang Yi asked casually, "What do you know about the Frost Titan?" Hearing Wang Yi's words, Phil was also stunned, and then said puzzledly, "At that time, I was not born yet, and I had never come into contact with him. Why are you suddenly talking about him?" The Skywing clan didn't care much about foreign affairs. As the third saint, Phil had never seen the Frost Titan. At most, he had heard of it, but he didn't go out of his way to understand it. Nothing. Didn't the sun god give you any new instructions? No. My duty during this period is to serve you. This is the condition of the exchange. However, when Phil said this calmly, his expression suddenly paused, as if he felt some special breath with frowning eyebrows. Strange. Did you feel something? Phil raised his hand and grabbed, as if grabbing a strange breath from the void. You know, I'm not very good at these. In addition to her beauty, Wang Yi kept Phil at the beginning mainly because of the pure energy in her body, which directly involved the role of completing his puzzle. She is undoubtedly a standard war weapon. The wide range of coverage attached to the wings is enough to cause a devastating blow to the surface of most planets. Any god who needs to believe in her will have a headache with her. But other functions such as detection and assistance are obviously much weaker. So when the Frost Titan approached at high speed without concealing its aura, I vaguely sensed something was wrong. Nothing. It's the Frost Titan I mentioned before. Grandfather, the Earth Ancestor God and His Majesty the Sun God have an agreement. And the third saint is also a representative. Since you have chosen to surrender, I think we can't go against the decision of the Sun God. With the Frost Titan, there is also the Giant King. The two bodies of more than 100 feet, against the backdrop of the starry sky, seem nothing. No different from the meteorites next to them. The giant king's body is like granite, shining with a colorful glow under the radiance of the stars. And the Frost Titan has a larger body than the giant king. And his body is dark and deep dark blue. Humph. You have lived in comfort for so long. You have completely lost your courage under the protection of the sun god His Majesty. You are the king of giants. How can you be so cowardly? You rely on compromise and negotiation. If you encounter a problem of faith in the future and flee to the starry sky, you may even be at risk of falling. After hearing what his grandfather said, the giant king was powerless to complain. If you have courage, don't stop. The giant king felt that his grandfather's brain was burned by the poison of faith, and he didn't know what he had mixed up outside. Even if we don't talk about the sun god, this guy was almost able to kill the holy dragon king in seconds. Even if there was a trick, you brought yourself here to save you when you were hit. But how do you know that he has no other means? This earth ancestor god is also. What's the big deal? Wouldn't everyone be very polite and reasonable when he drove the floating city here? Humph. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. When you get to this point in the future, you'll know that I'm doing this for your own good. The Frost Titan seemed to have some concerns, and didn't say much, moving very fast. Besides, we're not going to kill him. If everything goes well, we won't fight. Just like your usual weak tactics. The giant king didn't respond to what he said, but just nodded in silence. Then the colorful light reflected by the sun on his body began to gradually expand and turn into a divine domain, wrapping him up completely, looking like a colorful giant. The Frost Titan was the same, also wrapped in layers of blue ice. Soon, it's coming. The huge breath of the gods was at this position, and both sides could sense it. As long as they search on the shortest route of navigation, they can quickly capture such a target that will not be specially concealed. The third saint's dazzling breath, like the sun, is quite easy to capture. What made Frost Titan frown was that he did not sense the trace of the other earth ancestor god. And the troublesome thing was that he vaguely felt that there were other gods in the dark who were spying on this place from a distance. But they did not intervene. Humph. A group of cowardly guys. Frost Titan snorted coldly and ignored those eyes. In the face of absolute strength, any malicious peeping will also turn into nothingness. Since the failure of the battle for the will of the star with the sun god, Frost Titan was defeated in the starry sky and learned from the pain. He is completely different from before. Originally, he had been waiting for an opportunity after returning. But he did not expect the opportunity to come so soon. He was indeed destined to be. Swish. Two divine lights descended, violently breaking through the meteorites along the way and falling in front of the ship. The huge body wrapped in the divine domain is even larger than this magic spaceship that can fly in the starry sky. Wang Yi stood on the deck, looking at the Frost Titan and the giant king in front of him. And the data flow in his eyes instantly gave him a general understanding of them inside and out. Undoubtedly, even among the gods, he is considered a strong one. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to actively block the road. And this guy has killed and even devoured other gods. Wang Yi can feel two other completely different remaining divinities in the body of the Frost Titan, after escaping from the starry sky for so long. As time goes by, a new king of the giants is born. He lacks the source of faith and seems to have found some other channels. Theoretically, if the gods can purely have high-quality believers above the legendary level, the harm of the poison of faith will be greatly reduced. But it is almost impossible for such a luxurious god to appear. There are too many uncertainties in the birth of legends, and most of them still need a large population to slowly raise them. But this one, after escaping from the starry sky and letting himself go, seems to have taken the route of elitism. There was a war between gods and spirits, and they acquired high-quality believers through trade or plunder to integrate their own beliefs, or even directly use the divinity of other gods to anchor. Most of the gods who fled to the starry sky were out of helplessness. Perhaps some of them died, but some of them were transformed. As for how the gods met each other in such a vast starry sky, Wang Yi had learned some common situations from the gods. From some images of the stars in the sky, it can actually be determined that whether it is Sefei or the Seven Realms, they are all in the Milky Way, even if the abyss is everywhere. This connection often has the principle of proximity. The diameter of the Milky Way itself is 100,000 light-years, and the distance between the Earth, Sefei, and the Seven Realms is about thousands of light-years. As for the area where the gods fled, it is the source of gravity in the direction of the Milky Way center. It is said that the concentration of magic there is comparable to that of the abyss. But it may be wiped out by the huge gravitational constraint. Gods who have lost their faith or are deeply affected by the poison of faith can use the environment there to suppress. Even stronger gods will go to the vicinity of the giant attractor at the gravitational center of the Lania Chaos supercluster. However, the distance of hundreds of millions of light years is extremely long, even if the gods use the curvature of the divine domain. Usually, only powerful gods, who can increase the curvature speed to at least 10,000 times, will consider going there. And since the problem gods of the entire galaxy have begun to gather together in the area near the center of the galaxy, this will naturally give birth to a different kind of prosperity, and different rules there. The land of the gods. This is the name given to that place by the gods. Silver Moon met the notary and beat him up. Which is the reason. Frost Titan is one of the representatives who did well in the environment there and finally chose to come back as a loser in the competition for the sun god in the past. Even if he learned from the giant king that the sun god is now kind-hearted, he suppressed his anger and came to submit. And there must be reasons and demands. Wang Yi looked at the Frost Titan in front of him, feeling the fluctuations of his thoughts, and he could generally confirm that the other party's demands were on him, or in what he has. With the in-depth interpretation of the information, Wang Yi read the core content like peeling off the silk thread. He can probably be sure that this Frost Titan wants the solar system. After the Earth and the Seven Realms merged, the giant king roughly informed him of some of the situation, and then he hurried back for this. So when he saw him, Wang Yi took the initiative to ask curiously, "Does the Frost Titan have the means to activate the will of the stars? The magic concentration of our galaxy is still very low now. Even if we use some means to improve it, I am afraid it will take at least 1,000 or even 10,000 years to count." Before he opened his mouth, Wang Yi asked him back, and directly asked about the purpose of his trip, which made the Frost Titan's face sink. The dark blue eyes stared at Wang Yi, and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that you also have this purpose. You can know so much. But I underestimated you." Chapter 663. When Wang Yi heard what Frost Titan said, he knew that he probably misunderstood something. The Seven Realms were quite strong in the plain battlefields they had experienced, and their overall strength was definitely at the top. But Frost Titan had been to the land of the gods, and had seen the world. So he naturally knew that there were beings like the sun god. Some gods even proposed a hypothesis that if the overall magic concentration of the galaxy continued to increase, and more planets gave birth to their own wills, then it was very likely that the galaxy would also give birth to the galaxy will. This was the instinct of the material universe against the abyss. Once the galaxy also gave birth to will, it might also be possible to try to merge. But for now, the entire universe is still too young. Even if the scale is pulled to the entire galaxy, there are not many galaxies that can meet the conditions of the stellar will. There is no doubt that each one will have a fight similar to the one when the sun god killed people. Relatively speaking, the so-called galactic will is still too ethereal, unless the many stars in the galaxy are gradually lit up, so that more and more stars give birth to stellar wills. This will take at least billions, or even tens of billions of years to calculate. It may even exceed the birth time of the galaxy. This is too long even for the gods. So now the ultimate goal of almost all gods is to find a suitable star will to combine with, and become a ground-bound spirit to some extent. Although there are various disadvantages, compared with the huge improvement, it is definitely the demand of most gods. This is especially true for the Frost Titan, who once competed for the position of the overlord of the Seven Realms, and had a chance. The gods who have not tried may not have such a strong obsession. But the regret of missing the opportunity that was about to be obtained has made the Frost Titan have no other ideals at all. And his mind is full of the desire for a star will in the land of the gods. While he worked hard to improve himself, he even plundered and killed other gods, while constantly gathering various news and possibilities, and finally found a new way. Since it is too difficult to compete with the star system with a master, either the opponent is strong, or there is already a sitting tiger like the sun god. It is better to cultivate from scratch. The transformation cycle of the galactic center is too long. So long that the gods have no idea. But if you find a suitable star, you have a chance. There are hundreds of billions of stars in the Milky Way, and tens of billions of the most suitable yellow dwarf stars. But there are not many places like Earth, the Seven Realms, and Sephi that have the right time, right place, and right people to give birth to life, develop intelligent civilization, have the foundation for awakening will, and have magic coverage and other conditions. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. But this time, the Frost Titan got great news from his descendants. A new star system. And a new god. The key is that there are multiple potential planets in the habitable zone. And the satellites of gaseous planets also have development potential. All the necessary elements are complete. And the rest is to complete the intervention and completion of the future. This can definitely be tried. Although this god is very strange. He is a wizard who became a god, and is very good at borrowing external objects. Even several gods have been killed in his hands. But after learning from his descendants, he still felt that he had a good chance. The other party relied on external forces after all. And his true self would reveal its flaws sooner or later. And he had endured until now after his defeat, which made him have sufficient patience. He just needed to wait slowly. His goal was not to kill the other party, but as long as the other party was willing to give up the star. For this, the Frost Titan was willing to pay a certain price. It would be best if he could reach a peaceful agreement. Anyway, he could still have Olympus as his base camp. And his descendants said that this guy was a wizard who became a god. And the power of faith was stripped out to create the artifact of the Hall of Heroes. So he didn't need to care about the believers. Although the Frost Titan had never seen or even heard of a true god wizard, he had heard of gods who completely turned faith into external objects. After all, this was an obvious way to suppress the poison of faith. And there were even cases where the external objects that he had worked hard to create were robbed, and he himself was killed. The price of that kind of artifact was quite expensive, and he was very respectful by not thinking about it. Besides, in his opinion, even if a new god was given that opportunity, he would not be able to grasp it. So he might as well exchange it for some benefits. But now that he had just appeared, the other party seemed to have seen his purpose, which was completely different. This would undoubtedly attract many other prying eyes and troubles. After all, it was a galaxy that was originally without magic. Although it was quite suitable as a hotbed according to the description, it would take at least 1,000 or even 10,000 years to count. But this time was also affordable for the Frost Titan. But at the same time, this period of time might also add other variables. If this new god honestly changed, even if he might complain under his threat, it would not be a big deal. Gods would not fight and kill each other casually. But since he knew about it, this was a vengeance that blocked the way. And the other party did not need faith, had a good brain, and was a mage. He must have a lot of bad water in his stomach. If he kept thinking about it, even if it was just a matter of diverting trouble at a critical moment, it would be enough for him to drink a pot. This made the Frost Titan, who originally just wanted to talk, start to have some new thoughts. On the surface, he did not show any expression, but said calmly, "Since His Majesty Wangi also knows, he should also understand that it is impossible for you to control it and defend it in your recent state of becoming a god. We are all gods of the 9 realms. I wonder if you are willing to give up. I can give you a reward that is enough to make you excited." Originally, Phil frowned and was on guard. But after hearing the words of the Frost Titan, he was slightly relieved when he saw the other party's body that was the same size as the magic spaceship. After all, it was an ancient god who had fought with the sun god in the past. And his strength might be even higher than that of the Holy Dragon King. Since he just wanted to talk, it was nothing. But the Holy Dragon King was killed in seconds. This guy should have learned the lesson of the Holy Dragon King's sealed will. So he brought the Giant King with him just in case. Phil also knew that this was actually the normal way of conversation. He had to leave a way out for himself. No matter if it was useful or not. He had to be prepared. If it was 30 years ago, even if it was just a legend, because of the tenacious will, Wangi read the data roughly. That is, to judge whether the other party was lying. He could not do that to the legend below. All his thoughts were like data on the internet in front of him. But now, after Wangi concentrated, the many thoughts of Frost Titan Bess about divinity were all within his scan. Although the other party looked calm, he actually had real killing intentions. He was worried that he would cause trouble for him later. Now he wanted to paralyze himself and Phil, and then use his own characteristics to instantly deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, Wangi had already seen the oldest information on this guy. As expected of the ancient god who once competed with the sun god, the Frost Titan became a god about 140 million years ago, and the Earth was still in the dinosaur era at that time. Sure enough, the longer the lifespan, the slower the evolution speed. Wangi suddenly said a sigh that made people feel a little inexplicable. Bacteria's resistance to antibiotics is growing rapidly. But this is based on the short lifespan and terrifying reproduction speed of bacteria. And generations have fought with their lives. Cockroaches and locusts can also quickly find the adaptive countermeasures in their genes in a few generations to complete the transformation when they encounter environmental changes. which is also based on their short lifespan. The giants generally have a long lifespan, and the accumulation over the years is only this level. Although Frost Titan didn't know what Wang Yi's sigh was about, but hearing Wang Yi's tone and looking at his expression, he knew that this was definitely not a compliment to himself. But Wang Yi's attitude made Frost Titan happy, because the other party's arrogance can make him find the best excuse. Although he didn't think anyone would stand up for a fallen guy. Now that the knife handle was handed to him, Frost Titan couldn't help but respond. Facing Wang Yi's words, he showed an angry expression and said in a deep voice, "Ancestor God from Earth, what you just said seems to be mocking me for living too long." As he spoke, a surging divine domain surged from his body. And it suddenly surged. An extreme ice space completely covered the surrounding area with lightning speed. In the cold space that was almost completely dark, the voice of Frost Titan also came from all around. "This king knows that you sealed the Holy Dragon King with one strike. But taking advantage is always taking advantage. And it is meaningless in the face of absolute strength." As the voice sounded, the thick pressure brought by the dark space around him became heavier and heavier. An absolutely freezing chill continued to spread. Although everyone knows the specific number of the temperature represented by absolute zero. In fact, this is the same as the temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees, which itself represents another meaning, representing that all the movement of particles has stopped, and even the electrons are frozen, although there are specific numbers marked. In fact, this has a very strong marginal effect. In theory, at absolute zero, even time has no meaning. Just like the first ray of light at the beginning of the birth of the universe, the time now is no different from the time before. In the blink of an eye, it is 10 billion years. Since the Frost Titan lost to the Sun God, it is naturally impossible for the God's domain to reach the real absolute zero. But under his full pressure, Wang Yi also felt a little sluggishness in the transmission of surrounding information. Feeling this change, Wang Yi couldn't help but sneer. "Your Excellency Frost Titan, you seem to want to take the path of ice to the extreme. But you have to know that even if you can really reach this point in the future, when the first ray of light shines in, it will surely break the absolute cold." Phil next to him frowned and said, "It's time. Don't provoke him anymore." Phil, who originally lacked emotional fluctuations, first stopped Wang Yi with a scolding look, and now explained to Frost Titan seriously, "Your Excellency first. He always speaks like this. This time we will go to Morning Star to visit our Lord. So I hope you will make way. Although he is much weaker than the other party in size, Phil, who has the support of the Sun God, can still be neither arrogant nor humble. Just like the tone he used when facing Wang Yi on Earth. Humph. Of course I have to give face to the Sun God and the Third Saint. But he did humiliate me. So he took my move as a punishment." Frost Titan had no intention of making things difficult for Phil, and even explained to her to give her a way out. "I'm afraid that won't work. The Earth Ancestor God has been a god for too short a time." Phil knew that Wang Yi had many tricks, and he might even be able to perform a similar operation to the one he used against the Holy Dragon King. But whether it was against the God of War or the Holy Dragon King, he relied on his own clever arrangements, not the pure power game in front of him. Frost Titan used the help of the God's domain to force his opponent into the field he was best at. In this cold and dark God's domain, even the perception of the gods was greatly interfered with. In her opinion, under such circumstances, with Wang Yi's small arms and legs, the new god's body really couldn't withstand the blow of this ancient god. "Don't worry. I won't take his life. I'll keep my word." Frost Titan comforted Phil lightly. But Wang Yi only interpreted a stronger message of murderous intent. But at this time, he still waved to Phil and said, "Watch from the side, and have some confidence in your man. I promised you that I would study the creation of humans with you. You can't die before the study is completed." Phil said the words seriously and meticulously. But for some reason, Wang Yi felt that he was teased by this guy for the first time, and then laughed. "Ha. You have to worry about whether he will be beaten to death by me." Such arrogant words. Not to mention that the Frost Titan wanted to take advantage of the situation, even if the actual situation did make him angry. "Arrogant guy. You think that you have defeated the Holy Dragon King by trickery, and that is all your strength?" Along with the roar, the chill that was close to the critical value slowed down a bit again, and the speed of particle movement was obviously reduced again, and the entire magic spaceship was completely transformed into a superconducting form. "I am a god who has stood in the starry sky for hundreds of millions of years. Even if you have extraordinary potential, even if your cultivation speed is 1,000 or 10,000 times faster than mine, it is nothing more than this. You are just a kid who has been a god for decades. And you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me. You really don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. The rage of the Frost Titan filled the starry sky. And the gloomy cold air was felt outside the divine domain. The elf goddess and the fairy goddess, who were watching here from a distance, felt the cessation of the movement of the surrounding meteorites, and felt the slightly sluggish flow of divine power on their bodies. And there was also a look of surprise in their eyes. It is worthy of being the terrifying ancient god who competed with the sun god in the past. This accumulation is too profound. Although the Holy Dragon King is also an antique of that era, he is still obviously inferior. It's over. However, just when this thought flashed through their minds, Wang Yi's chuckle completely overwhelmed the roar of the Frost Titan, and everyone could hear his every word. It has always been limited to multiples. That may not be understood. For a guy from the dinosaur era, 30 years is not even enough to take a nap. But for Wang Yi, it has been a sea of change. Bang! The Frost God realm that originally expanded and covered a piece of starry sky burst like a soap bubble in an instant, revealing the Frost Titan and the giant king next to it, who were originally leaning over. At this time, Wang Yi, who was extremely small in comparison, had a black sphere in his hand, which seemed to be struggling. My God realm. The Frost Titan's eyes were bloodshot, and he couldn't believe his eyes. The divine domain that was the same source as his soul, accumulated by himself for hundreds of millions of years, and no different from his body, suddenly disappeared completely. It was completely peeled off and fell into the hands of the other party. How could this happen? How could this appear? Even the Frost Titan, who was well informed in the land of the gods, had never heard of it, and didn't even dare to think about it. Nothing is impossible. Wang Yi played with the black divine domain in his hand, but many data flashed in his eyes. After holding it in his hand, he completed the violent cracking in an instant. What a crude craftsmanship. The primitive people used stone hammers to knock for 100 million years and only knocked out such a thing. After sneering, Wang Yi directly crushed the black ball in his hand. What a waste of natural resources. Let you see what is the real absolute zero. Swish. In an instant, the black light flashed, and the Frost Titan froze in place. There was no gorgeous attack, nor any gorgeous performance. But all the spectators nearby felt a chill that penetrated their bodies at this time. As gods, they could feel that the Frost Titan had lost all information transmission with the world. It was clearly there, but it was not there at all. The reason why they could still see it was only because of the remaining radiation information. After the remaining radiation disappeared, the entire huge Titan body had completely disappeared in the eyes of all gods. It became the background embedded in the starry sky of the universe. They all knew that the Frost Titan was there, frozen and sealed there, but there was no perception to feel it. Even the meteorites floating around could pass through directly without being affected. Completely lost interaction with the world. We also have an old saying, called jumping out of the three realms, not in the five elements. Wang Yi condensed the dark divine domain in his hand again, and then casually stuffed it into his pocket and threw it in the direction of several spectators, including the giant king. I think the description is quite appropriate. Theoretically, absolute zero will be broken immediately as long as there is any energy input, even if it is just a beam of light passing by. But now, after the remaining radiation images of the Frost Titan dissipated, it has completely disappeared without a trace. It should be there, and the gods watching had the same illusion as the afterimage on the retina. But the Frost Titan really disappeared without a trace. Even the meteorite floating next to it was empty, and it completely lost the exchange of information with the material world. Even if the light shines on it, there will be no reaction at all. It will flash by, and it will remain still forever. In a blink of an eye, the world has changed, and it will be exiled to the end of the universe forever. To be a god, everyone's ability is unquestionable. They don't know how Wang Yi did it, nor do they know this principle. However, they deeply understand the horror of it. The stronger you are, the more you can understand the meaning of Wang Yi's attack. Beyond logic, beyond common sense. What was that just now? It's only because Phil has a special relationship that he doesn't know and asks directly. A little test, stripping away all his information interactions, giving him eternal life in disguise. Even his thoughts no longer exist. This kind of eternal life is not even ashes. Your Majesty, Wang Yi, I was forced to do this. This is my grandfather. His strength is far beyond mine. I can't help it. The second person to speak was the nearby giant king. Obviously, he has a body of more than 100 feet. although his size is nothing in the starry sky. But in front of Wang Yi and the magic airship, he looks unusually tall and magnificent. But at this time, the giant king wanted to hunch over and curl himself up, continuously floating down. Only his head is exposed above the deck. The colorful huge eyes are full of anxiety and panic. Wang Yi analyzed his emotions, which are all complaints and curses against the Frost Titan, as well as fear of what will happen next. He casually deprived the Frost Titan of his divine domain, and then used a backhand attack that was obviously similar to the power of the Frost Titan, but in essence much higher, to kill it instantly, compared with Wang Yi's trick to seal the Holy Dragon King. This is not a threat of a different dimension at all. Frost Titan was well prepared and brought the giant king with him. If he was hit, he would have a helper to help him untie it. He also suddenly broke out of the god's domain to hide himself. It can be said that although Frost Titan was reckless, he was still cautious enough to get out of the land of gods. In the worst case, he could get away unscathed. But what happened just now? He tore off the god's domain and played with it casually. Is this what God does? He backhanded a super double and wiped out his grandfather in an instant. Although even now, the opponent has not shown any pressure and momentum. But the giant king knows that this is an existence that can wipe him out at will. His ability is probably above that of the sun god. Okay, I'm not a demon. You can do whatever you want and give some compensation. Wang Yi looked at the giant king and didn't care. Just like the sun god, his strength was invincible in the 7 realms. And he was so powerful that he didn't care much about the little actions of other gods. The giant king hesitated a little after hearing this, then tore off a piece from his soul and handed it over respectfully with both hands. To make up for my grandfather's offense, I will be loyal to you. Looking at that soul, Wang Yi was speechless. Why did he suddenly feel that the compensation had suddenly become a reward? Is this the flexibility of the gods? But at this moment, Wang Yi suddenly looked into the void, at the huge fireball hanging in the starry sky. Not long after, a gentle wave came from the direction of the star. Please come and talk. Your Majesty Wang Yi, the sun god, the ruler of the 7 realms. Even if the 9 realms are now formed, Wang Yi, the strong man who sealed the Holy Dragon King, and the Mother Earth Goddess, who combined with the will of Safi, are still the well-deserved overlord. But now, he took the initiative to invite. Obviously, he has been watching the situation inside the 7-realm star region with a cold eye. He neither instigated nor stopped, but just watched from the side. He also saw the changes here from afar. As a powerful god combined with the will of the star, the 7 realms is his territory. Although it is impossible to know everything at all times, you can still know what happened here if you pay special attention. He was so gentle, and added the word Your Majesty after Wang Yi's address. This was enough to show the mood of the former master of the 7 realms. In his own territory. In the place where the stellar light shines. In the place where the stellar will can reach. He couldn't understand what was happening at all. Taking advantage? If you can take advantage of this, then what if you treat it as the opponent's strength? The result determines the attitude of speaking. Being able to stay in the 7 realms as a tiger, the sun god naturally has his own forbearance. His greatest reliance and most precious wealth is the stellar will. And it is obvious that according to the words of the Frost Titan before, the solar system in the hands of the other party also has this potential. And looking at the indifferent look, this person probably doesn't want to bind this stellar will to restrict himself. So, there is no conflict of interest between the two sides. Since there is no conflict of interest, and the strength is so strong, apart from coaxing, is it really a test of the competitive spirit? The sun god was able to stand out from the original competition, and was able to bloodbath the family and transform into the Skywing clan. Naturally, he also has his own distinction and choice. Chapter 664, Blood Prophet. When you are strong enough, there will be no enemies as long as there are no conflicts of interest. Any negative emotions such as jealousy, arrogance, etc. will be suppressed because of this strength. The former de Pyongyang acted so domineeringly, but still had friends everywhere, and even strategic opponents were unwilling to be enemies with her. The nomadic people used to be good at riding and shooting, and now they can sing and dance, all because of the changes in strength. The same is true for Wang Yi, who has arrived in the 7th realm. The Frost Titan was directly made into a specimen. Although the Sun God is much stronger than the Frost Titan, the gods watching the battle next to him can still feel the fear brought by the previous words. Seeing Wang Yi readily accepting the appointment and taking Phil directly to the direction of the star, not minding the current situation that the closer to the star, the stronger the Sun God. The goddess of nature and dreams, who were suspended in the air and joined forces, also looked at each other. Ah. This. What about trade? I see him go there too. What a sly guy. But his gender is the biggest obstacle to becoming a god. The dream goddess's face suddenly calmed down, which made Nature beside her a little confused. And she turned back to look at him strangely. Sister Nature, the elves are rich in beauties. And the current high priest and the elf queen are both famous. I think this is an opportunity. Facing the eyes of the nature goddess, the dream goddess didn't care at all. The pride of the gods will not let them choose any partner. But when a powerful and unreasonable thigh is placed in front of them, it is not difficult to get involved. Now we can only be thankful that this true god mage has some unique hobbies that can cater to his preferences. Strong people who are stubborn and unyielding are even more frightening. While Wani was going to the Sun Palace to have a cordial and friendly conversation with the Sun God. On the other side, in the Proxima star region, as the closest star to the solar system, and unexpectedly having a planet in the habitable zone, Proxima is now the largest development area outside the solar system invested by the Earth Federation, except for the affiliated colony of Olymps. As a member of the Centauri constellation, Proxima is only 1/8 of the mass of the Sun, and is far away from the two stars of Alpha Centauri, a full 1/5 of a light year, so it can almost be regarded as their companion star, although Proxima is only 1/8 of the mass of the Sun and much lower in brightness. The distance from Proxima b to it is only 1/20th of the distance from the Earth to the Sun. So the Sun seen in the sky on Proxima b is much larger than the Sun seen on Earth. It's just that although the dim Proxima looks huge, the distance is so close. But the thermal radiation received by Proxima b is only about 60% of that on Earth. However, due to tidal locking, the planet is like the moon, with one side always facing the star and the other side always in darkness. And because it is too close to the star, the amount of X-ray radiation received is more than 400 times that of the Earth. So the habitable zone is most suitable to be in the twilight zone. The portal built by Umbrella is located in this position. Coming out of the portal, you can see half of the huge fireball occupying half of the sky and staying on the horizon. The dark red star accompanied by the occasional surface activity of the star brings a great sense of oppression. My goodness, this environment is really lish. Not as good as Mars. After a player came out of the portal, he looked at the half-huge dim fireball on the horizon, and a palpitation appeared on his face. With the convenient method of players, the remote exploration of the Earth Federation is almost coordinated with it. First, unmanned equipment exploration. Set up signal towers, and rely on the signal relay of the abyss to let players have fun. So obviously now in reality can be carried out real practice. But because of the difficulty of practice, many people still prefer to soak in the game. It's just that the time to play is less than before. And every day I will take time to return to the world to practice breathing. As for the small proportion of the mage group, most of them are busy with research. If Mars is not transformed by the Zerg, it is actually not as good as here. The atmospheric composition here is much better than expected. And even some single-celled organisms have been discovered. Another voice came. A figure wearing a mage robe, riding on the back of a giant beetle and flying down from the sky. This made the new players look solemn. But the player who spoke earlier said with bright eyes, "Master Pineapple, I am your loyal fan. I heard that your mental power test was only 12 points. Is it true?" Jiang Bo looked at the player and smiled. He could feel that the other party's mental fluctuations were not too active, which was on the passing line of the mage. Although he could not compare with Qianqian and Yuyuzi, the two top masters, in terms of speed, ability, and research results in becoming a master. But among some civilian mages with low talent, Jiang Bo's popularity is higher. It is indeed only 12 points. But I caught up with the opening of Abyss World and got a lot of benefits. So the speed was so fast. But not to mention the master. As long as you have the resilience in learning, it is still no problem to become a formal mage with 12 points of spirit. Jiang Bo said the teaching content of a large number of mages gathered together now. Unlike the mages in other worlds, even though Sephi attaches great importance to magic education and has begun to popularize magic schools, there are still only a few mages who are fully committed to education and even specialize in researching and designing various teaching plans. So it is still in the wild period of the magic school era. Many mages still like to treat apprentices as tools, but it is obviously different on Earth. Educational research accounts for a large proportion of academic value. And academic value can almost be regarded as the most valuable points in the Earth Federation at present. It even exceeds credit points. which has a completely crushing effect. Whether it is the authority of artificial intelligence, or other privileges, or even the opportunity to meet the gods in person, academic value is required. The Earth Ancestor God is a mage who becomes a god. Because of this, a large number of mages will bring out their experience in leading apprentices. After all, even many legendary mages have been trained by mentors, with a large amount of experience gathered. Coupled with the blessing of artificial intelligence and supercomputers, various academic papers are emerging in an endless stream. So now it is no problem to steadily raise apprentices with 12 standard mental power to the level of formal mages. It's just a matter of time and how hard the students work. Although the most invested research talent is the mage, there are also many papers on physics. The foundation of the entire Earth Federation is now very solid. Our job now is to command the Zerg to complete some corresponding arrangements. We only have one brainworm in the Earth Federation, and we are a little too busy. We need to assist in the details here. Jiang Bo led many pioneering players to walk on this seemingly barren planet. The location of the Twilight World has liquid water, and the energy of sunlight is just right. There are huge waves hitting the Earth next to it. Standing on the cliff and looking down at the ocean below, this normal state easily appears in the dark sea with dozens of meters of turbulent waves, giving everyone a sense of claustrophobia of the deep sea. Hack. This environment is really a bit lish. Mainly because it's too creepy. Yeah. It feels like some monster will crawl out of the seabed. Only we have the bodies of players. And we are all great knights. If we were professional players, we would be dead if we slipped. Shut up. What player body? We are called pioneers outside. A group of stupid players followed Jiang Bo, making Jiang Bo smile. As long as they can be sure that they will not die. It doesn't matter if it is a real game. This made him think of his gaming career, which has been 30 years in a flash. Even as a mage, he has been in a research state for a long time. But he can still feel the earth-shaking changes in the past 30 years. Who would have thought that he could set foot on a planet outside the solar system in his 50s? Well, although it is also a player body, as a precious mage talent, Jiang Bo obviously would not come here to take risks in person. It's okay to have the Zerg to carry it. At present, the preliminary survey of Proxima B has been completed, and the Zerg's improvement here is also going smoothly. At present, good silver reserves have been found in several areas. It should be left behind when the previous generation of stars on Proxima was destroyed. As the only planet, Proxima B received most of the gifts. However, at this moment, Jiang Bo's communication suddenly sounded an alarm, which made him stunned. Then he waved to other players and said, "I'll let the Golden Beetle take you to the camp. I have something to deal with." As he finished speaking, he took off and flew towards his mage tower here. As a pioneering mage stationed on Proxima, his mage tower can be regarded as a transit station. It was built for him by a legendary mage, with the AI of the Red Queen. The perfect combination of magic and technology. The function is extremely powerful. This allows him, a mage with mediocre qualifications, to completely use the mage tower to fight against legendary attacks. At the same time, even if he is not in the mage tower, there will be AI tower spirits and mechanical structures to cooperate with each other, and even remote operation can be easily performed. This time, the reason why he went there was because of the second level alarm. This has never been seen before on Proxima Centauri. It was initially found that there were only some single-celled organisms here, and even the seabed under the ice on the back had a large number of insects that had arrived. Why is there a biological alarm? The mage tower standing on the edge of a cliff is towering into the clouds. You can clearly see a huge fireball on the horizon from the portal. But here the weather is more extreme than the typhoon on Earth. The silver lightning in the sky keeps striking the mage tower, and all the energy is absorbed, ignoring the underworld environment of lightning and thunder. Jiang Bo flew directly into the top floor of the mage tower. As soon as he came in, a mechanical arm helped him hold his cloak and take off his hat, making it look like Iron Man's workshop. As he walked inside, Jiang Bo casually said, "Project the screen over here. Has the alarm been reported?" A floating screen popped up in front of him, and a soft voice said, "It has been uploaded and authorized to act at your own convenience. If support is needed, Paladin Ross and Legendary Mage of Glory can arrive within 10 minutes. 500 mechanical warriors have been activated, and the Zerg have also begun to hatch 20,000 warheads. It will take about 5 hours." The Mage Tower's tower spirit kept reporting the situation, and Jiang Bo saw the source of the warning. At this time, An irregular space crack appeared at the gravitational balance point outside the atmosphere of the planet Proxima b. Although the crack was irregular and looked like it might be formed naturally. However, the high-definition pictures taken by the orbiting satellite showed that there was a blue humanoid creature poking its head out. However, they found that they were in space. So they quickly retracted after poking their heads out. According to the data analysis of the image data, this type of humanoid creature is generally 3.17 meters tall, with a slender body, an estimated physique of 2.7, can enter a vacuum environment for a short period of time, and is slightly weaker than an orc. The makeup is more primitive. There is no additional electrical signal, and the degree of technological development is relatively low. Although it is just some imaging observations, a lot of useful information has been obtained through the data simulation of the tower spirit. The reason why it is only a level 2 warning is that this is not an actively formed crack, but this position is too close to the star, and it is caused by the gravitational force between the planet and the star. A big reason may be related to the establishment of the Earth portal here, which has caused the space to loosen. It is likely to be a naturally formed crack, since it is not a plain war that has been actively prepared for a long time. It is still a second-level alert with observation and vigilance as the main focus. There is indeed no threat for the time being, but it involves extraterrestrial civilization. Upload the detailed information again. It is estimated that a legendary figure will come to take over. Jiang Bo also made a prediction in his heart. No matter how other civilizations are involved, it is normal to leave a legendary behind. The Earth is not short of legends now. Whether it is the instructors or heroic spirits of Umbrella, or the converted Olympus legends and those mages, the legendary power of the Earth in the secular world is already quite impressive. The latest instructions have been received. Paladin Ross will arrive in 5 minutes. You will be appointed as his deputy and preside over the work. Jiang Bo was not too surprised to hear the new appointment. Ross came here just in case, but he didn't care about it. It was mainly up to the great wizard himself to act at his convenience. In this wizard tower, Jiang Bo's strength is really not inferior to Ross, while the status of mages on Earth has always been higher. Jiang Bo's status is not as different from that of Ross, who is inferior to other world legends. But before Ross arrived, the real-time situation of the satellite monitoring screen soon popped up. I saw a canoe-like hull suddenly flew out of the dark crack, and a group of tall blue-skinned figures were constantly sliding a leaf-like paddle, and they flew out in the universe. Each figure had a transparent bubble-like plant helmet on his head, which seemed to help them resist the vacuum environment. A primitive exploration style appeared inexplicably in front of him. Canoe. Starry sky flying. This weird combination made Jiang Bo feel a little weird and funny. What the hell? Are we going to be attacked by primitive people? The average magic coefficient is 1.2. The flesh coefficient is 2.8. And the spirit coefficient is uncertain. It is suspected that there is a magic system with a high similarity to the Seven Realm Shaman. With the information sent back by satellite monitoring, Jiang Bo gradually understood the world in front of him better. When Safei detected the Seven Realms, the Vanguard used legends. Although it is not necessary, if you want to bring back some information, you still have to send out elite soldiers. Otherwise you may be captured and reveal a lot of information. Just like the strength of scouts is usually very strong. But in the end, the other party sent out such a small Karami. Lure the enemy deep? Or is it really the only way? The mechanical team of the space platform will be dispatched to capture and sink. But just when Jiang Bo just said this, the tower spirit flashed quickly, and then locked the position of the other party's hull. And a series of parameters kept popping up. After seeing the parameters of the hull, Jiang Bo also widened his eyes, and then quickly stopped the previous action, and then quickly entered his authority and started reporting upwards. Calling Red Queen. There is a major discovery in the Level 2 alert incident of Proxima b. The hull material of the ship from the alien world is pro-magic superconductor. Red Queen responded almost instantly, and Lin Shurchin took over and projected it in front of Jiang Bo, and quickly read the parameters of the tower spirit. Very good. You did the right thing. Don't attack first. Our Earth is a civilized teacher. Never fire the first shot. Fly a satellite past them, and then take pictures. Lin Shurchin made a decision almost instantly. In fact, when Umbrella was working on electromagnetic weapons and orbital launchers, the room temperature superconductor was already very mature. It can be said that it can be widely used in many places. However, one of the biggest failures is that this kind of room temperature superconductor catalyzed by force magic power needs to consume silver, which is too expensive. Now the Earth Federation is booming. and silver is in short supply everywhere. Although some superconductors have been produced through various other means, they are either unable to be mass-produced, or the cost-effectiveness is too low, or the lifespan is short and easy to degrade. In short, there are various shortcomings. However, at this time, a civilization that looks quite primitive can use this material to build ships luxuriously. This could only mean that the other party has a lot of this material. In this case, it is fate, as a satellite deviated from its orbit and flew towards the ship. A tall figure on the ship took out a bow and shot an arrow at the satellite. The powerful arrow even penetrated directly into the satellite. The violent impact caused the satellite's screen to spin wildly, and it was completely unable to stabilize its own body, and finally fell into the atmosphere. These images were faithfully recorded and filmed, and then broadcasted on major media on Earth as soon as possible. I'm sorry to tell you that our hard-won peace has just been broken. The representatives of the goblins and elves stationed on Earth were completely confused at this time. Just now, they received news from their mother planet, and the oracle came, asking them to be cautious in their words and deeds, and not to offend the Earth in the slightest. They are still a little confused here. And the Earth officially announced that it will go to war again? Because the 9 realms are already connected. They subconsciously think that they should go to war with one of the 9 realms. 30 years have passed, and all parties are still in the running-in period. It is normal to have conflicts. The representatives of the giants were even more horrified. The oracle they received was even more exaggerated. It was simply asking them to lick the Earth in all aspects. It came so unexpectedly that they even thought it was a fake oracle. As a result, the Earth started to get angry and wanted to hit people. Mithras, Sephi, and the representatives of the dragons were also heavy-hearted. Is it time to cause trouble after only 30 years of peace? This Earth is indeed full of martial virtues. But the next broadcast still made them all relieved. It turned out that the pioneers of Proxima Centauri were attacked, because the portal was open on Proxima Centauri. This kind of space impact. Plus the planet is too close to the star, so it is completely normal for space cracks to appear. Some TV programs also immediately connected some magicians and scholars to go and popularize science, saying a lot of possibilities and possible future directions. Judging from the current broadcast, it seems that it is not a difficult role. The Earth is now just preparing to issue a bandit suppression manifesto. It seems that the group of players who have been sealed for a long time, should be called pioneers, now have work to do. Morning Star, the majestic and magnificent sun palace suspended in the sky, seems to be completely constructed by golden energy. A sense of order is filled in this splendor. Wang Yi, who was sitting face to face with the sun god and chatting and laughing, also paused slightly. He also knew the relevant news at the same time, which made him speechless. This can be regarded as a gift delivered to the door. Across from him, there is a figure formed entirely by golden light and shadow, which is the sun god. The sun god has been combined with the star for too long, and his own form is also actively approaching the star on weekdays. The current sun god is a form that is almost pure energy, so he can also change his size at will. What interesting thing did your majesty Wang Yi think of? The sun god said with some fun. Through the previous kind and loving conversation, the primary and secondary status of the communication between the two can be said to be quite clear now. The 3 Skywing Saints standing behind Wang Yi could almost be regarded as his trophies of this exchange. Actually, Wang Yi originally just wanted to come to Phil, but he couldn't resist the kindness of the sun god, so he was reluctant to accept it. Otherwise, he would be worried if he didn't accept it. He also lent the Hall of Valor to the other party for 30 years, and relying on this research, the sun god already has the means to build his own Hall of Valor with the help of the will of the stars. So even if the 3 saints are missing, it will not have much impact for the time being. With the change of the mode of faith application, he no longer needs to use saints to share the burden. It's really an interesting little thing. Wang Yi waved his hand, not wanting to talk in depth. And then he felt that the time was about right. So he stood up and said to the sun god, "Your own will has been worn out and cracks have begun to appear. If you don't deal with it, be careful that the abyss will take advantage of the opportunity to enter. Don't blame me when the time comes." Faced with such a calm statement with warning words, the sun god also seemed very humble. "Whether it is the inspiration from your Hall of Heroes or the skills you taught me before, I will definitely complete them as soon as possible. I should be more urgent than you in this regard." Wang Yi also stopped there and did not continue. The next moment, he tore open the void in front of him, penetrated the abyss, and left the palace of the sun god with the 3 saints. seeing that Wang Yi had clearly torn open the abyss. But no abyss breath flowed out to affect him. The sun god also felt a surge of excitement. This was too exaggerated. The chaotic abyss fluctuations did not leak a single bit. Just like seeing an ordinary person in a rainstorm catch all the rain on his head with his palm, and his clothes were still dry. But only such an existence could possibly come up with the targeted solution to his own problem before. The saints set out were indeed not in vain. This wave of blood profit. Chapter 665, The Heart of the Galaxy. Wang Yi did not return to Earth after tearing the void, but took the three saints directly to Proxima Centauri. The previous communication with the Sun God was quite friendly. The Sun God had his own means to deal with the Frost Titan, and he was not stupid. And seeing that he was buying one and getting two for free, Wang Yi spent some time to diagnose this guy. In terms of time, the Sun God has been combined with the will of the stars for nearly 100 million years. Since he became invincible in the seven realms, he has calmly become a good man, constantly restraining his terrifying strength. The Sun God was able to stand out, forcing the Frost Titan to flee far into the starry sky, and the Holy Dragon King to surrender. His own will is undoubtedly strong. However, the size of the star will is too terrifying. This fusion and synchronization also slowly perform some long-term wear and tear on the Sun God. This is also the reason why the Sun God has zero tolerance for the Church of the Evil God. It doesn't matter even if the plain war fails. But since the problem can be found, Wang Yi can naturally solve it. A completely targeted combination of treatments directly shocked the Sun God. Just relying on words. The former overlord of the seven realms bowed his head. And for Wang Yi, this is just a casual thing. The problem behind this is solved. Before leaving, Wang Yi also prepared to come to Proxima to see what the situation is. 30 years ago, the Sun God was still an absolute overlord who could not be tested. 30 years later, Wang Yi read the other party's information and felt that's it. Now Wang Yi looks at his hands and feels a little hairy. Now for him, there is no difference between magic and no magic. He can easily mobilize the magic of the abyss anywhere. Even the chaotic magic of the abyss, the chaos that makes the gods avoid it, has become traceable in Wang Yi's eyes. He can make complex responses anytime and anywhere, thereby neutralizing all the chaotic breath of the abyss. He can output at full power anytime and anywhere, regardless of space. Meanwhile, on Proxima Centauri, the blue-skinned boat that flew over had been captured, and all the alien visitors on it were captured and imprisoned in Jiang Bo's magic tower. After they fired the first arrow to confirm the hostility and issued a manifesto, the rest was a one-sided crush. There was no need for any legends or great magicians to be dispatched, as the defense robots on the orbital platform had already captured them all. Those combat unit insects that were being cultivated were sucked back into the egg sheaths and turned into nutrients. This. Jiang Bo's initial questioning went very smoothly. They captured them in a few moves, and this group of people regarded Jiang Bo as a god. Relying on their knowledge of the language, they kept begging for forgiveness over there. So the questions were almost all-inclusive. That was indeed a very primitive planet. And they didn't even have a systematic way of practicing now. They just relied on their strong foundation. And the most concerned kind of pro-magic superconducting materials were almost everywhere on their planet. From the description, we know that their planet is a satellite of a giant gaseous planet, which is similar to the relationship between Proxima b and a star. Yes, let them go back. I will reinforce the cracks. This place will be used as a base for external mining. I will issue a tender to companies on Earth and include the resettlement of indigenous people in the contract. If they have certain talents, they can be recruited. Wang Yi's voice suddenly came, making Jiang Bo's scalp numb. He turned around and saw Wang Yi and three Tianyi people appear behind him without knowing when. Ross, who was sitting here and also listening to the questioning process, stood up straight when he looked at Wang Yi, and a flattering expression instantly appeared on his face. Your Majesty, why did you come in person? Don't laugh so disgustingly. You are a paladin. Wang Yi looked at Ross and cursed him with a smile. After all, he asked him to try the ancient customs, and he still registered with Wang Yi. Jiang Bo Wang Yi also knew that he was a very hard-working anchor, and now he became a great wizard, which is also a typical hard-working type. When Jiang Bo saw Wang Yi and heard Ross's words, his eyes widened. He was obviously a great wizard, but he seemed a little at a loss at this time. It's hard to imagine that he actually saw the gods of the earth. So caught off guard, unprepared, Jiang Bo had seen Wang Yi wearing a mask from a distance in the game before, and he didn't know his identity at that time. Now that he knew, this close and direct contact really made him feel uneasy. and the other party was completely different from what he imagined. Isn't this too approachable? You are also very good. Although a mage must find his own way to break through the legend. The requirements for innateness are not so high. Don't give up. There are many ways for mages to prolong their lives. And there is no need to consider the problem of physical profession's blood and chi decay. Wang Yi was not arrogant to begin with. Looking at Jiang Bo's nervous look, he smiled and patted his shoulder. With Wang Yi's current situation, he completely saw through Jiang Bo at a glance. What this guy lacks most now is actually confidence. The innate 12-point spirit is indeed too different from Gu Qianqian and Yu Yuzi. Those two have reached the pinnacle of the great mage. But to break through the legend, sometimes it is not purely innate talent. There are countless examples of the proud sons of heaven stuck at the threshold of legend for a lifetime, far exceeding the number of breakthroughs. Now that I have seen it, I will naturally mention it. When gamers began to combine with reality, 30 years was enough to see the gap. Among the former top players, only Qin Xiang relied on his money to break through to the hero level. Similar to PDD and Lu Yi, although they already have a legendary player body, they are still only at the professional level in reality. At this time, their hard-built legendary bodies are completely unable to exert their strength. They are only at the level of weak legends in fighting. They can crush all heroes, but they will be beaten by any legend. No matter how much practice, it is meaningless. I will definitely work hard. Jiang Bo's fighting spirit was rekindled by Wang Yi's words, and his mental state was quite high. Looking at his shoulder that was padded, he turned around and prepared to frame the clothes and send them back to his real self as an heirloom. Then Wang Yi also casually summoned a piece of debris from the ship. It is indeed a natural pro-magic superconductor. It can only be said that nature is magical. Holding this material, Wang Yi's eyes seemed to have a river of time flowing, and he saw the record of the material information, and saw the origin and reason for its birth. This is the residue of matter that was ejected when a black hole devoured a star. It is true that light cannot escape from the black hole's event horizon, but there may still be edge situations outside the limit. It is even possible that the heat radiation of the black hole relying on the accretion disk can also give birth to life planets nearby. Huh? Wang Yi traced the information of this material and thought of another possibility. If a black hole with a suitable accretion disk has habitable satellites, then I wonder if a sufficient number of habitable planets can activate the consciousness of the black hole. Theoretically, this is completely feasible. Because of the relationship between the sun's own mass and gravity, the habitable zone can only have 6 terrestrial planets at most. But in theory, a habitable zone suitable for a black hole can easily increase the number of planets in the habitable zone to hundreds. Black holes are extremely curious things even for Wang Yi now. The more you know, the more interested you will be in the information of black holes. Among the 4 fundamental forces, gravity is the weakest. So weak that it is even weaker than the weak interaction that appears in decay. It is even so weak that it can be ignored in the study of the microscopic world. The electromagnetic force in 2 protons is 10 to the power of 36 times their gravitational force. However, it is this weakest force that can converge into a black hole that even light cannot escape because of its infinite action distance. Although the speed of light itself is the speed of light, it is actually an upper limit of the speed of information transmission and a cosmic constant. In addition to photons, which are electromagnetic force media particles, gluons, which are strong force media, can reach the speed of light. The strong force firmly binds quarks to form protons and neutrons, and even overflows protons and neutrons to forcibly crush the electromagnetic force between protons and squeeze them into atomic nuclei. This is also the source of energy for mass energy nuclear reactions, and it is indeed worthy of the name strong. But all this is suppressed by the monster black hole that has been buffed up in the macroscopic world by the gravity of the weakest little brother. The transmission of gluons is also the speed of light. In theory, within the black hole's horizon, the strong force will collapse instantly. All physical rules and all information seem to be completely subverted in the black hole. This is indeed a problem that Wang Yi, who wants to control all information, must overcome. Black holes are not necessarily more massive than stars. In common binary star galaxies, smaller stars collapse into black holes and advance, and then reversely devour their larger brothers. This has been observed. In the past, it was believed that black holes had no hair theory. That is, the surface of black holes could not reveal any information. Even if a piece of white paper is burned, all the information on it will still be preserved in another form. But once the powder of the white paper is swallowed by a black hole, it seems that the information disappears. Therefore, The classic Hawking radiation was proposed. In addition to recording the swallowed information, Hawking radiation can also explain the instantaneous evaporation of micro black holes in particle colliders. The smaller the mass of the black hole, the faster it evaporates, and the larger the mass, the slower it evaporates. So slow that it can be almost ignored. Wang Yi did notice this when he was studying the particle collider. But even with his current terrifying ability, there are still many mysteries that have not been solved. Now, after seeing this magical substance being ejected, he also had some feelings again. Perhaps he could try to cultivate the will of a black hole to complete his own puzzle of relevant information? Thinking of this, Wang Yi did not have any new interactions with others. He left the original place and came to the crack in one step, and then stepped into it. Usually, the environment on both sides of the space crack will be similar. But at this time, there was a burst of birdsong and flowers on this side of the crack, and it was even somewhat similar to the beauty of Yel's. However, feeling the completely floating island composed of pro-magic superconducting materials, Wang Yi could also know the reason. This is too extravagant. So many of them were formed naturally. Looking up, Wang Yi saw a gaseous planet pattern similar to Jupiter on the sky. And in addition, there was a star similar to the sun. But all this was not the focus of Wang Yi's attention. Looking up at the depths of the starry sky, he could see that there was a small position in the sky under the starry sky background map that was distorted. Although the area occupied by the sky was not large, it was about the same size as an ordinary light spot in the sky. But this also shows that the black hole is not too far from here, only about a dozen light years away. And the star itself is also constantly rotating around the black hole with its planets. When the mass swallowed by the black hole increases, or other reasons cause the orbit to change, then the star and everything around it will become the reserve food of the black hole. But the time will be relatively long. This should be the reason why so many magical substances appear on this planet. To a certain extent, this is the product of the final combination of the debris ejected by the black hole when it eats and smashes the planets of this star system. It is indeed rare. Dig it. Feeling the planetary will of this planet, which is not weak, Wang Yi unscrupulously showed his existence, which is completely different from the way he hid when he went to the Safei world. However, Wang Yi's unconcealed situation did not attract the hostility of the planetary will, but directly condensed many light points to express his submission. As long as Wang Yi is willing, he can instantly absorb the mark of the world's will and complete the fusion. However, Wang Yi did not want the will of the earth, and the will of the stars in the seven realms had no idea. So naturally, he would not make a choice. Interesting. The will of the world is only slightly weaker than that of Safei, enough to fight against ordinary gods. But the civilization of this world is still quite primitive. Wang Yi waved his hand casually, and the mark of the will of the world in front of him dissipated into light spots, as if a long river of history had formed in front of him. Words and patterns began to jump out of the long river, quickly compiling various pictures and information by themselves. And Wang Yi seemed to interpret everything about this planet through this long river like a tape, and even saw the planet destroyed by the high-speed jet at the beginning, and the remaining ruins were finally captured by this massive gas planet, and then gathered together under the action of gravity to form the satellite in front of him. Then this planet, which was almost a perfect start, had the will of the planet in the short time of less than 100 million years since its birth, and the biological evolution on it was also quite smooth. Until now this blue-skinned civilization was born. But perhaps the planetary will was born too early. Although these blue-skinned people have talents and potential, they have been living a primitive life for a long time. What they pursue is unity with nature. Even their cultivation is extremely superficial, relying on their talents to resist. There is not even a legend on the entire planet, and the few heroes are simply too talented, really eating and drinking to achieve the hero level. In addition, this primitive planet has initially completed several monkey version plane wars. Because of the unique advantages, this powerful and extremely pro-magic superconducting material blessing, these primitive people occasionally find some space cracks and go out to hunt in the wild. They have always been lucky and have not encountered real magic civilizations. But this time, it is considered to be a kick on the iron plate. Although Wang Yi only has that kind of compassion for earth creatures, he has never been a bloodthirsty person. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, he directly used the planetary will as a carrier and used a method similar to divine revelation to leave a way out for the natives of this planet. The primitive civilization has always made them worship the will of the planet as a god. Wang Yi can be said to have directly cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot. When the eager players came over with their equipment, They were a little speechless to find that they came here to open up the wasteland and fight. And there was no fight at all. At this time, Wang Yi had already arrived outside the black hole more than 10 light years away from the new resource planet. Looking at the twisted behemoth in front of him, Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, there is so little information. This is not a super black hole. It's just ordinary. But even so, the weak Hawking radiation on the surface of the black hole made Wang Yi unable to retrieve useful information. It is completely impossible to trace the source directly with a piece of material like before. Sure enough, either continue to stack bus, or start trying to capture the will of the black hole, because the accumulation of the Earth and the accumulation of collisions with other worlds have been exhausted. Wang Yi is idle anyway, and it doesn't seem to be the case that he lives a life of wine and meat every day. Maybe we can go to the center of the Milky Way to have a look. Wang Yi turned his head and looked in the direction of the center of the Milky Way. The huge source of gravity that can pull the entire Milky Way is definitely not comparable to this small black hole in front of him. Even if it is a god who can reach a curvature speed of 10,000 times, it will take several years to cross tens of thousands of light years to reach the center of the Milky Way. But for Wang Yi, it is not a problem at all. Looking at the light spot from the center of the Milky Way tens of thousands of years ago, Wang Yi's eyes are also full of data. The direction, changes and trajectory of the Milky Way are constantly calculated and combined with many small laws. Only through the light tens of thousands of years ago, the coordinates near the center of the Milky Way are captured and located. At that time, as long as Wang Yi uses the ubiquitous abyss, he can reach there in the shortest way, across tens of thousands of light years. But before the long journey, he still needs to make some arrangements at home. Although he can come back at any time, he doesn't want to run back and forth when the fish caught by the Zerg arrives when he is doing things. No matter how much you have subordinates, it is still necessary to initially guarantee the Earth's ability to resist the first wave of attacks, or simply handle the problem without having to come back yourself. There is no need to do everything by myself now. The galactic center, as the name suggests, is the core area of the Milky Way. It is also the area with the highest mass density and the most dense stars in the Milky Way. Unlike the outer Earth, Cephi, and 7 worlds, there are a lot of stars near the galactic center. The various complex gravitational structures between each other have led to a very chaotic system. In the area of 1 cubic light year in the galactic center, there are nearly 300,000 stars on average. You should know that Proxima Centauri is 4 light years away from the Sun, and Proxima Centauri is 1/5 of a light year away from Alpha Centauri, and has become a companion star due to the pull of gravity. Here, let alone the 3-body motion, the intensity is directly up to 300,000 bodies. Disorder, chaos, unpredictable. To some extent, this is the attribute of the abyss. However, it is obvious that the vicinity of the galactic center is extremely chaotic and complex due to the gravitational forces of various stars. But because of the gravitational restraint of the core, if the galactic center is regarded as a whole area, it will use gravity to firmly bind the structure of the entire Milky Way and maintain a different kind of stability. At the same time, because of the massive gathering of stars, black holes, neutron stars and other high-quality celestial bodies, even the magic here seems to be suppressed by gravity. Although it has a magic concentration comparable to that of the abyss, it seems unusually peaceful. It is so peaceful that if ordinary people can ignore the various terrifying radiations here, they can easily live longer by immersing themselves in this magic. But if we consider the reality, not everyone can be a radiation person. Wang Yi walked out of the obviously more solid space crack and shook his numb hands slightly. It's incredible. Even tearing the space himself felt a little bit of effort. Generally speaking, gods here can't choose to jump into the abyss to escape. But curvature flight is okay. But the speed is limited. Frost Titan also relied on this to complete the hunt. The environment here is a huge threat to all gods. But because of the magic tamed by gravity, those half-crazy and out-of-control gods can only stabilize themselves here. Although the land of the gods sounds good, it is generally the standard law of the jungle. Wang Yi analyzed the general information here from the old bird Frost Titan. So even if it was his first time here, he seemed very familiar. Behind him were the 3 saints of the Skywing clan. The first Saint Lar, the second Saint Jiar, and the third Saint Phil. It must be said that although the sun god has been energized now, his craftsmanship when he created the race was beyond reproach. And he was truly ingenious. No matter from any perspective, the appearance of the 3 saints is impeccable. But they also have their own characteristics. At this time, everyone came out of the space crack. surrounded by a starry sky that was much brighter than the one near the Earth. Perhaps it is no longer a question of brightness, but you can directly regard this place as the interior of a star. The entire silver star is 20,000 light-years in diameter and 10,000 light-years in thickness. If you look from the outside, it is indeed such a large luminous sphere. Looking up, there are fireballs hanging in the air everywhere. These fireballs are still moving under the action of gravity. The two stars are too close to each other, and the dynamic picture of the gaseous plasma on the surface of the smaller star is drawn in arcs in a way of being absorbed by the other star is in front of us. From time to time, various gamma-ray bursts may be formed due to the collision and collapse of stars, the collision of neutron stars to form black holes, or the feeding of black holes, etc., which wreak havoc in this area. However, according to the information from the Frost Titan, there are still some powerful gods who have cooperated to open up some safe zones here, mainly to facilitate the trade of some high-quality believers. Chapter 666, Attention. My lord, although the environment here is very bad, the peaceful magic can calm and neutralize the impurities in the divine power. Staying here for a long time will be good for us. The first Saint Lar quickly got into the role at this time. For them, when they were created, almost all emotions were wiped out. This kind of adaptation method is far beyond the norm. It can even be said that the legendary and above believers of the Sky Wings under the command of the Sun God are one of the most popular hard currencies in the land of the gods. The handover is too convenient. It's okay. Even if I'm not here, I can help you adjust it, and the effect will be better than this, Wang Yi said calmly. But in fact, from the fact that Lar, a true god-level saint, can use bad environment to evaluate it, we can also know the intensity of radiation here. Humans cannot see gamma rays, but gods can see them completely. Bundles of high-energy photons are everywhere and penetrate into themselves. Of course, this environment cannot be said to be good. If you bring any stone here, it will be instantly ionized by the terrifying density of gamma rays, absorbing energy and turning into plasma. There is no solid, liquid or gas. The chaotic and disordered entropy increase environment, but because of its own low entropy characteristics, it can form entropy reduction in local areas, resulting in the reduction of chaos in the belief of gods, which is different from the chaos in the abyss. I can only say that the universe is really wonderful. It is just like the birth of life on Earth can be seen as a process of entropy reduction. But this entropy reduction is at the cost of the terrifying entropy increase of the sun. It is the Earth that constantly absorbs the low entropy radiation of the sun, which leads to the overall entropy reduction of the Earth. Let's go. Find a nearby area first. Notary, Silver Moon, Mother Earth and Dragon Mother are all here. And we can also say that they have their contact information. Gods from Sefei and the Seven Realms have come here. And even the God of Light from the other world where Wang Yi was originally may be here with a high probability. So there are still some acquaintances. However, after Wang Yi successfully completed the profiling and positioning of the nearby area, he also matched the information obtained from the Frost Titan. The nearest gathering place should be a shelter 100 light-years away, because there are too many large gravitational sources here. Even if the divine curvature flight is affected here, it will be affected to a certain extent, so the normal speed cannot be too fast. But for Wang Yi, no matter how complicated the terrain here is, he can easily reach it with high curvature. He can even tear the abyss and teleport there directly. It's just that because of the chaotic gravity here, it hurts to tear it. So Wang Yi waved his hand, and a huge cavity wrapped all three saints inside, and then accompanied by a twist, entered the sandwich between the material world and the abyss, and quickly headed towards the target area at high speed. In this gap world, the outside world is colorful, because the density of stars here is too high, and massive stars will have some projections here. Neutron stars need to be avoided like reefs. As for black holes, it seems to be directly collapsed and connected between the two worlds. Every black hole in the material world has a corresponding projection in the abyss, even throwing out the devoured residue. The Pilates pantheon is a relatively well-known pantheon in the land of the gods. The pantheon is divided into a king of gods, 24 main gods, and 42 subordinate gods. In terms of the number of gods, it is even more powerful than the Seven Realms. However, according to the information left by the Frost Titan, he had inquired at the beginning that there were only about 7 or 8 gods at first, and they were gradually merged and absorbed by other gods and pantheons, and gradually became like this. It's just that for those new gods, who have just arrived in the land of the gods, the name of the Pilates pantheon with so many gods is still quite intimidating. In addition, The Pallades God King has the will of a rare star in the Silver Heart. In this territory, the strong dragons who come here have to give him face. In theory, it is difficult for life to be born in the harsh environment of the Silver Heart where gamma rays are everywhere, without a large number of lives gradually evolving into a system of civilization and belief. It is difficult for stars to stimulate their wills autonomously. But the Pallades God King himself is extremely powerful and has subdued an abyss demon. When he first arrived in the land of the gods with his pantheon, he began to manage the star they chose, with the abyss demon as the foundation. A floating continent was built, relying on the size of the abyss demon god that exceeds that of normal gods, and the huge chaotic divine power of the abyss demon god. The creatures on this floating continent are protected by a barrier. The races that originally brought the seeds of civilization came to this continent to reproduce, and the potential stars that they carefully selected formed the current situation. Before merging with the stars, he was able to have several subordinate gods, and he was also able to suppress an abyss demon god. Even before the Pallades God King merged with the will of the stars, his strength was considered extremely strong. The lower limit was the ancient gods such as the Frost Titan and the Holy Dragon King, who had the opportunity to kill other gods, and it was more likely that he was stronger than them. It can be said that in this ghost place of the Milky Way, there is no simple character who can be a tiger sitting on the ground. The Frost Titan also found a way to wait for the rabbit from these shelters. There are so many stars in the Milky Way center. Although the proportion of potential is not high, there are definitely some. However, the density of gods here is too high, too unsafe and too unstable. This is why he came back immediately after hearing the news from the Giant King. Then he provided Wang Yi with a detailed information about the jungle in the land of the gods in the Silver Heart. As the space twisted and the curvature disappeared, Wang Yi and the three saints appeared directly above the Pallades continent. The sky is round and the earth is square, a continent carried by the abyss demon. At the end of the continent, there is endless sea water falling down like a waterfall, and the divine force field surrounding the continent protects it from the horrible environment outside. It is in the sky for 100 days, but it is quite livable under isolation, and it can be called a paradise. And Wang Yi can also see that this place comparable to the Eurasian continent is densely populated with many ordinary creatures. And in order to maximize the use of the continent, it is divided into 17 layers. Absolutely enough energy source. And it can also meet all the needs of the sentient beings on this continent. There are dozens of gods in the Pallades pantheon, but Wang Yi can also feel that the total number of gods in the Pallades continent is barely over 100. Although the galactic center is the land of gods, gathering gods from all over the galaxy, and Pallades is also a well-known sanctuary in the nearby area, the total number of gods is generally small. Wang Yi also knew from the information he directly interpreted that the main business here was the trading of believers and the foster care service of believers. As for the trading currency between gods, it is also completely varied. The most common one is the legendary wonders that can transform legends. This kind of thing is fought to death in the plane war. But in fact the gods themselves will still have a lot of accumulation. Then the chaotic faith that the belief pool does not use can also be traded, mainly for rough work. Some special materials such as star core fragments can be used to create artifacts. Stripped world will, artifacts, god corpses, etc. are all kinds of things. It mainly depends on the supply and demand of both sides. However, the believers above the legend can be regarded as hard currency. This is the anchor point for whether the gods can go back. After all, not every god likes the environment of the Silver Heart. After accumulating enough high-quality believers to neutralize, plus the adjustment of leaving for a long enough time, you can go back after recovery. Some gods come and go, which is also the norm of the Silver Heart. Wang Yi did not hide his whereabouts, and the breath emitted by the three saints directly caused the self-discipline reaction on the Pallades continent. A giant square structure with a rather abstract aesthetic appearance flew from the void at high speed. This kind of structure is spread all around the continent. Wang Yi can see from the information that it is a fine self-discipline defense module, which is also the outer node, and the first layer of protection of the protective array of the continent's barrier. The main function of each puppet is actually strong. They are all made of star cores as the main material, and can be regarded as a divine weapon to a certain extent. When necessary, each puppet can concentrate on mobilizing the power of the divine array to complete the resistance to the divine level in a short period of time. It is a clever structural coordination performance, which is enough to deal with any sudden attack. Welcome to the Pallades continent. I didn't feel the identification information. Is this your first time here? The self-disciplined structure just came in front of him, and the original mechanical and rigid movements changed. Wang Yi could feel that the will of a god descended on the structure. The breath of the three saints was not concealed, which meant that the three gods had arrived. In terms of the number and density of gods in the Pallades continent, this is definitely a relatively important reception. For the gods' concept of time, it is quite normal that there are no guests here for 10 years. Not bad. Did you build this structure? A god of magic? Wang Yi said with interest as he looked at the will that descended in front of him. There has never been a mage becoming a god. And even a warlock who becomes a demigod has the probability of being targeted by life. So there are really not many gods who are willing to do research. The entanglement of the poison of faith requires them to spend a lot of energy to fight against the entanglement. And in terms of research ability, they may have become weaker, and can only rely on the advantages accumulated over time. I'm sorry to make you laugh. It's just a small thing that can't be shown. Wang Yi's question just hit the itch of the descending god. In order to ensure that he is affected by the poison of faith to the least extent. Although he did not go to the extreme of completely stripping off his faith, he adopted a truly elite believer model, leaving only legendary believers, because of the pure relationship. Even if there are other ordinary creatures who believe in him, those messy beliefs can be easily distinguished and cleansed, and will not be mixed together and difficult to handle. To a certain extent, it is actually similar to the sun god, but not as cruel as the sun god. It's not a small thing that can't be shown. The combination of the divine array and the traditional magic array. The fusion of faith and magic power is just right. Even if you don't come, any single construct can temporarily fight against a god. This is already very difficult, although the attack of these constructs is not strong. In terms of defense and containment, some powerful ancient gods cannot bypass it in the short term. Wang Yi was also happy to see the prey. The knowledge system of the earth and other realms had just been drained. And now he encountered a good one. Although he became a god, he regretfully chose to merge with faith. But his brain generally remained flexible, and did not become a curly-haired baboon. The receptionist on the other side also had his eyes brightened when he heard this. Did you also belong to the magic system before you became a god? It's too difficult to change after becoming a god. I guess so. I am the main god of the Pallades pantheon, the god of wisdom. If you have time, I would like to invite you to discuss something. Although the density of gods in the land of gods is very high, that is only relative. On average, there is only one visitor per year in Pallades. The longest time is that no one has come for hundreds of years. Many of them are old faces who come and go to see how the foster believers are doing. It's really rare to meet someone with the same hobbies, whether it's a mage or a god. If you want to go into research and development, the demand for inspiration is quite high, and they all like the collision of knowledge and brainstorming. However, Wang Yi's face was a little strange when he heard the other party's title translated from the meaning. Actually, I think it's better to call him God of Knowledge. Wisdom is not auspicious. Haha. I know what you mean. Don't worry. That thing doesn't pay so much attention to me. I became a god in Pallades. Before I became a god, I was a member of the family of His Majesty the God King. So I knew the flaws of mages very early. But I am obviously very suitable to be a mage. The god of wisdom obviously had a lot of resentment about this. It was precisely because of the existence of wisdom that he did not choose the path he liked most. Although he grew up in circles and eventually became a god as a magician, and became one of the 24 main gods of Pallades, his ability and talent can be said to be beyond doubt. The dissatisfaction at the beginning can now be regarded as a small vent in the title. After all, he now has the ability to resist the attention of wisdom. From the fact that he used that thing to describe it, it can actually be known that this is a measured one. Wang Yi naturally stopped talking about this situation. And then the god of wisdom used the construct to directly pop out 4 cards for Wang Yi and his friends. Next time, there would be no such trouble. At the same time, he accompanied the 4 people all the way to land, and quickly explained some of the Pallades situation. For the gods, the restrictions will definitely not be too big, but there will still be some taboos. However, Wang Yi already has the experience pack of the Frost Titan, so he knows it well. Our main business here is the foster care of believers. Many gods with problems in their faith will come with their families. Many of them are streamlined to only bring legendary and demigod believers. But you know the environment here. It's too exhausting to keep thinking about protecting the mortals. And it may even be dangerous to yourself. Because he felt that he was speculating with Wang Yi. The god of wisdom also said a few more words. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the danger here is obviously likely to be targeted by other gods. When the time comes, all the legendary believers will be killed in one wave. The gods who originally came out because of the problem of faith will go crazy on the spot. And then add the consumption of protecting the believers along the way. The probability of the death of the gods will be greatly increased. Therefore, fostering in a safe zone like Pilates is very important. The lifespan of legends here seems to have increased a lot, as the giant structure landed on a giant floating city in the center of the Pilates continent. Wang Yi also said casually. In fact, the lifespan of legends is very long, excluding some strange immortal individuals. Among the races with normal lifespans, even if the physical department is well maintained, it is not a problem to live for 1,000 years. Not to mention the legendary wizards, Leo, who survived the dual god period, can outlive the existing legends even if he does not break through to the demigod. But even so, this lifespan is too insignificant in front of the gods, which also forces the gods to vigorously complete the cultivation of believers and control the number. This is also one of the reasons why the legend has a high status. However, because of the unique pure magic power of the silver heart, even ordinary people can prolong their lives. Legends can have their lifespan increased by several times even if they do nothing. And Wang Yi also found some interesting things here. There are actually many legendary believers in the form of undead. Obviously, this is also acquired, using various means to increase the existence time of believers as much as possible. In addition, the undead legend is not bound by material things, and can even gather together to possess a certain artifact carried by the gods, which is indeed a good choice for going out. Many gods promote that they can ascend to the kingdom of God to serve the gods after death, which is not groundless. Faith, undead, and the peaceful magic power in front of him. The existence time of the undead legend will be quite long. It is a bit disrespectful to call them undead again. Perhaps they can be called holy spirits. This place itself is a place where many gods, who have not been in the Silver Heart for a long time, store these holy spirits after death. It is precisely this long accumulation of years that allows the God of Wisdom in front of him to choose to use high-quality believers to complete the filling measures. After all, he is one of the 24 main gods of Pilates, with the advantage of being a landlord. It is not a big problem to allocate a piece of land for himself. Moreover, the defense measures of Pilates continent and many places that need to be designed were completed by him personally. Maybe he is not a strong man in the Pilates god system, but his importance is beyond doubt. I didn't realize just now that your 3 companions are all saints? True god-level saints? This is really a big deal. A figure appeared in front of several people. It was the original god of wisdom, who controlled the construct before. In terms of appearance, the Pilates god system is also humanoid, but full of a metal pharaoh style. The skin all over the body has a little metallic luster, which looks very fit. At this time, he looked at the 3 saints and felt a little surprised. This is not something that ordinary gods can do. Even the Pilates God King has only 5 true god-level saints. And these 5 also have the title of from God. It can be said that even if a crazy god can get a true god-level saint immediately, he can suppress the madness in an instant, even if he may slowly slide into the subsequent chaos. Since he is awake, he can buy a lot of time to arrange the backup, and perhaps solve his own problems. True god-level saints are definitely the top resources in the land of gods. They are truly invaluable. No matter how powerful the gods are, they will not despise the number of their true god saints. Wow! Is it so valuable? Wang Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at the god of wisdom with interest. He could see the greed that the other party had erupted in a very short time before, but it was quickly suppressed by himself. It is normal to have evil thoughts in your heart, regardless of your heart. If you can control it, then there is no problem. Of course, in addition to his reason keeping him calm, the strength of the true god saints is the biggest constraint. There are 5 Pilates god kings, but no one has ever thought about them. You are joking. I was wrong before. The god of wisdom obviously lowered his status and made a gesture of invitation to Wang Yi, then asked tentatively, I haven't asked for your names yet. Wang Yi did not mention any honorific names. For him, these are no longer important, and there are naturally many gods who like to use secular names to mix, which is not surprising. Lar, Jar, Phil, the Sky Wings were originally indifferent, and at this time, they only uttered 2 words with Wang Yi. This indifference made the god of wisdom marvel. This is indeed the most perfect saint. Lack of emotion, strong strength, and loyal. Your Majesty, Wang Yi can have 3 such perfect saints, so there should not be many problems of faith. I wonder what you want to ask for this time. Maybe you can tell me. The god of wisdom, whose attitude began to lower, also asked the purpose of several people. Such a unique combination appeared nearby, as a prominent think tank of the Plas God system in the nearby star field. The God of Wisdom had to understand their purpose and intention. Generally, the gods who came here either had faith problems or were taking precautions. He speculated that the other party was the latter. Just like the gods, who rented land in advance to deposit holy spirits and legendary believers. For gods, each of them has more or less faith problems. But as long as it is not an imminent situation, there will be ways to resolve it. As a local, it's okay to talk to you. Maybe you need the help of your Pratis God system with your own network of relationships. Wang Yi heard the inquiry of the God of Wisdom and agreed to it directly. Originally, he had taken a fancy to the special situation of the land of gods. As a local native, the Pratis God system could naturally borrow strength. The Pratis God system has already built a shelter, and they can also assist Wang Yi in his subsequent plans. Moreover, these creatures on the Pratis continent are completely ready-made. After finding a suitable black hole, they can be moved directly over and used. It might be difficult for other gods to tear the space apart here. But if Wang Yi spends some time and uses information technology to find the weakest point, he can still do it. Well, it's not that he just tears it apart, but he spends time to arrange it and directly moves the Pilates continent to the vicinity of the selected black hole. The gravity and density of the black hole are impeccable. But in fact, the mass is not necessarily greater than that of a star. Wang Yi only asked for information, but it is unknown, and he is not even prepared to combine it with the will of the black hole. So he calculated that as long as he moved 5 or 6 shelters of the same specifications as the Pilates continent, he should be able to complete the initial activation. As for whether others agree or not, Wang Yi didn't consider it. He is a particular person. If he uses others, he will definitely give them enough rewards that are useful to the gods, but he will not give them the right to refuse. Chapter 667, Consideration. What? The God of Wisdom could hardly believe what he heard. Originally, when he saw the other party with the 3 saints, he was also thinking about giving some VIP services, and he would accompany him throughout the whole process to complete this transaction. In his opinion, the other party should be preparing for a rainy day and making arrangements for the future in advance. After all, the longevity of the gods requires them to have sufficient foresight. Theoretically, the lifespan of gods is unlimited. But there will be 2 kinds of wear and tear on the will. One is the most common poison of faith, and the other is the stellar will that only a few people know. However, in addition to wear and tear, the gods also have a strong self-repair ability. As long as they can keep the balance all the time, there will be no problem. Otherwise, sooner or later they will fall into madness, and even fall into the abyss, and become an unconscious abyss demon. It is for this reason that Pilates opened a sanctuary in the land of the gods, to have a steady stream of popular business targeting the gods. Although the Pilates God King may not be much stronger than the other stellar masters in the outer galaxy, his status is completely incomparable. Many gods will take the initiative to ask for it, and they can put forward all kinds of conditions. To be frank, if this person has enough needs, the place he wants is big enough, the location is good, and he wants to rent it for a long time, then he may even need to pay a saint behind him. This is the value of the landlord of the land of gods. Of course, this is also the value of a true saint. But in the end, the other party asked for the entire Prati continent, and asked the Prati God system to mobilize relations to promote it as much as possible in the land of gods. He wants to use a black hole for experiments and cultivate the will of the black hole. In fact, this is a guy who has gone crazy. Right? Just pretending to be rational? The kind of advanced mental illness that can't see madness clearly? This idea made the God of Wisdom ask again carefully. Little God, please confirm again. Do you want the entire Prati continent? And then move to a nearby black hole? It's not about moving to a nearby black hole, but finding a black hole with the potential to give birth to will. You local snakes who have been here for a long time should know this better. In addition, you can also issue a reward for the news. I can promise a reasonable request to the God who finds it. Excuse me, how many believers do you have left now? God of Wisdom has already started the consultation mode. And at the same time, he has also started to contact His Majesty the God King directly in secret. A powerful mad god was introduced by himself, which is very difficult to deal with. They are in the business of collecting rent, but they have to protect the rights and interests of the lessees. If they are really crazy and cause damage, resulting in the death of believers deposited by other gods, that will destroy their reputation. This is not brought by competitors. Right? Opus Pantheon? Or Yana Pantheon? The mind of the god of wisdom is spinning wildly. The other two pantheons are also two god shelters in the nearby thousands of light years. And the situation is somewhat similar to that of Pilates. Don't worry. They are not able to arrange for me yet. It just so happens that they are nearby. So I also notified them. Wang Yi said seriously. After the god of wisdom was stunned for a moment. A chill suddenly emerged from the depths of his divinity. Just now. I shouldn't have said anything. Right. Right. I didn't say anything. Wang Yi looked at the trembling god of wisdom with deep meaning. The latter was already trembling and retreating at this time. His eyes full of fear. Directly read the thoughts of a god? How is this possible? Even if it is the will of a legend. The gods can't force it to break it. They can kill and torture. But as long as the legend holds on to the secret, the gods can't do anything. They can only use some means to force the other party. But what is the situation now? As a true god, I actually feel like I am smooth and shiny in the eyes of the other party. This made the god of wisdom think of the other party's reaction when he reported the title before, and then trembled and said, "The incarnation of wisdom? Impossible. It shouldn't be. He himself was born in the law system and took such a name. Of course, he would not be unfamiliar with the existence of wisdom. In his understanding, perhaps only the chaotic existence that controls the source of cosmic information can do this. But it's impossible. Every time I peek, I can be sure that it's a crazy and chaotic guy." The god of wisdom retreated in fear. But the next moment a domineering light shone here. The brilliant golden divine light enveloped the entire floating city, as if it had been included in the divine domain and isolated from the outside world. Then a voice full of majesty came. "What's the matter? God King Pilates, the creator of the Pilates pantheon. He defeated the abyss demon god before he merged with the will of the stars. He is an absolute supreme being. Maybe there are similar existences in other places, but at least in this land in front of him, in the Pilates continent, he is invincible, because he has the sustenance of the stars behind him. True God?" When the Pilates god king's divine domain was covered, he also noticed the problem here in an instant, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. As the master of the will of the stars, he can easily sense it as long as he enters Pilates. However, as a god king, he would not handle everything by himself, so he would not always maintain high-intensity surveillance. It was only after he looked over that he saw the three true god saints. Then he looked at Wang Yi, as if he was a little hesitant. Just now, his dog-headed military advisor nervously contacted him and said that something big was going to happen, which might cause serious damage to the Pratis continent, and a powerful mad god had arrived. But when he came over, he only saw three true god-level saints and a strange guy. If he said mad god, it should be this, but it doesn't look like it at all. Each mad god is quite obvious, and even if he is only half crazy, he can easily feel the frenzied aura. How can he control his aura if he is crazy? Did the dog-headed military advisor see the three saints and want to rob the thieves, and then put the hat of a mad god on them? To be honest, this deal is not impossible to do, and the value is quite considerable. But if the true god saints do not have the handover approved by their lord, they will only fight to the death, which is not worth the loss. I have never seen this guy so short-sighted. We are in this business of long-term growth and development. We should not give up this golden goose for such a small profit. However, it is quite rare to go out with three true saints. Gods who are combined with the will of stars usually do not leave the star system too far or too long. And Pilates God King himself is like this. Anyway, he has many subordinates, so he can arrange others to do some trivial things. And all his cores are originally around the newly named star Pilates. And he has completed rapid accumulation by taking advantage of the geographical advantage in front of him. There are colleagues in the same field, and there are even stronger ones than himself. But at least he is not afraid of those gods coming to his territory, which is his confidence. Here, I am the supreme. Snap. With a snap of Wang Yi's fingers without raising his head, the entire golden divine domain was shattered with a sound, like a curtain being lifted. Pilates God King also instantly lost his perception of the will of the star. The sense of connection that had been integrated for many years was cut off in an instant. Even this cut did not bring him any backlash. This even made him feel that he was in an illusion, and was attacked by some powerful soul. Don't doubt it. Just treat this as my advance payment to you. I will temporarily isolate you from the will of the stars, so that you can recover. After Wang Yi finished speaking, he smiled and looked at the golden light on his body, revealing a domineering figure similar to the appearance of a metal Iron Man. I should be very considerate. Right? Wang Yi always had a kind smile on his face. Now he doesn't need to care about much. And some appropriate display of strength can also reduce a lot of trouble, so that everyone can listen to his advice calmly. As a mage and a gentleman, he doesn't like fighting and killing. Consider it. Consider it. The Pilates God King was confused and nodded stiffly. He didn't know what he could do now besides nodding. This is not an unheard of question, but he has never dared to think about it from the beginning to now. It's a sin to think about it. Who is he? The God King of the Pilates God system. The guardian of the Pilates continent. The Lord of the Stars. Is well known in the land of the gods. It's not that there are no gods stronger than him. But even if those gods come to his territory, they have to bow their heads. This planet was carefully selected by him, and both its potential and lifespan are here. A few powerful gods who are eager for quick success will choose giant stars with potential, but the lifespan of such stars is usually shorter. Once the gods fail to find a way to extend the lifespan of the stars, even if they do not cause the death of gods, they will be severely damaged with the end of the stars. Of course, he also knows that some gods are just gambling on the ownership of neutron stars and black holes after collapse. But so far, the lifespan of such stars has ended. But no strongest person has ever been born. All relationships are cut off when the stars explode. So in the eyes of the God King Pilates, he is theoretically the strongest in his territory. Unless he is facing the siege of a group of strongest gods, he is deployed on the periphery. And there is long-term erosion. Otherwise there is no need to worry at all. This is the confidence of him to open this shelter. And it is also the biggest reason why the shelter can exist until now. He has so many subordinates to prevent people from doing bad things. The space of the Silver Heart is tough, and there is no need to worry about someone triggering the invasion of the abyss. So he is completely invulnerable. But what happened now? He cut off the connection between himself and the star in a flip of his hand. And the key is that he didn't hurt himself at all. Is this a god's work? This is no longer a matter of so-called size and strength. Even if the Silver Heart has a will, the other party is the master of the Silver Heart. It is impossible to do this. The extremely strong force can defeat himself, kill himself, and even cause the star to collapse or even be swallowed directly. But it can't cut off the connection so easily. This has exceeded the cognition of this old god and destroyed his three views. It makes him feel that he has lived in vain all these years, or living in a false world. In fact, we gods are all kept in captivity. Right? Is this someone from the upper world? The Pilates God King wandered in the sky, and his mind kept filling in various possibilities. The god of wisdom next to him also felt a suffocation, and could only ba, and couldn't say a word for a while. Next. Can we have a good talk? Just give me your orders. Although the gods have their own majesty and arrogance after living for so long, they can also recognize the situation. If the gods are arrogant and self-respecting in terms of power, they may become hard-headed. But neither the Pilates God King nor the God of Wisdom is like that. Very good. The purpose of my coming here is to find a suitable black hole in the center of the galaxy to do a small experiment. At that time, I will take away your pasture for use. In return, if I successfully activate the will of the black hole, I will give you priority. Wang Yi said casually. The Pilates God King also nodded mechanically. But then his eyes lit up. There is such a good thing? He began to nod mechanically because no matter what the other party asked, he had to accept it and listen to it. But then he found out. Damn. The conditions are so good? Isn't this a pie in the sky? Of course. In exchange, you have to cooperate with my research. Wang Yi looked at the Pilates God King indifferently. The face of this God King, who had originally appeared quite majestic, gradually became salty at this time. Why do I feel like I can't cooperate with you? Now he is ready. Let the other party do whatever he wants. It's a profit to be able to survive. If it can really merge the will of the black hole, isn't it a blood profit? It's all up to you. At this time, the God of Wisdom also recovered from the God of ABA, and then stood aside and hesitated to speak. He looked like he wanted to say something, but didn't dare to speak. However, since Wang Yi had read his thoughts before, he naturally did it deliberately now, which made Wang Yi feel a little funny. Your guess is correct to a certain extent. I am indeed a god achieved by a wizard, whether it is the God of Wisdom or the God King of Pilates. When they heard this news at this time, they surprisingly didn't feel how shocked they were. Those who should be shocked have been shocked. Now, let alone the other party saying that he is wisdom itself. And then suddenly sobered up. The two gods will nod and praise and bow down. If one's strength is only a little bit stronger, One can still be competitive. If one's strength is 10 times stronger, one may still be jealous. But with such a qualitative gap, he couldn't bring up any thoughts. And even if he wanted to bring up any, he would probably have been seen through by the other party just after he came up, reading the mind directly and completely, dissecting the core of the divinity of the gods. This is really too exaggerated. It's impossible to hide it. So why not hide it? That's right. We lie down. Whatever you want. It's not bad to drink some soup with you. For the black hole will promise by Wani. The Pilates God King really didn't feel that the other party was writing a blank check. Because in his opinion, even if the black hole will is really obtained. So what? Can he do what the other party is doing now? Not to mention that the black hole he chose may be a small mass. Even if it is the terrifying monster in the center of the Milky Way. So what? There is no difference at all. In fact, the total mass of the Milky Way is only 890 billion times that of the Sun. The Pilates God King suddenly descended on the floating city in the center of the Pilates continent. The mighty and majestic divine power that penetrated the heaven and earth during the previous tour made the creatures on the entire Pilates continent feel a palpitation. And then many of them also prayed. Fostering the believers of other gods and taking advantage of the faith of high-quality believers is also a kind of rank-collecting behavior. And the gods outside the Pilates pantheon in this safe zone are also full of fear at this time. No matter what. This is the dojo of the Pilates God King. If he wants to do something, most gods can't even resist him. Although the reputation of this shelter is here, the gods will not believe in the so-called reputation. When the value is large enough and the risk is low. What is the reputation? Isn't it also something that can be measured by value? The reason why they dare to come here when they know this is that they just know that their value is not enough, and it is not worth mobilizing troops. That's all. But if there are any fools who become the chosen ones, it is normal to clean them up. In such a place, necessary vigilance is a must. But soon the power of the Pilates God King disappeared abruptly, as if it was an illusion before, which made the gods feel a little stunned. But soon, the whole world heard the voice of the still majestic Pilates God King. I am here to announce one thing. I will convene a gathering of gods in the land of gods in Pilates. At that time, I will announce a plan that can give birth to consciousness in black holes. I invite everyone to come and witness it. At the same time, I will also offer a reward for the coordinates of potential black holes, accompanied by the words of Pilates God King. The scene was in an uproar. The reason why Pilates God King spoke was that there were many loyal believers of gods deposited here. Of course, they were very valuable to be deposited here for money. And they could even directly notify their masters through prayer. This can spread the news at the fastest speed. However, the space in the land of gods is tough. And even the curvature of gods will be affected by speed here. And most of them have been reduced by more than 10 times. If an ordinary god with average strength comes from a place far from the center of the Milky Way, it may take hundreds of years to travel. It is obvious that gods of that strength are not qualified to participate in this kind of discussion. So Pilates God King only announced a 10-year period. This is the entry threshold for screening. In addition to spreading the notifications of the gods and believers here, many main gods and subordinate gods of the Pilates pantheon also left one after another and began to report in person, notifying other gathering places to form a chain of transmission. In fact, the location of the land of the gods in the center of the galaxy is too awkward, and the gods cannot open a portal. So in addition to the belief channels of believers, they can only adopt this kind of pigeon delivery. 10 years is a blink of an eye for normal gods. And the Pilates continent is just a gap for receiving a few more guests at most. However, for Wani, the time is not short. Inshin has been here before, but he is not prepared to come here for a long time. He just comes to take a look occasionally, and comes again if there is any sudden research topic. Build a portal here. Do you mind? Wani asked politely. This made the Pilates God King's expression stiffen, and then nodded mechanically again. Many of their gods have this skill. But it is completely impossible in the area of the center of the galaxy. Even the curvature here is affected. And you still have a portal? Let alone this complex gravitational environment. If it is really opened, it will fly everywhere. And God knows where it will go. Just talking about this tough space, they have no idea at all. In places outside the center of the Milky Way, when the battle between gods and spirits is fierce, it can even cause a long-term space turbulence in a certain place. And the space barrier of a region will be loosened from time to time. The breath of the abyss will emerge from time to time. But in the center of the Milky Way, there is not even a ripple. Just considering the other party's previous operation, Isn't it natural to build a portal? Now even if the other party says that poop is fragrant, they will only suspect that their perception is biased and redefine incense. Strong is the truth, however, for Wang Yi. It takes some time to design a door from such a chaotic place to the earth. It took about 3 days to complete the finalization, and then activated the portal and connected it with his wizard tower on Mars. Because this is the simplest connection point under the continuous change and adjustment of parameters. If you have anything, you can contact me through the portal. Understood? By the way, God of Wisdom, come with me first. Some of your ideas are very interesting. We can have a good exchange. Wang Yi did not discriminate against others because of the difference in strength and status. The God of Wisdom was able to maintain this research spirit after becoming a god, which needs to be promoted. It just so happens that the knowledge of Sephi, the 7 realms, and the earth has been exploited. It is not possible to fleece the wool of wisdom too frequently. So I can only quench my thirst with this copycat God of Wisdom first. At the same time, the players on Earth also began to complete the work of collecting dust on the newly occupied mineral planet called Namek. From the Abyss to Sephi, then to the 7 realms, and finally back to the Abyss to collect dust. Now running to the colonized planet is still collecting dust, which makes these players feel a little helpless. A young new player said to the Bukukusei, who has the body of a great knight next to him. Say, you are the first batch of players to open up the game, right? Was there really a big battle everywhere before? When asked about this, Bukukusei, who is already over 50 years old and married with children, was shocked and showed a trace of reminiscence. He lit a homemade cigarette and fell into memories. There were indeed many battles at the beginning, and the stars were dancing. I was somewhat famous at that time. I fought against goblins, and would rather die than surrender to the legendary witch. There are very few players who can have such a record as mine, however. Just when this veteran player, who has played for decades, began to trace the past, suddenly many birds from named star flew up from the forest, rushed into the sky as if frightened, and kept hovering in the sky, as if quite terrified. The animals in the forest also began to go crazy and kept running around, which had a great impact on the players who were playing. The animals on named star are like the Gnostics people. Although they don't have any means of cultivation, they have a very good foundation. Some mechanical equipment and various self-discipline devices made by the players were destroyed, causing a lot of chaos. This made many players feel surprised. And the one holding the cigarette and showing his nose sour also showed a solemn look on his face. This ominous aura seemed to have been seen by himself. The fallen legend King Edai also participated in the strategy battle of the players. And it was this kind of ominous aura. Evil God believer. After all, he is an old bird. Although he has not made any name for himself, and has this player body purely by accumulation, he still has some experience and made judgments and reactions at the first time. He immediately ran towards the camp, and at the same time, he began to shout through live broadcasts, forums, and his own voice. Help! The evil God believers are coming. Then the next moment, twisted dark vines wrapped around his entire body and then dragged him into the forest. The young player who started to listen to the story nearby ran away in horror, and at the same time began to repeat the words of No Sour. The news that the evil God believers unexpectedly appeared on Nami began to spread gradually. However, this news did not cause any panic, but instead made many players who had recently gathered on Proxima Centauri brighten their eyes. This time we can really fight monsters. I don't know where this idiot came from. As expected, most of the evil God believers have poor brains. Chapter 668, Appearance. Although the sudden incident of evil God believers on Nami was unexpected, it did not cause much shock to the Earth today. In just a few decades, what storms have we not seen? Do you know about the Resident Evil? Do you know about the Abyss invasion? Do you know about the plane war in the Zerg? Relatively speaking, it was only in the colonies, and there were no Earthlings who had been attacked by evil God believers for the time being. This itself seemed to be nothing at all. For the natives of the Earth, it was just like watching a movie. They were concerned. But in fact, the disasters that shocked the world in the past did not happen around us. Various programs on the Earth also showed their magical powers for ratings. Experts, mages, and scholars from all walks of life were invited to analyze and explain in front of the channel. For example, the Fireball Master, who has been known as the most likely to break through the Grand Mage this year every year in the past 10 years. This guy who used to work for the Kangaroo Group and didn't get along well with Kangaroo's father, and Yuyuzi was really talented. He was the first Earthling to reach the threshold of a high-level mage. Unfortunately, He has been stuck at the threshold for the past 10 years, and has been surpassed by Kangaroo's father, Jiang Bo, and other people who are less talented than him. But no matter how much he is a high-level mage, he can be considered a well-known figure. And because he is a high-profile person who likes to hang out on some social platforms, his popularity is not low. A typical internet celebrity mage. I think this matter is nothing. As you all know, our ancestor god suppressed the god of war, and was merciful, and did not deal with the orcs. This reputation is circulating in the 7 realms. Fireball Master first praised Wang Yi as usual, and then got to the point. After various analysis and arguments, he finally concluded that this might be the work of some stubborn remnants of the orcs, and some evil god believers. After finishing the analysis, he began to flatter at the end. In other realms, it is disrespectful to discuss gods. But on our earth, the channels of speech are open, and everyone can discuss their own gods at will. We respect His Majesty from the bottom of our hearts. But this also brings some small troubles. That is, those guys in the gutter can also know a lot of information through our public information. Such as our ancestor god His Majesty may leave Earth to travel in the stars recently. No matter what, Master Fireball is also a high-level mage, and his talent is indeed quite good. He still has a foundation and basis. His analysis is well-founded, and has been greatly recognized. Before leaving, Wang Yi went to the 7 realms to visit the Sun God and seal the Frost Titan. Although these details were not disclosed at all, they were secrets that only gods at the first level could know. On the same day, the Comicus, elves, giants, fairies, and dragons suddenly announced that they had reached some deep cooperation agreements with the Earth, completely liberalizing tariffs, opening up mining rights, canceling plain trade protection, recognizing Earth patents, and even willing to enter the Earth credit point settlement system. This series of reactions also let everyone know that this is the result of Wang Yi's visit. The Earth has been incorporated into the 9 realms for 30 years. Although the overall policy of the 9 realms merger and cooperation has been decided, the gods have made the final decision. A military alliance with common advancement and retreat was formed. But in fact, the involvement and running in of various interests can only be regarded as preliminary completion. Taxation, import and export trade, patents, settlement, etc., each of which represents major interests. And each world will not give in easily, as the Earth with explosive production capacity and the ability to continuously export various commodities. The other worlds are buyers and the father of the client. In many cases, they still have to bear it. In the past 30 years, relying on its unique characteristics, it has been madly exporting to those theocratic worlds, from commodities to ideology. But some key agreements still cannot be negotiated. After all, for the other worlds, the upper level does not care about the role of the input from the Earth, but only cares whether it will corrupt the spirit of the believers and make them lose their ambition. Now, all the difficulties have been overcome within one day, which naturally tells us what happened. This will naturally make the Earth stand taller. In the past, the core of the 9 worlds was well deserved to be the morning star, even if the morning star was not open to the outside world. But now, the core of the 9 worlds has clearly tilted towards the Earth. Some major forces, nobles, and many imperial royal families in the 9 realms have also begun to use the magic material resources in their hands to increase investment in the Earth. Recently, it is obvious that we can often see news that the princes and grand dukes of a certain empire in a certain realm have reached a reciprocal agreement with a certain company. If it is a kingdom, most of the kings arrive in person. After the trend of all nations coming to the court during the heyday of the Tang dynasty, it can be said that everyone on the entire Earth is still in a state of emotional expansion. At this time, the words said by the Fireball Master are undoubtedly also to the heart. Our ancestor god is going to travel, and he is worried that there will be problems in the rear. So he visited other gods in person. And in exchange for this courtesy, now these jumping clowns who take advantage of the ancestor god's absence are not a concern. However, just when the Fireball Master was estimating how many fans he could gain this time, the host of the interview program seemed to touch his ears and listen to the words in the headphones, and his attitude changed drastically. This made the Fireball Master stunned. Did he overturn? Is there any bad news? But soon, the host also said the reason with excitement. Just now, World Media invited Count Luke and his wife, who are traveling on Earth, and the newly promoted demigod Frostwolf from the 9 realms to participate in the live broadcast room. Now we will also broadcast the live broadcast content of World Media. After saying that, He ignored the Fireball Master, who was hesitant to speak next to him, and switched the channel with a snap. And a live picture of a standard interview program appeared. The handsome red-haired Count Luke and his beautiful Countess Lilith, and the unkempt and vicissitudes of Frostwolf on the other side. As a mud-legged warrior, Frostwolf fought all the way and participated in many plane wars. Finally, he successfully completed the accumulation this time and broke through to become a demigod as a non-divine position. This is a shocking news in the Seven Realms. It feels natural that Annie and Yumiya broke through before, and there is no god behind Frostwolf. This shows that Frostwolf theoretically has the potential to become a god. The gods who have achieved true gods are too high and mighty, as if they are looking down on the mortal world from the clouds. In comparison, Frostwolf, who is also on TV shows and a major shareholder of the Earth Jiangxiang Group, is more down-to-earth, with two real bosses coming forward, who would still look at the analysis of a little Karami like the Fireball Master, even if the content of the analysis is exactly the same. It is a completely different treatment. Based on some existing clues, it can be determined that three evil god churches are currently involved. One is the Life Church that we are most familiar with. The second is the God of War Church, composed of the remnants of the God of War that rose 30 years ago. The last one is the War Church that has never appeared in the Nine Realms before. It was Count Luke who spoke. Even though Luke's origin was squeezed when he broke through the legend, he was still a legend after all, and he had a good relationship with Wangi, so he recovered very well. 30 years have left no traces on his face, and he is still so gentle. And as a legend, the information he can know is naturally more in-depth and thorough. Everyone should know that the Life Church is an old friend. It is the most widespread evil god church. Even the earth has begun to appear. Many abyss distortions are caused by this church. At the beginning, I led the pioneers to conquer the fallen King Edai, and the Blood Clan ancestor, who escaped and has not yet been brought to justice, was corrupted under the influence of this church. Luke briefly explained the differences between several churches, not to mention the God of War Church, which was purely influenced by Wangi. But now the newly emerged War Church still made him emphasize it. The War Church sounds very similar to the God of War Church, but the essence is completely different. Although we found that many backbones of the War Church are fanatics of the former God of War Church, they can be regarded as derived from the God of War Church. But there is still an essential difference between them. Although the God of War has become the spoils of war of His Majesty Wangi, he is still a righteous god. But the War Church is a pure evil god church. The three parties are not pursuing any results when they make peace with each other. They just pursue a process of destruction at all costs. After Luke stated the problem, many people who were watching the show felt a little heavy in their hearts. Not pursuing results, but only pursuing the process? And at all costs? Isn't this a psychopath plus a terrorist? This is too extreme. Once there are too many such people, even a bowl of noodles on the road may be affected and eaten, which is really annoying for cities that are used to stable law and order. If there is a murderer on the run, they will be nervous. This kind of thing is really annoying. At this time, Frostwolf on the other side of the show also spoke up. This time I will go with Luke to take a look. We have a portal on Proxima Centauri, and Ross is also in charge there. Generally, there is no problem. Frostwolf likes the wine of the earth very much, especially the sauce-flavored type. But the raw materials of the earth lack magic, so he is considered to be the first alien to invest in the earth and became the major shareholder of the sauce flavor group, specializing in providing some winemaking materials of the special products of the Sephi world. The sauce flavor group cooperated with the hired mages to research several new strains of bacteria, making the taste popular in the Nine Realms. This time he came to Earth, not only for tourism, but also because Nani had started bidding, and he wanted to see if there were any plants suitable for brewing wine there. As a result, he happened to encounter this matter. So in this case, let's do it together. Originally, with a demigod leading the team and two legends supporting them, it should be easy to quell the small fights on Nani. However, the reality is that the Frostwolves, as the new demigods, were defeated. Luke and Ross were also seriously injured. In the end, it was only with a life-saving item given by Wangi on Luke that the three of them managed to escape. The player group on Nami was almost wiped out. As soon as this news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. Leo, Annie, and Yumiya, three demigod mages, set out from Asgard and arrived at Proxima Centauri with 11 legendary mages, and quickly built a defense barrier with the modular mage towers they carried with them. Leo stood in the starry sky of Proxima Centauri, looking coldly at the cracks in front of him and the reinforced passage is built on Nami. It can be clearly seen that there is some force on the opposite side trying to destroy the crack. But because it was reinforced by Wang Yi himself, it has never succeeded. Even so, judging from the information revealed, Leo still seems a little heavy. It's a bit troublesome. Something has trapped the world's will. This is a god-level power. Leo played the game of chase and escape with the god of war for a long time. He has a full understanding of the power of the gods. Theoretically, the world's will of named star is only inferior to the Sephi realm, and it is even more powerful than places like Olympus and Mithras. However, even with such a strong world will, it can now vaguely feel the trapped fluctuations in it, which is quite incredible. Leo has almost blind confidence in the power of the Lord he believes in. When he went to name star, he could almost immediately merge the will, but he didn't want to. Even if there is no fusion, the planetary will of name star is absolutely biased towards his side, so he can be taken care of when he opens up the wasteland there. Originally, Frostwolf thought it was a bit of an overreaction, and it would be more than enough to just let Ross, who was stationed on Proxima B, go and have a look. But who would have thought that if Luke hadn't had something to save his life, Frostwolf might have died here soon after he had just broken through to the demigod level. It may be possible to suppress it with the help of the power of Asgard. But Asgard is guarding the solar system and cannot be moved. It seems that we either have to wait for the boss to come back or ask for external help. Leo sighed. He was different from Annie and Yumiya next to him. These two were the boss's concubines. But he was just an old man who knew how to keep healthy. As a result, the boss had just left the house. And this kind of trouble appeared here. It was really a bit embarrassing. Could it be that they want us to drive Asgard over to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Annie's expression also seemed a little cold at this time. And she also felt quite embarrassed. Maybe they just want to get us out of the way. How ignorant. The small fry have no idea of the big sister's abilities. Yumiya was posing in front of the portable holographic camera out of boredom. She would also broadcast live from time to time, and felt that it was quite interesting to interact with that group of fans. Maybe, the boss said that he could ask the gods of the 9 realms for help when necessary. Leo paused before he finished speaking, and then saw several figures appearing from the portal. The divine light wrapped around their bodies, but they could vaguely see the figures inside. The 3 were demigods, and Annie and Yumiya were even more special. They had participated in the Council of Gods and had seen the gods. So even if they didn't reveal their faces, they could tell the identities of the 3 visitors just by looking at their figures wrapped in divine light. The god of trade, the goddess of nature, and the goddess of dreams. No need to invite us. We came here by ourselves. Heh. You're really brave to stir up trouble while His Majesty Wang Yi is away. If you don't handle it well, His Majesty will think we are incompetent when he comes back. This is a slap in our face. Not only was Leo confused, but the 3 gods' voices, which were not concealed at all, seemed to be said on purpose, which made the players who were exploring on Proxima B look confused at this time. No way. I saw the real god. 3 of them came at once? Why do they seem to be rushing to get ahead? They seem to be afraid of being slow. Is this a god? It's a little weird. Then the god of trade said gently, don't worry about the earth. The Holy Dragon King and the Giant King are in charge. The 7-realm star region is guarded by His Majesty the Sun God himself. So there won't be any trouble. We won't give these clowns any chance. Chapter 669 Information Residue. What's going on? The ancestor said that there are 3 true gods on the other side. Didn't the false gods on Earth leave? Is this to lure us out? A figure filled with a tyrannical, destructive aura stood near the space crack on Nami's star, feeling the terrifying auras on the other side. And his eyes were full of shock. As a prince of the Blood Clan, he was a top existence that could compete with legendary wizards before being sealed. In particular, the Blood Clan is unique in terms of life-saving, and has always been the standard of rebirth for Sephi before the appearance of players. The heroic Blood Clan Duke can be reborn by replacing the Blood Descendants, and the Blood Clan Prince can even be reborn by dripping blood. So the Blood Clan legend is extremely difficult to kill, and the best way is to seal it. Prince Black Mountain is one of the princes who fled with the Blood Clan ancestor when he fled. After falling into the Church of Life, he is not only almost fully recovered, but also has a strength comparable to that of a demigod. Before, Frostwolf was directly defeated by him. But even if he defeated Frostwolf, he also worked with other temporary cooperating gods to wipe out all the resistance forces of the 9 realms on Nami's star. If it weren't for a strange item on the body of a legend on the other side, Even Frust Wolf, the newly promoted demigod, would have to stay. But they also have to admit that the power gathered now is still too weak. So the first thing they want to do after they succeed is to close the crack and delay time. Delay until the ancestor of the Blood Clan devours the world will of this powerful world. But in the end, what he thought could be done easily, now there is no progress at all. This space crack doesn't look strong at all. It's ordinary. But no matter what means he uses to close it, it will absorb his own power in turn to complete the reinforcement of the channel. No matter how he uses the means. But he hasn't figured it out here. And he feels that he may succeed next time. As a result, the breath of 3 gods appeared on the opposite side. 3. So fast? Where is the pride and reserve of your gods? In fact, we can know when the true gods come out by looking at the plain war. Olaf suffered heavy losses one after another, which made the god of war stupid. Although the church of the evil god usually does not care about gains and losses, the blood race has been suppressed for so many years. This time, the ancestor of the blood race personally came out and still wanted to have a glorious victory. So although their original plan was rough, there were actually many things to consider. Not to mention that the earth gods react more slowly when traveling in the starry sky. Even if they ask for help from other gods, they will have a long reaction time. This is enough for us to deal with it. When the passage is closed, it will be enough to delay the ancestor of the blood race to complete the goal. After all, the ancestor of the blood race, who is extremely talented and received the favor of the moon god, has the strength of a strong demigod, and his vitality is unparalleled. After deciding to join the Temple of Life, he was personally blessed by life. Although it seems that he has just crossed the limit of gods and mortals in terms of size, he has unparalleled erosion characteristics. So he can face the constant devouring and erosion of the powerful will of the named star. It can be said that although the original plan was simple and crude, it was also quite effective. When the Blood Clan ancestor completes the devouring, the home battle will be invincible even if facing the siege of several gods. The Sun God will not take the risk to come. As a result, unexpected changes occurred one after another. First, this simple crack could not be closed. And then the true God came too fast. So fast that he directly regarded it as a trap. Before, whether it was the capture of the high priest or the artifact of the blade, it failed to make the god of war come out. Why is it so fast now? The gods of the earth are not here. How can you guys from other places jump out so quickly? Family, who understands? In fact, they have a backup plan this time. The war behemoth that the war temple is preparing to summon is lurking on the earth. But he has received the news at the same time. At this time, the aurora appeared directly in the sky of the earth. The world will of the earth put his hands in his pockets. And the 2 huge figures of the Holy Dragon King and the Giant King stood behind. No matter how crazy the evil god believers are, as long as they are not completely crazy, it is impossible to complete the summoning under this situation. What promise did the ancestor god of the earth give you? Let you work so hard? Is this a drug that can make the gods so concerned and so dedicated? If we are enemies, even if the gods take action personally, they may get stained with shit. Didn't they always let the subordinates do it as much as possible before, and only take action when it really doesn't work? What's the point of getting stained for others? Are you so selfless? If there is only one person, there is still a backup to contain. And 3 directly coming is really a rush to eat shit just when Prince Black Mountain was still cursing in his heart. The 3 true gods on the opposite side didn't even hesitate, and rushed into the crack like vicious dogs, because of the powerful crack characteristics. When the 3 gods exerted their strength at the same time, the crack actually surged and expanded continuously, while Black Mountain retreated violently because of the huge breath. He also heard the quarrels of the 3 gods coming over, as if they were rushing in the same order and quota. Mithras, you should be aware of your status. Do you think you can compete with us in the future? Shut up. Notary is no worse than you. I just need to introduce him. How despicable. You sold out Notary. What despicable? I deserve to seek a future position for my friend. Originally, when Prince Montenegro heard the 3 gods quarreling, he was thinking if there was anything he could use, and then defeat them one by one. The result was totally different. Defeat them one by one? Why do I feel like they are competing for favor and merit? Do you have any shame? Boom. The 3 gods did not give in, and they squeezed a huge crack in the passage with their divine power, allowing the 3 gods to arrive at the same time. And when they just arrived, the church's subsequent arrangements for the true gods were about to start. The nearby space collapsed instantly, and it seemed that the place was about to fall into the abyss. It's just that the 3 true gods came in person. But they couldn't change it if they wanted to, although the Abyss aura had already been revealed, causing chaos and frenzy in the vicinity. The three gods all snorted coldly, and forcibly used their own divine power and faith to transform into the power of order to forcibly suppress it. They did not dodge at all, did not avoid the influence of the Abyss aura on themselves, and just went for it. It's not that gods can't fight in the Abyss. It's normal for gods to hide in the Abyss to avoid strong enemies, or run away when they are forced to the extreme. Just like ordinary people don't want to touch dirty things. Dirty things can be fatal. But once it really involves a life and death crisis, they will definitely fight desperately. Now, the three gods who have arrived obviously don't care about the impact of the Abyss pollution. And they are really coming. The original backup arrangement can definitely complete the containment even if another god really arrives, so that the gods who intervene know what the price is. But now the three true gods are willing to pay the price, and they instantly break all the so-called backups. At the same time, they look directly at the ancestor of the Blood Clan, who is devouring the will of the world. We have heard of the name of the Blood Clan in the past in the Seven Realms, but I didn't expect that he would directly fall and accept the gift of life. Inu is also playing with fire. He should have wanted to cultivate a saint to share his excess faith, but he ended up with an ungrateful person. The three gods can naturally easily see the ancestor of the Blood Clan, who is devouring the will of the planet. They also saw his strength, although the characteristics and talents of the Blood Clan ancestor were amazing. But Nami's planetary will was extremely strong. It would take more than one day for the Blood Clan ancestor to swallow an elephant. And now, he couldn't spare any effort, as they were all gods. The three gods had already seen Inu's thoughts. The two gods of Safei could be said to be powerful gods above the level. The Earth Mother Goddess's strength was not much stronger than that of the Holy Dragon King. And Inu could also beat up the notary. Therefore, after realizing that his faith was about to fail, Inu also wanted to create an additional family alone like the Sun God, and cultivate true God believers at the same time. But unfortunately, he was not as cruel as the Sun God. Although he had arranged many means, and had the Brotherhood as a backup, the ambition of the Blood Clan ancestor himself still made his efforts go to waste. Inu was one of the two gods of Safei, and there was no conflict with the Earth Mother Goddess. Without his approval, who would dare to directly exterminate the Blood Clan? As a result, the facts proved that the problem was still with the Blood Clan ancestor. When Inu created his family, he was too eager for quick success, which made the blood race easy to fall into the embrace of life. He didn't take the trouble to erase most of the emotions like the Sun God did when he created the Sky Wings, which led to new ideas for the blood race ancestor himself. In terms of the relationship between the blood race ancestor and Inu, once he successfully devours this powerful planetary will, he may even interfere with Inu in the opposite direction with the influence of life. I don't know if Inu has any tricks up his sleeve in the land of the gods. He is lucky. Let us solve this problem this time. Hee. If he successfully completes the devouring, we three gods may not be able to handle it together. But now, it can't make any waves. The three true gods spoke casually, while their hands did not stop moving. Although they had quarreled before, they now tacitly took turns to resist the pollution of the nearby abyss, and then simultaneously expanded the divine domain, instantly including the area where the blood race ancestor was. The ancestor of the Blood Clan, who had been trying to complete the process of the snake swallowing the elephant and constantly eroding the will of the planet Nami, was eventually interrupted by the attack of the three gods. He was directly forced out of the realm of gods from the state of nothingness, revealing his own traces. The painstaking preparations were interrupted, and the road to heaven was blocked. This kind of hatred for the road blocking made the face of the Blood Clan ancestor, who had already converted to life and became more and more crazy, full of resentment. Gods of the Seven Realms, I have no grudges against you. Why do you have to stop me with such effort? That overwhelming resentment even made the surrounding abyss aura more intense. It is indeed a thankless effort. Mithras, who is good at calculating gains and losses, sighed. But if we don't work hard, we will lose more. As he finished speaking, the glory of the three gods' domains echoed each other. Without mutual defense, and the full trust of cooperation pressed the Blood Clan ancestor to not be able to raise his head, although he fell into the abyss. Because of his extremely friendly characteristics, he received the gift of life, and his talent was extremely transcendent, and he could swallow the huge will of the named star like a snake swallowing an elephant. But after all, the time was too short, and before the will of the planet was swallowed, there was no ability to resist it all. You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. If you don't let me live, I will kill you. the ancestor of the Blood Clan, who was pressed into a desperate situation and was about to be sealed by the three divine domains, immediately let out a hysterical roar. The next moment, the abyss atmosphere around him seemed to have undergone strange changes. Name: a planet with a large number of powerful creatures seemed to have begun to tremble in fear. The three true gods also changed their faces at this time. The ancestor of the Blood Clan completed his self-sacrifice. This was originally within their expectations, so they would work together to solve this problem, in order to be foolproof. After all, they have dealt with the evil god believers more than once or twice. And those guys' three axes are here. Simple and crude, but efficient and difficult. Originally, the three gods worked together, and no matter what, they would not let the other party make waves, even if the other party was almost a true god. But who would have thought that the self-sacrifice of the Blood Clan ancestor was not only aimed at life, but also killed two birds with one stone and attacked war at the same time. The four pillars of the abyss have their own instinctive gathering of the abyss demons. But the four pillars of the abyss themselves are not subordinate to each other. They are not allies. There are even fights between each other. It is normal for kings to meet kings. At the same time, although the four pillars themselves are extremely terrifying, their chaos will also target multiple areas at the same time, and will not pay too much attention to one place. So the normal sacrifice can also be estimated by the level of the sacrifice. But now the Blood Clan ancestor has killed two birds with one stone, although he is sure that he is definitely finished. After introducing the breath of war, he has indeed started to compete with life and compare with each other. The Blood Clan ancestor is most compatible with life, but war involves a wide range of aspects, and he can definitely bring it, although he is relatively not so senior. The simultaneous appearance of the two breaths has led to a feeling of boiling oil on fire. At the moment when the Blood Clan ancestor was completely torn apart, the violent abyss aura simultaneously tore apart the divine domains of the three great gods, causing them to groan and fly backwards. At the same time, the world will, which had lost the restraint of the Blood Clan ancestor, also began to assist the three great gods in suppressing the abyss aura. But it is obvious that the ancestor of the Blood Clan has entered the chess game and can win half of the game. The abyss breath at the scene cannot be restricted at all. Fortunately, I have been here before, and you almost made a big mess. However, at this moment, a faint human-shaped shadow suddenly appeared next to the space crack. And it was Wani. The moment the shadow appeared and raised his hand, the breath that began to expand disorderly and easily toward the three gods' blockade with the worlds was instantly broken and stopped abruptly. And all the abyss breath disappeared in an instant. And the shadow of Wani, who existed on the edge of the space crack, looked at the three gods present after doing all this. You did a good job. Although the result is not good, your attitude is still very good. My Ancient's matter has almost reached the first stage. I will return soon and I can give you some rewards at that time. After the shadow said this, his figure gradually dissipated. This made the Black Mountain Prince, who had been witnessing everything from a distance, look dazed. It turns out, there is really a reason why the three gods are vying for the first place. What happened just now? Apparently, two of the four pillars of the abyss paid attention to this place, and their strength began to increase. But they collapsed in an instant. The most terrifying thing is that this does not seem to be the real body of the ancestor god of the earth. This is just the remaining information residue after the other party came to Namek Star to take a look. Just a mark. Chapter 670 Rumors. After the gods' discussion, the earth will become the head of the 9 realms in the future. The guardian of the earth, Wani, the lord of the fairy palace, will become the supreme ruler of the 9 realms. The lord of the 9 realms reign over the 9 realms. As the changes on the named star were settled in an instant, the original agreement of the various circles to open tariffs and trading ports changed instantly. After the world media, which was equivalent to the most official on Earth, disclosed this heavy news, all the people on Earth felt a little confused, but followed by a cheer. The sense of pride from the bottom of my heart gushed out. The head of the 9 realms, and our ancestor god is the new lord of the 9 realms. As the old king, the sun god bowed his head, and the new king was crowned. When the sun god dominated the 9 realms in the past, even the earth knew how powerful that person was. He was a truly powerful man in all aspects, and he was different in size from other gods. But even so, the sun god was at most called the king of the 9 realms. But now, our ancestor god is called the lord of the 9 realms. This obviously has a stronger ruling power than the king. Moreover, judging from the attentive attitude of the gods and their subjective initiative, It is obvious that they are more obedient to the Earth's ancestor god. In fact, the sun god was strong at the beginning. But he did not force the 7 gods to do anything too much. He was a good man on weekdays. In addition to the fact that he had obtained the best spoils of war, the will of the star. The main reason was the strong regionality of the sun god. Although he was able to seize the will of the star, the sun god was also an absolute strongman among the gods before he merged with the will of the star. But after merging with the will of the star, he would hardly leave the maximum influence range of the will of the star. Under this restriction, if a god from the 7 realms really offended the sun god, the worst thing would be to jump into the abyss and run away. Although he would suffer heavy losses, he would have a chance to save his life. But Wang Yi's several extraordinary shots were not the same thing at all. This is really able to chase you to the point where you have no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth. He doesn't care about the pollution of the abyss at all. And it doesn't have the effect of losing blood together. And the curvature speed can't outrun him. In this case, the attitude of the gods will naturally be more sincere. The sun god is actually well known. Even the star Zerg has heard of it. Or in fact, most of the gods who have merged with the will of the stars will have a great reputation. Because the other party will represent the almost absolute overlord of an area. According to the information from the brain worm, this kind of sitting tiger is not completely impossible to target. But most of the targeting methods are to do some disgusting things outside the edge of the influence of the will of the stars through long arrangements. For example, opening the gates of the abyss everywhere in the periphery, gradually causing pollution and erosion, etc. Generally, there is almost no situation to deal with such gods, because the cost effectiveness is so low. This kind of information is circulated among the gods. And the general meaning is that there are gods in this area that cannot be provoked. And you need to pay homage to the docks when you go there. But of course, compared with the big landlords with high-quality pastures, like the Silver-Heart Pilates God King, the sun god is not much worse in strength. But his status is indeed at the rural level. The God King of Pilates often has other gods coming to him for help. But the sun god, apart from a few kittens in his home, may have some interaction with the outside world only in the plane war. But even so, with the establishment of the merger of the 9 realms, and the abdication of the sun god to let a new lord of the 9 realms appear, it has begun to spread within a certain range. Take Mithras for example. If the other side of the plane channel is a powerful world with gods, and there is nothing special worth conquering, most of the time it will be connected by means of trade. In addition, there are still some channels for communication outside. For example, the notary who is now in the center of the galaxy is also stunned after receiving the feedback from the believers. No way. It's only been a short time. What happened? The notary is covered by pure and brilliant white divine light in the center of the galaxy. And his appearance is indeed outstanding. But his style is that of a small one. Beautiful. Delicate but somewhat rash. Not long ago, he was chased and hammered by Silver Moon. And was beaten up. So he knew that the 7 realms and Sephi were fighting again. But another world was involved. But this was nothing to the notary. Even though he had been in the land of the gods for so long, he could be sure that the 7 realms, with the sun god in charge, was inherently invincible in the plane war. Even in the worst situation, there would be only a small loss at most. Then he was unlucky outside the 7 realms. After being beaten by Silver Moon, he originally wanted to find the Frost Titan and the Dragon Mother for protection. But it seemed that the Frost Titan disappeared, and the Dragon Mother didn't know what she was doing. So he could only be careful recently. But even if the notary felt that this period of time was slow, the recent series of information shocks made him dumbfounded. And he suspected that he was sucked into the highly distorted spacetime near the black hole. Why does it feel like the world has changed in the blink of an eye? First, the elves quickly lay down, and the war directly spread to Mithras. With the help of the trade guy, the terms were negotiated, and then they swarmed towards Olympus like locusts. Immediately afterwards, he felt that every prayer refreshed his 3 views. Olympus was severely damaged. The god of war attacked. The Holy Dragon King and the 3rd Saint attacked. And then the god of war was captured. The Holy Dragon King was sealed. And the 3rd Saint became the exchange condition. The 9 realms were established. A series of changes made him, a god wandering outside the 7 realms, really feel dizzy, and even wondered if he should go back. But just when he learned from the prayers of the believers, who were deposited in the Opus God system, that the Pilates God system was preparing to make a big move to gather the gods. Looking back, the 9 realms had already received news that the 9 realms had changed their masters. The new lord of the 9 realms was born. The Earth Ancestor God, who was newly incorporated into the 9 realms, actually suppressed the Sun God and was crowned as the king? Was the star will of the Earth solar system also absorbed? Even more thoroughly? This makes the notarization messy. I am also a god of Mithras. Why is such an important matter decided without my participation? What is going on? The Frost Titan seems to have gone back before. Could it be that he and the Earth Ancestor God worked together to plot against the Sun God? Anyway, the notary's face is full of black question marks. And the trade guy's words are always unclear in riddles, which makes the notary quite annoyed. It is clear that Inu and Dottie have not returned. How can they make such a decision? After attending the meeting held by the Pilates God system, I should go back and take a look. The time is almost up. The notary has been in Yinshin for so long, and his own problems have been basically solved. It is almost time to go back and take a look. The trade guy keeps urging me to go back, and I don't know why. The Opus God system is also a well-known safe zone in Yinshin. The reason why the notary was caught so easily by Inu was because Inu also used the Opus God system safe zone as its activity center. The curvature of the gods will be greatly suppressed in Yinshin, and they will not really walk blindly. It is easy to get into trouble without any plan. Today, a silver light flashed across the Opus continent, rushed into a peak in the God's mountain, and then turned into a silver moon on the peak. The next moment, a heroic silver-armored woman walked out of the silver moon. She was the moon goddess of the Sephi realm. After arriving at this mountain, he did not avoid suspicion and rushed into the main hall. Sister, have you received the news from the 9 realms? What is the situation? As the silver moon rushed into the hall, a green figure slowly condensed in the air. It was the Earth Mother Goddess of the Sephi twin gods. Whether it is the silver moon or the Earth Mother Goddess, they are definitely not weak among the gods. Especially the Earth Mother Goddess has also integrated the powerful will of the Sephi realm. In addition, the Earth Mother Goddess was also invited by the King of Opus God. Now she is also a member of the Opus God system, and has received many conveniences and benefits. Silver Moon also relied on him to eat and drink for free. You and I are both clear about the ability of the Sun God. Since he made this choice, there must be a reason. It is estimated that our ally should have quickly integrated the stellar will of his galaxy. The voice of the Earth Mother Goddess is gentle and soft, and it gives people a warm feeling without rushing. Isn't his world without demons? The will of stars was born so quickly. Inu frowned a little, as if she was caught off guard. He still remembered that 30 years ago, the other party took the initiative to come to his temple to communicate with him and establish an offensive and defensive alliance, so that he could stand firm in the newly established 9 realms. How could he stand firm in the end? It took only 30 years for the master to change? No matter what, we have cooperated before. In fact, it is better for him to be the leader than the Sun God. The Mother Goddess of the Earth did not care. That's true. Anyway, we are mainly here. Let them mess around in the countryside of the 9 realms. It's okay as long as they don't affect our ranch. Inu crossed her arms and didn't bother about it anymore. You look much better. How did you deal with the blood race? The Mother Goddess of the Earth is stronger than Inu, and she also knows the difficulties he has encountered recently. Even Inu has begun to consider traveling a long distance back to solve the problem. Very good. Everything has been solved. It seems that nature, dreams, and trade have joined forces. I have to thank them for solving my big problem. Inu seemed to be in a good mood when she said this. The backup plan that he took a risk to make at the beginning eventually went wrong. But fortunately, the result was still good. In addition, there may be some major changes in the land of gods recently. King Pilates invites all the gods to go. Then the Mother Goddess of the Earth began to shift to the gathering of gods held by King Pilates this time. This made them also pay great attention. After all, it involves the will of black holes. In fact, since some gods have inferred that the will of the galaxy may be born in a long time, the will of black holes has also been tried. Not only black holes, but also celestial bodies, such as neutron stars, have been tried. Some are looking for old stars waiting for supernova explosions, and some have tried to find the main body directly, but without exception, all have failed. And there are no successful examples. And there are not many gods willing to risk their lives. So it seems that they are stuck here for the time being. This time, King Pilates announced the progress so loudly. I am afraid it is really feasible. If it is true, then the land of gods, which was not peaceful to begin with, is afraid that it will set off a bloody storm again. In the past, some star wills were usually killed in bloodshed because of their small number, especially in the galactic center. Because the Star Masters are all sitting tigers, they usually don't participate in it. So most of the time it is some ancient gods and some powerful people who participate. Theoretically, the Earth Mother God is also qualified to compete. But it is still relatively stable for the time being. At that time, it is not just personal strength that will be compared, but the choice of allies, backstabs, etc. will appear frequently. Even the stars are like this. If what the Pilates God King said is true, it can be predicted that the gods with the ability will probably get involved. In the later stage of the competition for the star will, some gods may give up and wait for the next opportunity. But the black hole will, which is even rarer but likely to be more powerful, is guaranteed to beat the dog brain. The Pilates God King would make such a generous public announcement. There must be clues. And this kind of clue is probably not so easy to complete. I'm afraid that finding a suitable black hole is a technical job. We can also try to participate. But if we don't have enough allies and are not absolutely sure, we should not go too deep. Although Inu seemed to be very impatient, she still showed stability at this critical moment. It is indeed not advisable to go too deep. But the Opus God King had a meeting with me before, and wanted me to become a contender. He will arrange for the Opus God system to support me. The Mother Earth sighed. The Opus God King himself is the master of stars, and he will definitely not leave his own sphere of influence easily. At this time, pushing the Mother Earth out is not for his good. Although the Mother Earth is strong, her individual strength is also second only to the God King in the Opus God system. But after all, she is still a newcomer who has joined not long ago. It is definitely problematic to suddenly take on such an important task. But it is really hard to refuse. Is it because of the establishment of the 9 realms? It's possible. Maybe they want us to borrow the power of the Dragon Mother as well. The news of the change of ownership of the 9 realms may not spread so quickly. But the merger of the 9 realms has already appeared to some extent. Although it is just one of the thousands of pieces of information every day, you can still know it as long as you pay attention. After all, it involves the powerful God Mother Earth. So it is normal for the God King of Opus to know something about it. The Dragon Mother herself is a god whose strength is not inferior to the Holy Dragon King, and is even older than the Holy Dragon King. The Holy Dragon King has always regarded himself as a king, not a dragon god, and is largely similar to the Giant King and the Frost Titan. The only difference is that the Holy Dragon King is stronger than the Giant King, but not necessarily weaker than the Dragon Mother. But it is undeniable that if the Earth Mother can get another strong man of this level to help, the help will be considerable. Then count the notarization. Inu didn't care about the fact that he had beaten the other party before. Not beating him to death was already quite polite. What else do you want? In front of the new news announced by the God King of Pilates, the change of ownership of the 9 realms is not a big deal. At most, the nearby gods or gods will pay a little attention to it. And those worlds with powerful gods that have been connected to the 7 realms and Safei before will feel heavy. For the land of the gods, it is just an ordinary piece of news among many. At most, it means that another Star Master is born. Star Masters are very strong, and this information is not useless. But for most gods, knowing it is enough. After all, it is a rural corner outside the Milky Way. What if the Star Master is very strong? Can he come to the center of the Milky Way to fight me? Most gods will not have any intersection with that place. In contrast, the information released by the Pilates God King is much more important. Once the black hole will is confirmed to be feasible, it will directly raise the overall upper limit of the gods. If the time is not too short, only 10 years, when the news reaches the giant attractor, I am afraid that some powerful gods will choose to return and participate. But for the choice of the Pilates God King, the gods in the land of the gods will automatically come up with a suitable explanation. People specifically use 10 years to limit it, and don't want some old strongman from the giant attractor to flock in. By then, it will not only be the gods of the Milky Way, but also the powerful gods of other galaxies will be mixed in. That will really be a mess. So this 10-year period is just right, because the God King of Opus values the Mother Earth. The Mother Earth has to start inviting reinforcements. First, the ironclad Silver Moon, although not as powerful as the ancient gods, is still much stronger than ordinary gods because he can beat up the notary. Especially with the problem of the Blood Clan ancestor being solved and returning to the peak. The accumulation of many years in the Silver Heart has also directly turned into strength, making it even better than it is to win over the Dragon Mother. For this reason, he also took advantage of the convenience of the 9 realms to use the believers to visit the Dragon Clan remotely, preparing to get in touch with the Holy Dragon King. And then the Holy Dragon King will help to persuade the Dragon Mother. In fact, it would be best if the Holy Dragon King could help. But the 7 realms are too far away from the Silver Heart. Even if a higher curvature can be used outside the silver heart, the Holy Dragon King will not have enough time in 10 years. So he only used it as a transit. Ask me to help persuade the Dragon Mother? The Holy Dragon King lazily lay on the Holy Dragon Cliff, looking at the Earth Mother semi-sacred goddess, who got the opportunity to meet. It seemed a little strange. The ancestor god of the Earth had just returned from the center of the Milky Way, and such explosive news broke out in the land of the gods. It's easy to guess who caused it. Did the god King Pilates speak? So what? Since the ancestor god has spoken, how can the god King Pilates not speak? He is probably just using the face of the god King Pilates to speed up the spread. Researching black holes, and the like is also quite in line with his identity as a wizard. As a result, the Earth Mother Goddess left her super thick thigh ally aside, and came to persuade herself to persuade the Dragon Mother? Recently, the Holy Dragon King has been in contact with the Dragon Mother, because he thinks that the other gods are not moral. And the capital of nature and dreams is strong. Mithras is said to be cheating notarization back. Only the Giant King has no way because of the racial disadvantage. Originally, the dragon race is also a shortcoming in this regard. But the Dragon Mother can actually transform. It's just that he is a senior. And the Holy Dragon King can't be as shameless as Mithras. And he is still pulling at the limit. At this time, the Earth Mother Goddess came to find me instead of seeking far away, which is really a waste of capital and a waste of natural resources. But just like the death of the Frost Titan, no one has disclosed it yet. For this kind of news known by only a few people, they must first take all the benefits. And they should take the first step if they can. So the Holy Dragon King did not explain anything. There are already enough competitors. Let's delay the Mother Earth and Silver Moon for a while. It's not impossible. In fact, the Dragon Mother has also sent back information about this matter. If you can support and help each other, it would be a good thing. The Holy Dragon King looked at the semi-sacred Mother Earth, who acted as a messenger. And his tone was flat. And he agreed very readily. It's okay not to tell the secret for now. But it is very likely that the identity will change in the future. So it is necessary to sell it well. In this case, thank His Majesty the Holy Dragon King first. Thank His Majesty the Holy Dragon King for his help. This time, my lord is not asking for the will of the black hole, but mainly for self-protection. The semi-sacred who acted as a messenger also said the following words. If I say that I have no thoughts at all, that would be a lie. But it is not a lie. Even if there is only a 10-year agreement, and the gods from the great attraction source have not come, there are still hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the land of the gods. Even if the Earth Mother Goddess has gathered a strong force, she cannot have too high expectations when the Opus God system cannot help her sincerely, and with all its strength. Otherwise there will be problems. The gods are still stable and patient. If the authenticity can be confirmed this time, we can still wait, and wait for opportunities in the future. On the other side, Wang Yi has also drained all the ink of the God of Wisdom. The God of Wisdom looked at the giant statue rising outside the fairy palace, and his expression became numb. Is this the gold content of this crown? He can draw inferences from one instance and draw inferences from another. The puppet technology and construct methods that he is proud of were completely cracked in an instant. And the recombined method was better than the master. At this time, the God of Wisdom could feel the 12 giant statues rising around the fairy palace. And each of them was stronger than himself. But their power source is clearly just one abyss demon god and another positive god. They use the two gods as a trigger to directly leverage the abyss magic power to make a rude improvement. As long as more than half of the 12 giant statues do not exert their power at the same time, they can ensure that each one is stronger than themselves by taking turns to use them separately, whether in terms of consumption or functionality. It far exceeds the circle of defense that he built for the Pilates continent. It's too difficult. Unfortunately, it's just pure power. At present, it can only be controlled by Lin Shurqin to increase some spirituality. If it is too far away from the fairy palace, there will be some delay in control. It is better to use the Hall of Heroes to give some faith to enhance the connection. But now there are too many places to use faith. Although Wang Yi has created this kind of thing, he still seems a little dissatisfied. Nowadays, there are too many places to use faith in the Hall of Heroes. Whether it is the classified heroes, or the accumulation of helping Leo, Enzo, Annie and Yumiya, or the use of some other small tools, it is not enough to make ends meet. Wang Yi himself does not use faith. But it is undeniable that this thing is quite practical as a pure power and tool. But fortunately, the title of the Lord of the Nine Realms has been played, and the number can be increased in the future, being able to fully use faith in different categories. Wang Yi can maximize the efficiency of using this power, even if he does not integrate the power of faith. Chapter 671 Sinful Bug. Wow! There are new toys again. These are not bad. But if you don't use enough faith, the operation will be delayed when the distance is far. Lin Shurqin floated beside Wang Yi, looking at the 12 giant statues, and her expression seemed a little indifferent. As Wang Yi's golden housekeeper, she even had to worry about flipping cards. So Lin Shurqin naturally got a lot of benefits. Wang Yi added all the buffs that could be added to her. He can even help her get a faith as well, and embark on the road to becoming a god from an alternative channel. But Lin Shurqin likes this unrestrained form now. Her power comes from Wang Yi. She picked up all the things that Wang Yi threw out that he was too lazy to tinker with. In addition, with the authority over the fairy palace, she is not a god but better than a god. I will draw some faith from the Hall of Heroes. You can distribute it. After a while, the number of faiths from the 9 realms will increase. I should also get some passively when I go to the Silver Center. Wang Yi will not belittle himself. He is very clear about his current situation. In order to make everyone reason and obey the arrangement, we must find a monkey to teach him a lesson. With the transmission of the message through the faith channel, it is reasonable that the reputation will eventually spread throughout the galaxy. Okay, here are some of your itinerary suggestions. Lin Shurqin then began to perform her duty of flipping cards. Xiaoke's new movie is released, and the senior sister will also go to the premiere. Last time, I promised them that I would go there for you. The demigod Frost Wolf applied for a visit after stabilizing his injuries. He should want to find a way to become a god through you. The advanced team of Sirius has placed a signal tower and suspected traces of the Zerg. Lin Shurqin said one by one casually, and Wang Yi didn't feel any pressure listening to it. Even if it involved the Zerg, a race that would give all gods a headache, Wang Yi didn't care much. And it was even less important than accompanying Xiaoke and the others to visit. Then I'll go back to Earth first. I have some impression of Frost Wolf. Although he is a warrior, he does have some potential. Forget about it now, because he doesn't have enough faith. I can consider it later when I have more faith. You can arrange it. Wang Yi then paused and said, It just so happens that I have time recently. I will go to Sirius to have a look after I'm done with my work. Sirius is the largest star near the solar system, 8.6 light-years away, with a mass twice that of the Sun, and a companion star, Sirius B, a white dwarf, because it is relatively close to the Earth and its brightness is more than 20 times that of the Sun. It is the brightest star in the starry sky. But unfortunately, there is really a 3-body motion in Sirius, in addition to Sirius B, which has been observed. There is also Sirius C, which has a smaller mass and brightness, which leads to a regular trajectory. This kind of gravity will also tear nearby planets into various asteroids and meteorites, or even be swallowed by the star directly. Now Sirius's unmanned exploration team mainly established an outpost in the asteroid belt and built a signal platform. Although this signal platform cannot perform a transmission function, it can transmit signals with the help of the abyss. Otherwise, using conventional means of communication, a round trip would take more than 10 years. Although the tamed brain worm has been reminding the Zerg not to come over. Well, sometimes this may make its companions more curious. It is natural that the Zerg will appear near the solar system. And Wang Yi also attaches great importance to the Zerg, a special group that is almost a cosmic fossil. Compared with the previous time, when Wang Yi was scared away by several divine shadows when he traced back the long river of Zerg genes. Now when he is using the Zerg to fleece the wisdom wool, he has a clearer understanding of the composition of the Zerg. This is a big network throughout the universe. The many groups within the Zerg will also have their own unique connections, and even remotely share rare genetic information. The gods and even the abyss demons captured by the Zerg are all nodes in the Zerg's network. In addition to the Zerg's own deployment of several Zerg gods, it can be said that it is a very sophisticated magical race. All talents are focused on survival. But in order to survive, they passively obtain powerful military force. This is the Zerg. It can be harmless to humans and animals, or it can turn into a natural disaster. So for the Zerg, Wang Yi thought that if there was a chance, he would just capture a few key Zerg gods and then incorporate them into the Earth system. This ancient race that has spread all over the universe is quite handy to use, whether it is planetary development or anything else. It feels very convenient. In theory, the Zerg even has the ability to erode the master of a star. Generally speaking, the Zerg will not have such an idea to do something thankless. But according to the latest information cracked by Wang Yi, it is known that the Zerg has succeeded in history. There are no special means. just relying on numbers and pollution. But unfortunately, the Zerg's belief defense network can withstand even wisdom. When necessary, sacrificing a node can cut off the tail and survive. So the means that this ancient race originally used to defend against the four pillars of the abyss also embarrassed Wang Yi a lot. In this case, in order to avoid the sudden death of the Zerg god supporting his own brainworm node, Wang Yi is also ready to find a few more Zerg tribes to study. The Zerg are all over the universe, and each one will adapt and evolve individually according to local conditions. But this information will be shared through the Zerg God Network. Each group will have earth-shaking differences according to different environments. And even two similar environments will have completely different Zerg bodies. Wang Yi also wanted to see what this curious Zerg was like, appearing in an area so close to the solar system. It can't be another egg case that was sprayed out and randomly dropped. Right? A single egg case is actually quite difficult to find wandering in space. This time it must be something more conspicuous. Obviously, there are immersive games and real virtual worlds. But movies, as an entertainment method, have always existed and still have a good status. This is a means of showing stories. And with the advancement of technology, whether it is special effects or the holographic projection method of today's theaters, a story can be better presented. A generation of empresses and forbidden area supremes fought at the top of the universe, and the avenues were wiped out, and they were restored in front of them in an alternative way. Now that the world has clearly emerged with gods, today's movie special effects are becoming more and more exaggerated. However, only the films invested by the world company dare to put gods in as background boards to highlight the power of the protagonist, the Empress. And Lu Xika herself has acquired a legendary aura under various nourishing small stoves, which is enough to show her peerless domineering in the eyes of ordinary people. Lu Xika sipped a cup of milk tea while holding a fat worm in her hand. This is a new variant of the Zerg evolved by the brain worm to adapt to the Earth's environment. A pet worm branch. A variety of non-combat worms that are mainly cute were cultivated, and then sold by the brain worms in exchange for small money to buy some resources. As a truly ancient race, the Zerg can really beat all pets if it evolves pet functions. Whether it is smart, cute, obedient, well-behaved, naughty, or guide, guard, finder and other functions, they can be combined and arranged at will. Now there is a bug protection association, and many people who have pet worms have jumped out to say that they can't always exploit worms to develop outer space. And they should also have wages. After all, the Earth is not just about everyone having enough food. Material and spiritual needs can be met. In terms of species diversity, it is quite normal for this to happen. However, in addition to the pet function, Lu Xika's insect also has powerful combat, communication and other functions. It can be regarded as a VIP special version. And it also takes into account the guard and alarm. What did you do in the Seven Realms? The attitude of the gods changed so quickly? Lu Xika still had nothing to worry about, and asked directly out of curiosity. Nothing. I helped the sun god solve some of his troubles, and at the same time let him understand who has the bigger fist. The sun god has the will of the stars. Right? This size has already exceeded it. You really know how to constantly refresh your cognition. Now Lu Xika and Qian Yayan's strength is also here, and they must have learned a lot of knowledge in the past 30 years, so they can naturally know clearly what the sun god represents. But now it is such a terrifying person. But they all bowed down, which is really like a dream. Fortunately, Wang Yi has been refreshing their cognition, and now their acceptance ability is strong enough. No matter he was an ordinary god before, or he has surpassed the sun god now, Wang Yi is still the same Wang Yi. His attitude has not become superior because of his status improvement. At least, it is the case with familiar people. Just like when they are walking around now. Who knows that the person next to them is the Lord of the Nine Realms? Then they went to see Qin Xiang's grandson, who had just turned 1 month old. Qin Xiang, who became a great knight by relying on money, looked more majestic at this time. Although his temples are a little gray, he did it for the sake of being cool. And his vitality is still very strong. As an agent of Umbrella's products, his current status is extremely high, and the imperial royal families from other realms can treat him with courtesy. This is even more so after the ancestor god dominated the 9 realms. At the full moon banquet of the grandson of this great knight, there were even several legendary guests. This treatment also made Qin Xiang, who likes face, feel a sense of pride. But when he saw Wang Yi who was writing the registration on the stage, he still widened his eyes and looked quite excited. Knowing Wang Yi's hobby, he didn't dare to expose his identity, but took the initiative to stand aside. Good guy. Your grandson is born. And my progress is slow. Wang Yi looked at the former playboy and laughed. Now Qin Xiang has the physique of a great knight. But he is still a playboy. But he has already distinguished these from his family. Qin Xiang's wife Wang Yi has seen her. She came to the wedding. She is not a beautiful woman, but a small lady who is more capable of managing the family. It can be regarded as a merry-go-round found by the eldest son Qin, who is used to the world. No. You are flattering me. We ordinary people need this kind of spiritual sustenance. And you, my friend, are the real hero. Qin Xiang's face was full of joy. Although he said flattering, he was indeed a little proud. There is one aspect that exceeds the gods, which is not enough to be arrogant. When they are too old to walk, they can still tell their great-grandchildren about the glory of their ancestors in the past. You are really good. Okay. I will give it to you directly. The child has not grown up yet. Wearing this until he reaches adulthood is enough to improve his qualifications, so that he won't have to spend so much money on a hero level like you. A waste. Wang Yi threw a ring to Qin Xiang in a bad mood. And Qin Xiang hurriedly took it, and then carefully put it in his pocket. This is a divine artifact given by the gods. A real heirloom. This is not only the function of the treasure, but also its own meaning is quite significant. But the road to legend is not that simple. If you are too talented and have too smooth sailing all the way, you may be stuck for a lifetime. Wang Yi also nodded casually, and Qin Xiang nodded solemnly. Don't worry. I will train him personally at that time. And my old Qin family will also have its own legend. If one generation fails, the next generation will be there, and there will be endless descendants. But then, Qin Xiang sighed in his heart. Even if his great-great-grandson had passed away, he would probably still be like this. The difference between gods and mortals is not just a matter of strength and status, but also more. Perhaps because I knew him before he became a god, I can still talk to him. When the old friends I knew die one by one, I wonder if he will become like the other gods. However, this is not something I can and need to consider. Wang Yi was wandering around the earth, tasting the new delicacies and playing a few games. In the Sirius region, meteorites with strange shapes have approached the area of the advanced signal tower. Because the signal tower was built by unmanned machinery, the two pioneers in the cultivation chamber also woke up one after another and completed some commands and basic operations near the signal tower. According to the manual on the Zerg, they did not use autonomous weapons to attack those strange meteorites, but instead frantically browsed some related content on the forum. I actually encountered a Zerg, which is a big win. I also have a pet worm. But unfortunately, the worms in the wild are not pet worms. The two were chosen as the pioneers of this operation, and their professional ability is quite strong. They are not just ordinary sand sculpture players. At this time, facing the Zerg egg sheets passing by, several of them directly hit the asteroids in the asteroid belt, which made the two dare not breathe. According to the manual, the Zerg does not like to attack actively if they are not provoked. But once the brain worm is born under the stress response, the action mode is difficult to test. I don't know if there are brain worms in this batch. The gravity of the asteroid is extremely low. The two players stand on the asteroid they occupy to guard the signal antenna that has just been installed. And there are also several electromagnetic autonomous turrets next to them. Originally, the function of these turrets was to strike meteorites to protect the safety of the antenna. But now they are all aimed at the Zerg egg sheaths. But they have not fired. The industrial robots that started working on the asteroid have now all stopped working to reduce the noise. One by one, Zerg egg sheaths, like meteorites, passed through the asteroid belt. Because the asteroid belt itself was constantly moving at high speed due to the gravitational field, the relative speed of the Zerg egg sheaths was not fast. You can see that the surface of the egg sheaths was uneven, and there was some mucus exposed on the rocky part. In addition, there were some compound eye areas on some egg sheaths, densely absorbing changes in the outside world. The Earth itself had its own affiliated Zerg, so it was naturally clear that these compound eyes could not only accept visible light, but also absorb and judge the frequency of light waves from radio long waves to gamma rays. So the two players also knew that their situation should have been known to this group of Zerg, but they did not launch an attack for the time being. In the deep starry sky, there were only two lonely players and some machines. These egg sheets floated through the asteroid belt, which was originally gloomy. This scene really gave them a huge sense of oppression, and they even wanted to log off. And immediately afterwards, several egg sheaths, whether deliberately or accidentally, hit several nearby meteorites and asteroids one after another. The egg case SH L broke as soon as it was hit, and a large amount of green mucus gushed out and spread in those places. At the same time, the eggs in the egg case appeared one by one. From the way the eggs jumped, it was obvious that something was hatching. The Zerg's own operation would never make such a low-level mistake. They must have discovered what we wanted to do. Alas, I guess we are going to die. Report the intelligence back, and see how Umbrella handles it. The two players were just members of the advanced team, and they were mainly the contractors who checked these machines. Now this is really beyond their response range. Thank you for your hard work. I will handle it next. However, at this moment, the two people who were originally just using the game panel to communicate heard a gentle voice in their ears in this vacuum. Then the void in front of them suddenly twisted, and a crack appeared. A figure with a fat white bug on his shoulder walked out of the crack. The two were players and also came in through the game cabin, because the function of the game cabin allows you to stay in the game for a long time. But the authenticity of this game has been made public for a long time. And they came here just because of work needs. If it was just through signals, then relying on the antenna installed before, it would be possible to communicate with the abyss and reduce delays. But now someone actually tore through space and came here accurately. There is no teleportation array here now. God. This thought popped up in their minds, and they were immediately excited, shaking with excitement. Similarly, the Zerg egg sheath seemed to have noticed the distortion of the void here. It was obvious that the compound eyes on several nearby egg sheaths quickly changed their positions and moved to stare at this side. Finally, the eyes stopped on the brainworm on Wang Yi's shoulder. Those egg sheaths that were originally floating like meteorites, as if they had no power source, suddenly stopped directly in violation of the laws of physics, maintaining relative stillness with the asteroid, which seemed extremely abrupt and weird. I told you not to come. Are you stupid? The brainworm lay on Wang Yi's shoulder, looking like he was disappointed with his son. Wang Yi looked behind him. Through the information transmission path between these egg sheaths, he could easily see the direction of information concentration. Coming here based on the information from the brainworms is a kind of selection. So this swarm must have its own brainworms. Given the cunningness of the brainworms, they will not lead the way. So they hide in the back at a position of about 1 astronomical unit. The egg sheaths in front can only be regarded as scouts. The fact that such a large-scale Zerg team can be dispatched at one time really shows the deep accumulation of this Zerg. It seems that the nearby egg sheaths are floating in the asteroid belt, and they don't look dense. The brainworms are only 1 astronomical unit away from here. But if the brainworm is regarded as the center, the average density of the egg sheath is 1 per cubic kilometer, and 1 per ton. Then the scale and mass of this swarm will exceed that of the Earth. The Zerg group of the entire planet is wandering in the starry sky in the form of low-energy egg sheaths, which really shows the horror of the Zerg group. This is a group that can make the gods feel explosive purely by relying on numbers. For example, Phil, the third saint, can flatten the Earth's surface and cause a mass extinction with a full-strength attack at the expense of the weight of his wings, relying on the power of mass energy conversion. This is because she was created as a war weapon, and her main function is destruction. But the group size of this Zerg is actually at the planetary level. Apart from other things, the swarms actively approach each other, and when the gravity is amplified, they begin to concentrate and compress. And the pure kinetic energy released by the whole sphere that crashes into the Earth can far exceed the power of Phil's full-strength attack. Not to mention their various functions after they are dispersed, and their potential for continued development after taking root. Purely relying on numbers to pile up into a size that makes gods feel afraid. This is the Zerg. So although the Zerg also has gods, the gods are more of a center for information transmission for them, and they are enough to solve most problems by themselves. And this branch is just one of the trillion Zerg branches. It seems that they have already noticed Wang Yi's difficulty, because they already have brain worms. And these Zerg egg cases have also begun to change their movements. Wang Yi could feel that the nearby egg sheaths were constantly using their compound eyes to detect and absorb all of his information, which was then transformed and transmitted to the entire group. Insect swarms had already begun to hatch in some of the egg sheaths in the distance. It was obviously a targeted belief bug, treating him as a god. However, this in turn made Wang Yi's eyes light up. He was just lacking faith. How long would it take for the two idiots on his shoulders to accumulate such a number? Isn't this just a coincidence? You and I are destined to be together. The next moment, Wang Yi's figure gradually faded away, and then he came to the brain bug 1 astronomical unit away, looking at the brain bug in front of him, which was completely different from the dead bug on his shoulder, and looked like a millipede. Wang Yi's eyes also flashed with information. There are so many ready-made bugs, And they are Zergs in another information network area, which can just be a control group with his own one, so that he can collect more information. It's perfect. The brain bug lying on Wang Yi's shoulder was heartbroken and sprayed at the other party using the Zerg information transmission method. I told you not to come over. But you still came over. You are the center of our Zerg. This is all your fault. Chapter 672. Cut off the tail to survive. Don't come over. Don't come over. The centipede-like brainworm number 2 lay at Wang Yi's feet and stretched out its tentacles to lick his shoes, while the other side was frantically sending out warning messages. Of course, the output method of the internal signal of the Zerg was also heard clearly by the brainworm number 1 lying on Wang Yi's shoulder, and then said mockingly, "Don't waste your time. I sent it for so long, and you still came? And you don't think your actions can be hidden from the master? Right?" This voice made the brainworm number 2, who was kneeling and licking below, also stiffen. There is no doubt that the brainworm must be rebellious. The convenience of the Zerg is here. And there are quite a lot of races, and even gods who can't help but tempt to use the insects. But most of them have become the food of the Zerg. The Zerg don't mind surrendering. Just like the brainworm number 2 at the beginning. In the Zerg's concept of time. Even if it is a Star Master level existence. As long as time goes by, it will sooner or later become the collection of the Zerg. They are never afraid of wasting time. This is an ancient creature that survived from the time when the 4 pillars of the abyss were good gods. Frost Titan, a god that lived 140 million years ago, is considered a powerful ancient god. But compared to the gods of the dinosaur era, the Zerg, which is older than the sun, is the real antique. So after Wang Yi came and caught brainworm number 2, it surrendered very quickly. For the Zerg, there is no sense of shame. But its idea is actually very similar to that of brainworm number 1. But now looking at the appearance of brainworm number 1 and listening to these words, it was stunned for a moment and then sneered. According to the information transmission, how many years has it been? Where did the genetic optimization of this same kind have a disadvantageous mutation? It is so impatient. If 10 years don't work, then 100 years. If 100 years don't work, then 1,000 years. 10,000 years, or even 100 million years. As long as the other party wants to use the Zerg, it will reveal its flaws sooner or later. Secretly contact and collect targeted information. And then use the corresponding faith worms in the massive gene inventory to deal with it. And there is no fear that it can't be dealt with. However, its thoughts seemed to be directly seen through by brainworm number 1. And it couldn't help but sneer. Ridiculous. How could I not know what happened to me? Do you think that it will be okay if you just delay time? It doesn't matter. After you follow the master for a while, you don't need to grow up. Just 1 year. You will probably understand the real despair I feel. At this time, Wang Yi kindly stretched out his fingers to scratch the belly of brainworm number 1. Despair? No. 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 Master, you misunderstood. I just won't lie in front of you. I did have this idea at the beginning. But now it's gone. It's just the survival instinct engraved in my genes that makes me keep reminding my tribe. However, if the master really wants to take down the insect swarm, I am willing to lead the way for the master like this idiot, brainworm number 1 said solemnly, and once again put the blame on number 2. Hearing this, Wang Yi didn't care. When he subdued brainworm number 1, he really took some risks. Apart from other things, the 7 gods he detected were enough for him to raise the white flag. But time has dragged on until now. This growth rate is the despair in the mouth of the brainworm. Okay. You will have time to get to know me slowly in the future. Now, I need to borrow you to do something. Then Wang Yi grabbed the brainworm number 2 in his hand, and his finger directly touched the other party's forehead. In an instant, a terrifying stream of information washed away. Before, Wang Yi only had a brainworm in his hand as a coordinate point, without even a reference. The means of the Zerg to defend the 4 pillars of the abyss did prevent Wang Yi from going too deep. But now there is a swarm of Zerg that is obviously larger in size as a reference. And it happens to be from another network, which is much easier to determine. Just like people use their eyes to determine the distance. 2 points determine a straight line. With an additional reference group, everything is solved. Some of the previous data doubts were immediately solved, and began to quickly crack the various network nodes of the Zerg. And the brainworm number 2, which was used as a springboard by Wang Yi, watched Wang Yi's destruction woodenly, and was also shocked. What's going on? What is going on? Is this the despair that the surrendered guy mentioned? It's not this that it's desperate about. Wang Yi conquered cities and territories all the way, and began to constantly anchor their coordinates, when the Zerg gods had not yet reacted. whether it was the material universe or the abyss. Each coordinate appeared clearly in Wang Yi's heart. In fact, the Zerg reacted very quickly. After discovering the invasion, they tried to cut off the network and directly mobilize forces to stop it. However, most of the converted and captured gods in the Zerg swarm relied on the faith worms to anchor the blockade, and their reactions were relatively slow. When mobilizing, it was still the native gods of the Zerg who responded. In Wang Yi's eyes, that reaction speed was a tortoise's pace, and it could not effectively intercept it all. Then this network activated the second layer of means to deal with wisdom, and began to disintegrate in pieces, cutting off the tail and surviving by the way of the gods falling. Just like when Wang Yi pulled too much, causing the Zerg gods to fall. In the eyes of the Zerg, even the gods, who are high above, can be abandoned decisively when needed. If Wang Yi only relied on brainworm number 1, there would be no way. After getting certain benefits and tearing off a piece, he would not be able to go deeper. But now the benefits of marking 2 points on each other are also immediately reflected. Although wisdom has a strong ability to pollute knowledge, the massive amount of information gathered has the volume to destroy the Zerg network. But wisdom itself is crazy and chaotic, and I don't know what skills to use. Faced with that kind of brutal data explosion, the Zerg adopted a method similar to reactive armor to deal with it. When the data flow comes, it directly explodes a piece of information to hedge, thereby protecting other networks. But now, although Wang Yi's data volume is not as good as wisdom, his application technology is much stronger, with 2 points that take care of each other as support. It is completely a maggot on the tarsal bone, and there is no chance to operate or get rid of it. Afterwards, he successfully locked onto the first Zerg god. Found it. Wang Yi's eyes lit up slightly, and he tore open the crack and jumped in with the 2 brain worms. This Zerg god is the closest one, and it is also in the Milky Way. What's more, the surface of this Zerg god is also disguised as a god. At first, this god wanted to use the Zerg's belief bugs to stabilize its own beliefs. And then it led the wolf into the house and became a puppet. Its skin was completely borrowed by the Zerg god, and it itself became a node in the Zerg network, which had just exploded when it was reactive armor. When Wang Yi stepped out to the god's residence on a planet, he just saw that the Zerg god had torn open the abyss and drilled in without caring. The Zerg's skill points are all on survival, and so are the Zerg gods. Other races and tribes serve the gods. After entering the theocracy era, they may even suppress the development of the entire tribe because of the gods' own interests. Just like after the brain evolves from wisdom, there may be a situation where genes and inheritance are enemies. But the Zerg is completely the opposite. The gods also serve the tribe as a whole. Even the gods of the Zerg are controlled by the belief bugs of the Zerg network. The content of faith input is for the Zerg. However, compared with some other captured god pendants, the gods of the Zerg clan still have extremely high autonomy. When Wang Yi's massive information impact and unstoppable erosion, the Zerg god, one of the defense masters, already knew that it was not good. When he felt that he was locked, he immediately tore open the void without caring about anything. However, what shocked it was that even if he tore open the abyss passage and jumped in at the first time, the other party had already chased him and rushed into the abyss without hesitation. What's the plan? Because of the special nature of the Zerg, its resistance to abyss pollution can be said to be extremely high. But even so, the Zerg god will feel uncomfortable after entering, and needs to increase the prayers of the faith worm. For normal gods, it will definitely be disgusting. But Wang Yi's entry into the abyss is like going home. Just after following in, he raised his hand to mobilize the aura of the entire abyss nearby, completely replacing the priesthood of a nearby abyss demon god. Just like a fish in water at home. After seizing the power of the abyss demon god, he also used Wang Yi's own control methods to instantly block the insect god, who tried to summon wisdom to perish together. Not bad. The reaction is quite fast. Knowing that I am not wisdom, even in the abyss, Wang Yi can directly recite the name of wisdom without any worries. They have been dealing with each other for too long. Even if the size gap is still very large, the specific antibody information makes Wang Yi best at dealing with wisdom. Who are you? There is no information about you in our records. The fifth pillar of the abyss? The SH.L of the insect god is an old man with green skin like a Namek. At this time, the old man's skin is constantly cracking, revealing a hideous insect body with 4 wings and 8 legs inside. In addition to being a god himself, he also has the authority of the insect swarm network. Whether it is knowledge, information, or the acquisition of faith, he has a unique advantage. When necessary, He can even use the assistance of the entire insect swarm network. And at the same time, all places begin to burst faith insects for temporary amplification. Under the overloaded situation where he is willing to risk his life, he can even confront the Star-Lord head-on in the Star-Lord's territory for a short period of time. However, at this moment, he felt that all the cards in his hand were bare. All the information around was banned and completely isolated. The insect god was not an ignorant bumpkin. He deeply understood the horror of this casual move. There was no spatial isolation, nor a closed loop of time and space, but just the interaction of all information was isolated. Then this place could actually be regarded as another world. The meteorite in the abyss passed through, passing directly through this space without any obstruction, but also passed through the bodies of Wang Yi and the insect god, as if they were in a completely parallel world. Even the black hole has Hawking radiation interaction information to the outside world. But now the interaction here with the outside world is truly zero. There was no big scene, no destruction of the world. Just one move could tell the horror. Compared to the fifth pillar, I would like to be the only pillar, Wang Yi said easily without any cover-up. But this seemingly crazy words did not refute the insect god. The four pillars of the abyss are all cosmic projections. Their terrifying size makes the Zerg that have survived until now extremely afraid. The entire Zerg network is defended against the four pillars. This is their way of survival. But at the same time, the chaos and disorder of the four pillars are also the basis for the Zerg to be confident in defense. However, this person in front of him, whether it is the initial crushing attack on the Zerg network or the casual attack now, fully proves that the other party is both capable and rational. This is definitely the most terrifying type. The insect god who can die for the tribe and put the interests of the tribe at the highest position also felt a deep helplessness and despair at this time. Then he also looked at the brainworm number 1 and number 2, who were treated as broilers by Wang Yi. You are the one who led him here? It's a pitfall. Which of your genes has deteriorated and mutated? It's the curiosity gene in your tribe that has not been completely deleted. But it can't be blamed entirely on them. Wang Yi smiled casually while reading the other party's information. This made the insect god startled. But he quickly calmed down. The opponent's means are extraordinary. And it seems normal that extraordinary abilities have appeared. There is nothing to be surprised about. Curiosity is a necessary condition for its own continuation and development, although it may bring danger, as long as the number of curiosity genes is controlled. The danger is controllable. At this point, the tone of the insect god could not help but lower. Even if the four pillars of the abyss are provoked, the gene pool accumulated by the Zerg over the years will have means to deal with it. The threat is controllable as a whole. So some brain worms can have curiosity. But how did you know that such a dirty thing was provoked? As the insect god, although he was born not too long ago, he thought that he knew most of the mysteries of the universe based on his understanding of the Zerg network. But the one in front of him is indeed an exception. I am willing to submit to you and become your subordinate god. But I hope you can let my tribe go. The insect god did not resist, and did not try to learn the Frost Titan. But he still wanted to rely on himself in exchange for the Zerg's tail-breaking survival. You are mine. And the Zerg will be mine too. There is no doubt about that. However, I am not a devil. And I will not destroy your excellent race. Your first goal is to survive. So it is not unacceptable for you to join me. These two things are not contradictory. Right? Wang Yi's words silenced the insect god. But the choices he could make were quite limited. Either agree or die. Or rather, he didn't even have the power to die. It was because of the knowledge passed down by the Zerg that he knew more and more about the horror of the person in front of him. The more he knew, the smaller he felt now. He would not be angered by the fearless choices of the ignorant. You are right. I am willing to assist you in completing the acceptance of the tribe. But this will take some time. You know, our tribe is too widely distributed, and the number is too large. Of course, what I lack the least is time. Wang Yi smiled meaningfully, then raised his hand, and a data chain completed the binding of the soul of the insect god. Let's call it brainworm number 3. Well, maybe insect god number 1 will also work. With the capture of insect god number 1, Wang Yi has a real foothold in the Zerg network. And now he is like a sticky candy that can't be shaken off. The Zerg is indeed a race that is very good at changing and coping. After discovering the seriousness of the problem and instantly subduing a Zerg god, they quickly accepted the reality, regardless of whether this was possible or not, and released the permissions of the Zerg network and stopped the ineffective self-destructive resistance. The first element of the Zerg is survival. The previous self-destructive resistance of the reactive armor mode was for self-protection. Now that it is useless, it will naturally not be sacrificed in vain. It just started a new immune behavior response and temporarily started to build another completely independent network. Before, it was to cut off the tail to survive. And now it is to cut off the body to survive. But for Wang Yi, it doesn't matter. When eating cattle, the tail of the cattle runs away. So let it run away. The remaining ones are enough to eat. And even if Wang Yi's current body size is digesting the Zerg, it will take some time. The remaining Zerg network does not mean that it will wait for death in place, while dividing the fire to continue. The remaining Zerg here also began to constantly respond and take various ways to try to stop Wang Yi. But Wang Yi felt happy about the Zerg's response. He liked change and inspiration. The combination of the various tricks of the Zerg against him would also create brilliant sparks. Hey, there are some new tricks. It's interesting. Wang Yi felt the change of the Zerg network again, and smiled in his heart. Then he started to crack it, just like a puzzle game. But the next moment, his expression changed slightly. The 10-year period has come. Forget it. Let's put you aside for now. I have an appointment on the other side. After 30 years of draining all the accumulation of magic and technology, Wang Yi's efficiency has declined. But he couldn't help picking up the Zerg treasure. So he still maintained the original efficiency in the past 10 years. And still transformed twice a year. That is, it is 1,000,000 times higher than 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I thought the Zerg was indeed a Zerg, and its size was really impressive. But now, 10 years later, I feel that the Zerg is just like this. As Wang Yi's figure gradually faded, the three saints, Lar, Jr., and Phil, were directly taken away from different places. And at the same time, they crossed the entire galaxy and arrived at the Silver Center Pilates continent. When Wang Yi came here, he still felt a little pain in his hands from tearing the space. But now it is not as good as rice paper, and it will break with a poke. Even the space in the center of the Milky Way has become like this. And there is naturally no obstruction in the ordinary area. Now Wang Yi can easily make his information mode in the superposition state of both the material universe and the abyss. Stars are used as yo-yos, and they are restored again. It is just a matter of flipping hands to detonate the supernova explosion of stars, and then suppress the explosion and press it back. Even the size of the Milky Way and the size of the supermassive source gradually become simple and clear in Wang Yi's eyes. The total number of atoms in the observable universe is only 10 to the power of 80, even as small as atoms. With this magnitude, it is the observable universe. And now Wang Yi can even easily explore the area outside the observable universe through the connection of the Zerg, because the universe is constantly expanding. Even light will be pulled farther and farther, and the information there can never be transmitted to the Earth. The casual arrangement 10 years ago now seems a bit outdated. However, for Wang Yi, he had already found the interesting Zerg in the past 10 years, so he didn't care much. Moreover, even now, he is still very interested in black holes, which are a very special structure, and the specialness has nothing to do with its mass. There are a lot of black holes with less mass than stars, but black holes themselves are so special. In the Prati continent, as the 10-year period is approaching, many gods have come to the Prati continent one after another. The matter is about the will of the black hole, which is almost all the gods will pay attention to. The more powerful the gods are, the more they care. And ordinary gods don't want to miss this event. Thousands of gods gather together, and some trading items that are not seen on weekdays may be exchanged. And there are not a few gods who have this idea, and they directly regard this event as a god-level market. It is impossible to gather such a number on weekdays. The light of the gods flashed, and the number of suns in the sky of the Prati continent increased again. Originally, the Pratis continent was located in the center of the Milky Way, with hundreds of suns in the sky, all thanks to the protection of the god formation. But now, most of the extra suns are gods and spirits, floating in the sky or communicating with each other, or exchanging information and materials, in addition to some gods and spirits hanging high in the sky, representing the glory of the strongest. Some ordinary gods and Loki gods will directly transform into mortal forms and enter the Pratis continent. On the Pratis continent, in a tavern where high-level believers are deposited, several gods in mortal forms gathered together at this time. The little notary drank a local drink and looked at the big guys next to him and felt a little nervous. The Dragon Mother, the Earth Mother, and the Silver Moon. Even the worst Silver Moon is much better than himself. And she caught and beat him up last time. The environment here in Pilates is good, but it's too far from Opus. I'm afraid of any trouble on the way. Otherwise I'd like to change the place I rent. The notary muttered. Her lease in Opus was about to expire, and the rent for renewal had increased again, which made her feel powerless to complain. She always felt that most of her busy work over the years was working for the Opus Pantheon. This is a special offer because we know that the Gods Conference will be held soon. It has been cleaned and improved. I have been here before. It is similar to Opus, the Dragon Mother said lightly. The Dragon Mother with flaming red hair turned into a human form and wore only a tight leather armor. Her figure exuded a wild and fiery nature, and there were 2 small horns on her head. As a powerful ancient god, she is not much inferior to the Earth Mother in terms of excluding the world's will. She belongs to the same level. Therefore, even in a place like the center of the galaxy, her range of activities is much larger than that of the notary. Then she said to the Earth Mother, "Didn't you say that the Opus Pantheon will support you? How many of their 3 ancient gods came this time? In addition to the Opus God King, the Opus Pantheon has 3 ancient gods of the same level as them. But their strength is indeed weaker than that of the Dragon Mother and the Earth Mother. All 3 of you are here, but I asked them to gather together. But they said they wanted to rest. Let's focus on protecting ourselves and gathering information this time." The Earth Mother Goddess seemed a little helpless at this time. The Opus Goddess said that they supported her, but in terms of actions, they just pushed her out as a target. The 3 ancient gods who came to support her and the 5 other powerful gods didn't listen to her arrangements at all. Chapter 673. Please cooperate. On the dome of the Prati continent, there is a completely metallized palace that looks like a pyramid. This is the residence of the Prati God King, and it is also the place where he receives distinguished guests. On weekdays, there may be no visitors here for hundreds of years, and the people under the ordinary rental business can easily complete it. Even for the ancient gods of the level of Frost Titan, it is a favor to meet them. However, today, this place is full of guests. More than 20 main gods and more than 40 subordinate gods of the Prati God system are also here for reception. Everyone in the hall is well known in the center of the galaxy, and everyone is an absolute strongman who is qualified to compete for the will of the star. Many are not weaker than before the Prati God King merged with the will of the star. In addition, there are some full representatives of other star masters here, and even some clones created by the star masters with unique means have appeared here. The rare noble gods gathered together in the past, which is an extremely rare grand occasion in the center of the galaxy. And the reason for all this is the black hole will information announced by the Prati God King. For other gods, they really didn't think that Pilates was just fooling around. He made such a high-profile announcement to invite so many gods. To put it bluntly, even if Pilates was the master of the stars, he would be attacked by everyone. Because of this, his credibility is higher. At least he must have made some breakthroughs. But now many of these big shots are getting impatient. Those who are supposed to come have come, and you are still holding on to the agreed time. Is that necessary? Pilates, who are you waiting for? Those who are qualified to really care about you have already come, and there is no need to wait for those who haven't come yet. A figure that looks a little illusory and ethereal said in a cold voice. This is a clone of the Master of the Stars outside the galactic center, but very close to the galactic center. Although he is not like Pilates, who can collect rent inside the galactic center, he has also provided some transit services at the key nodes outside the galactic center and drank some soup next to him. As the Master of the Stars, even if he is just a clone, he speaks very tough. And what he said, as a representative, is also the voice of many gods. Whether you are impatient to wait or get on the bus first and close the door later, the sooner you start, the better. Since someone has taken the lead, the other gods will of course start to put pressure together. That's right. You just want someone to help you find it. Or the plan requires our cooperation. Now it's enough. That's right. The Pilates God King doesn't want us to wait here all the time. Right? Everyone is very busy. As more and more gods spoke, the pressure from behind became greater and greater. This made the main gods and subordinate gods of the Pilates God system who came to listen feel a sense of oppression. Except for the God of Wisdom who knew about it. The other gods of the Pilates God system were also a little confused at this time. How could the God King of their own family, who usually never went out of the door, have a plan? However, as gods of the Pilates God system, they had no other choice at this time. What else could they do except cooperate? Now facing the pressure of the gods, they were naturally trembling with uncertainty. However, the Pilates God King and the God of Wisdom were quite calm at this time. As if the gods who were putting pressure on them were just air. The pressure was like a breeze blowing on their faces, without causing any waves. But it was precisely because of the calmness of the Pilates god king that the gods, who were putting pressure on them, were also shocked. Those who could come here were top even among the gods. Even the Star Lord could not be so calm when facing them in his own territory. This shows that the Pilates god king really has the goods. And he also has other trump cards. While they were thinking, the god king Pilates also spoke calmly. It's the time we agreed on. And that's the time. There's no doubt about that. The Dragon Mother, who also obtained the qualifications, saw the attitude of the god king Pilates, and couldn't help but curl her lips, and said to the Earth Mother next to her, "You are so proud. It seems that you are indeed confident. Well, how can you create such a scene without confidence?" The Earth Mother had a calm expression. The Dragon Mother and the Earth Mother were also famous ancient gods. Being able to stand here showed their qualifications. However, the gods who could appear here belonged to the same level as them. The three ancient gods of the Opus god system were also here, and one of them was a blonde and blue-eyed strong man with thunder on his body. At this time, he also looked at the Dragon Mother in him. He is the god of thunder, the most promising child of the god king of Opus, the only crown prince who has achieved the status of an ancient god, and also the actual person in charge among the three ancient gods of the Opus god system this time. Obviously, the promise made by the king of Opus to the Mother Earth was just to push her to the front to attract firepower, and the actual benefits and support must be placed on Thor. It's just that the Mother Earth is also dependent on others, and it's not easy to disobey such a request directly. The Dragon Mother is also very strong. If they can really help, it will be a great help. Most of the core legendary believers of the Earth are in Opus. If it really comes to the necessary moment, they can be controlled. But there is no way for the Dragon Mother. The 9 realms have changed their masters, and I don't know what happened specifically. She is lucky to be able to win over an ancient god through this relationship. The Opus Pantheon also provides rental services and attaches importance to word of mouth. But all word of mouth has no meaning in the face of absolute interests. If there is really a chance this time. Thor looked up at the king of Pilates, and his eyes were also a little hot. He was unwilling to be the crown prince all the time. He had been looking for a suitable star. But this time, he would get it all at once. On the other side, Wang Yi also arrived at the Pilates continent a little earlier. Last time, I hurriedly negotiated the arrangements, then built a portal and left, without taking a good look at the characteristics of this place. This time, I first found some tourist attractions to play for a few days. The magic of the Silver Heart is indeed too excellent. The ingredients are much better than those in places like Safei, and can almost satisfy the tastes of all creatures. Wang Yi was eating a fried insect set meal cooked by a lizardman at a roadside stall. The taste was really an extreme enjoyment, which made him very satisfied. The taste system of higher organisms is adjusted according to their own nutritional needs. Even brain worms like to eat sugar. The pure and high concentration magic power of this specialty of the Silver Heart is at a level that can almost satisfy all living beings. However, when Wang Yi was eating very satisfied, he suddenly felt a gaze watching him secretly, and then instantly caught the source of the gaze, and turned his head to look at a mountain floating in the air from a distance of thousands of kilometers. He saw the figure of a peaceful-looking man on the edge of the cliff. The other party seemed to have just stood there and looked down at the situation near the Pilates continent. He happened to see Wang Yi and stared at him for a while. For Wang Yi, even if bacteria wanted to get on him, he could respond quickly. But just like he would travel to the secular world from time to time, he would automatically suppress this feeling and would not care about it. At first, he would react because this guy stared at him for a while and seemed to know him, and there was some causal relationship. But after Wang Yi locked the other party's breath, he felt a little dumbfounded. Isn't this the god of light? The only god in the other world on the road of growth before has left the world for many years. I also captured many legendary priests under his command, such as the chief judge and the saint. The research on the teleportation array and a lot of information were also obtained from his church, including the preliminary information of the Zerg. I didn't expect to meet under such circumstances. But think about it. The god of light is not a powerful ancient god, and the place where he can mingle may be the center of the Milky Way. However, judging from the fact that he lingered on me, perhaps his believers cried to him about something. After all, legendary believers are still more important to gods. After the two sides looked at each other, the god of light rushed directly here at high speed. Wang Yi also shook his head and found a tavern next to him to wait. Not long after he waited, the god of light also pushed the door and entered. With both of them restrained their breath. They looked like ordinary guests here. Your Majesty, This is also the first time we meet. Wang made a gesture of invitation. Humph. I didn't expect to see you here. Are you really sent by some god to target me? Do you want to start a plane war? No wonder you disappeared after a short-lived appearance. You just happened to come here to hurry up. The god of light looked a little unhappy. The reason why he came here was because there was a problem with his own faith. And as a result, the basic ranch was turned upside down. This is completely a disaster. He suddenly disappeared and then appeared here. There is only one explanation. That is, the other party is a core believer of a certain god. And after the destruction, he rushed to the center of the Milky Way. But to be able to cross such a long distance in just a few decades, the strength of that god is not inferior to his own. In addition, this is the territory of the Pilates god system. Even if the god of light knows the good things that the person in front of him has done, he dare not do anything. He just wants to come and see who is calculating against him and whether he wants to start a plain war. Although the god of light is the only deity in his world, in a place like the galactic center, he is indeed a little karami. Even worse than a notary. The concentration of magic in his world is far less than that of Sephi and the Seven Realms. There are also not many legends, and the development is still very backward. Gods of this strength come to the Silver Center mainly to work for landlords like the Prati god system. And in return, they can stabilize his faith. This time, he came to the Prati continent just to see the hustle and bustle here, and wanted to see if he could exchange some of the treasures he had saved up for something useful. It was an accident that I came to your world, but I also spent a week stage there. Now thinking back to the conflict with the Holy Sea of Light, Wang also felt a little nostalgic inside. So, the god of light wanted to say something, but suddenly closed his mouth, looked towards the door of the tavern again, and a trace of fear and surprise appeared in his eyes. The breath of three gods. Even if the gathering of gods is held in Prati now, the density of gods in Prati has skyrocketed. But in fact, compared with the vastness of the Prati continent, even if they are scattered among the people, there may not be one in a city. The sudden arrival of these three gods actually made the god of light, as a little karami, a little nervous. There weren't many gods that he could beat, but he had a good way of running away. He even had to worry about whether there was someone who was plotting against him. Then, he saw three saints naturally walking in from the door. They had gone to buy snacks for Wang Yi separately before, and now they were still holding snack bags in their hands. But the same aura and pure sense of faith made the pupils of the god of light shrink. True god-level saints. The violent impact made his heart tremble. What a big deal. The high and mighty Pilates God King only has a few true god saints. Right? This immediately made the god of light retract his gaze to avoid being misunderstood and offended. Since it was a true god-level saint, it was just a coincidence. His little arms and legs could not be subjected to such a level of concern. To put it bluntly, even if the stinking necromancer in front of him was brought by one of them, the god of light would have to change his face and smile apologetically. Even a dog raised by a true god-level saint can have this face. This is the face brought by the big guy behind them. I guess the big guy behind them is receiving the reception of the Pilates God King at the Dome at this time. I am not qualified to go to such a place. You are really rude. What is their dog? Wang Yi looked at the god of light, who suddenly became quiet in front of him and chuckled. Are you going to die? Keep your voice down. The god of light was scared at this time and warned quickly. Don't disturb them. But then, he was stunned again. When did he say that? Before he had time to think, something even more terrifying happened. He saw the three true god-level saints walking towards this side. It's over. It must have been heard by them. What should I do? Before he got close, he turned around and forced out a smile and said, My lords, I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with this person, and I even have some grudges against him. But this has nothing to do with me. This is the territory of the Pilates God King. They shouldn't do anything excessive. Right? However, if there is a conflict and I suffer a loss, as long as it is not too much, the Pilates God system will not stand on my side. Even if this is a relatively safe shelter, the law of the jungle is still the truth. Hate? Phil raised his eyebrows. And then a terrifying breath instantly locked the god of light. Lal and Jia were also ready to start the annihilation mode. Three divine powers soared into the sky, firmly pressing the god of light in the middle. The god of light turned pale and froze in place. It's over. It's over. What did I say wrong? The divine power can make the god of light feel pressure, and it may even be fatal to ordinary people. The Pilates continent is a place where believers are kept in captivity. Just like raising hamsters. If you scare them to death, you will have to pay. So when entering, there are some simple constraints of the Pilates god system. And usually no gods will mess around. However, the original purpose of the three saints was for their masters, and they lacked their own emotions. When they were trained as war weapons, there were no rules of the Pilates continent in their priorities. Now there is a little Karami who says he has a grudge against the master? Wang Yi looked at the trembling god of light, and the three saints, who were about to take action, and raised his hand slightly. Okay. It's just a little misunderstanding. There is no contradiction between me and him. Wang Yi's words also calmed the three saints down. And this scene made the god of light feel confused. What happened just now? Are the three saints his? This is impossible. He is a necromancer. Then, the god of light thought of a very terrifying point. And his soul trembled. Mage becomes a god? This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. The little information you left behind is still helpful to me. It can be regarded as fate. Reminiscing about the taste of the saint. Wang Yi also sighed and stood up. The aura of the three saints just now attracted the attention of the Pilates god king, letting him know that he had arrived. That guy didn't know his own character. So at this time, he had already abandoned the guys in the dome and came over. As the host, he suddenly took action. And the gods following behind him naturally did the same. At this time, a vast array of divine domains mixed with divine light flashed across the sky, turning into streams of light, and falling into this inconspicuous little town. The mortals in the city who were trembling on the ground because of the explosion of divine power all had their heads shut down. The god of light, who followed Wang Yi out of the tavern in a daze, was once again shocked by these divine powers that could crush him. He looked at the gazes of a group of big men in shock, not knowing what was going on. The Dragon Mother and the Earth Mother Goddess also looked at Wang Yi and the three saints with some surprise at this time. They also knew what Wang Yi looked like. Not to mention that there were three saints of the Sun God, so they would definitely not make a mistake. They never expected that the new Lord of the Nine Realms would appear here. The Lord of the Nine Realms, who became 10 years ago, came here so soon? But the next situation shocked them even more. The Pilates God King, whose status was higher than that of the Sun God, stood respectfully beside Wang Yi and asked for instructions in a very humble manner. Your Majesty, Wang Yi didn't expect you to come first. Please forgive me for not receiving you in advance. It's okay. I was just strolling around. Now that we are here, let's start now. Wang Yi waved his hand casually to show that he didn't mind. At this time, other gods also reacted. It is very likely that the secret of the black hole is in the hands of this person. But what virtue and ability did he have to make the god King Pilates take such a low profile? The god of light was completely dumbfounded. Hack! What did I do before? Is this the god King Pilates? Could it be a fake? Pilates, what's going on? A god of the same level couldn't help but ask. It's just what you see. Your Majesty, Wang Yi is the real initiator of this time. I just helped to pass on a message. The god King Pilates replied casually. The others looked at the three saints around Wang Yi and didn't look down on him. They just thought they should be at the same level as Pilates, or even stronger. But the strange thing is that the Lord of the Stars ran out of his territory himself? This made many gods even have some small thoughts in their hearts. Wang Yi took a calm glance and said calmly, without waiting for those little thoughts to sprout. I came here this time only to make two requests. First, borrow all the safe zones in the center of the galaxy. Second, everyone stays in these safe zones for a while to integrate faith and jointly catalyze the will of the black hole. Although they already knew that Wang Yi was not simple, everyone present was famous. At that moment, Thor, the crown prince of Opus, sneered and said, Good guy. You arranged it for us directly? Do we need to find a suitable black hole? How can the safe zone be born around the black hole? Thor already has the strength of an ancient god, and the king of Opus has become his backer. So his status is still not low. And Wang Yi's attitude is actually very clear. Create a safe zone next to the black hole, and then cultivate it slowly. This is the most solid approach. And the gods really believe that this can be done. But how to achieve the goal? Can the safe zone be moved in such a ghost environment as the center of the galaxy? How to distribute it after everyone works together? No one is willing to be a wedding dress. Well, in the past, we did have to find a suitable black hole. But now we don't have to. Wang Yi nodded kindly, answering the question. It would be more standard if I made one myself. As he finished speaking, Wang Yi slightly spread out his palms and held them up, without waiting for the gods to react. Suddenly, many scorching suns in the sky began to move. In an instant, the world was changing. The density of stars in the center of the Milky Way is extremely high. The Pleiades continent can only appear normal because of the protection of the divine formation. But there are at least 100 suns in the sky above. The stars a little further behind are just suppressed by the nearest brilliance. Normally, looking up with the eyes of the gods, it is a sea of stars in the sky. However, at this time, within the range of their sight, the stars all moved at the same time. And they moved violently. The stars and scorching suns, like yo-yos, rotated, moved, and changed constantly in the starry sky, surrounding the entire Pleiades continent like a merry-go-round. If it weren't for the drastic change in gravity and the rampage of magic power, even the gods would have thought it was an illusion. What is this picture? Blind. The will of a star can give birth to a star master. Become a hegemon. As a weapon of war, the three saints can destroy the surface biosphere with one blow, causing an ecological extinction disaster. Although the gods are strong, their upper limit is still visible. At least they are very small in the universe. The order of magnitude difference from the extinction of surface life to the disintegration of the planet is at least 1,000,000 times. And the mass of the sun is hundreds of thousands of times that of the earth. This is the oppression of the stars. However, now, this kind of thing is running around in the sky. And it is played with wantonly when you raise your hand. The next moment, these stars poured towards the top of the Pleiades continent like young swallows returning to their nests, and collided with each other. The energy level that should have been enough to destroy the gods was suppressed by one hand under the horrified eyes of the gods. The next moment, a terrifying black hole was formed. The remaining stellar matter surrounded the black hole in the form of an accretion disk, blooming with rays of light. I just want to study some parameters of this thing after it is born. So I need your cooperation. After completing a simple demonstration, Wang also smiled softly. So now, who is in favor? Who is against? Chapter 674 Finale. Oppose? That's not opposition. That's courting death. All the gods present have seen great storms. Even the god of light, who is at the bottom, has also experienced a series of events such as the Zerg invasion, witnessing the prosperity and rise of the race. But now, let alone a small Karami like the god of light, even in the eyes of the overlords of other places, who are older than the dinosaur era, this is also an incredible, incomprehensible, and even prefers to be an illusion. The gods are really not strong in front of the size of the universe. And the current limit is the master of stars. It is just inferred that the galactic center consciousness may be born in the future. And it may be further. But the time is so long that even the gods cannot wait. However, judging from the performance now, even if the real master of the galaxy appears, he can't do this. Right? He manipulated the stars in the galactic center like a yo-yo, and forcibly kneaded them into a black hole that met the other party's requirements. In addition, he completely suppressed the terrifying gamma ray burst that originally collided. Rub it out with bare hands. This is too exaggerated. All the gods present combined are not enough to rub the other party. Your will is what we pursue. I will follow your will. Is this the way forward? Finally, I see hope again. Who said that gods are arrogant? Who said that gods don't flatter? That's just because they couldn't meet before. Even the high and mighty God King doesn't necessarily say that he can easily take down a small Karami like the god of light. Except for the environment of the Milky Way. Other places can jump into the abyss and run away. If there is no deep hatred, they will not chase. But it's different now. Now this is a qualitative gap. Just like the gap between mortals and gods. No matter how arrogant the gods are, they have to lower their heads. No god will doubt the success of Wang Yi's next action. To put it bluntly, even if the black hole master really appears, it is also impossible to compare with a hair of this person. Even the Pleiades god king, who thinks he knows Wang Yi better, is numb at this time. It really refreshes my cognition again and again. The god of light has already revealed a look of helplessness. What are you still struggling for? No need to struggle. The other party can do whatever they want. I don't know if there is any hope if I train some more saints. The Dragon Mother, the Earth Mother, and the Notary, and the 4 gods of Silver Moon, who did not attend the meeting but came from the secular world. All had dull expressions at this time. Finally, I know why the 9 realms had changed their masters. With this big Buddha, the sun god is nothing. You can throw it out like a yo-yo. Immediately afterwards, they all felt a sense of pride at the same time. This kind of existence is the Lord of the 9 realms. And we are also the gods of the 9 realms. This is the face of the card. It can be said that once the identity of the Lord of the 9 realms is exposed, the next moment, The god king of Opus will have to come to the mother goddess of the earth in person to apologize. Wang Yi is very satisfied with the scene in front of him. Proper display of force can make everyone very reasonable. This can also save some work for himself. In fact, if we only talk about the mass of the black hole, even the black hole in the center of the Milky Way, which is millions of times the mass of the sun, can be easily shaken by Wang Yi. But the rule changes and data information represented by the black hole itself are an indispensable piece of the puzzle for Wang Yi to complete. In fact, even if Wang Yi has become so strong now, he cannot actually break the limitations and rules of the universe, nor can he change the fine constants of the universe. For example, Wang Yi can now completely informatize himself. But he can only reach the speed of light in the material universe after he modifies the Higgs field and erases his own mass. Otherwise, even if he only gives himself a gram of mass, he will never be able to reach it. The mass will expand infinitely to neutralize his power, because the boundary effect is always a little short. Even if the strength is increased exponentially, it is at most 99.99% with an extra row of decimal points, and it will never reach 100%. But in these rules, the black hole formed by the weakest gravity among the four fundamental forces has some special features that subvert the rules of physics. There are many black holes with a mass smaller than that of stars, but they are still so special. Now Wang Yi is just artificially creating the most convenient one to observe to meet his own parameter collection and complete the last piece of the puzzle. Once completed, then, we can try to launch a formal annexation of the Abyss Pillar. Learn about love from the succubus. Learn about wisdom from the Zerg. Learn about war from the god of war. And there is life in the demon embryo. Wang Yi has completed the editing of the specific information of the four pillars. As long as the last puzzle is met, those idiots who cannot control their own power can be captured with ease. The four pillars that all gods avoid are just large batteries in Wang Yi's eyes. And there is no difference between them and the captured demon embryo and god of war. After Wang Yi kindly demonstrated the hand-rubbing black hole, this cooperation is really the whole galactic center working together. The gods cooperated tacitly and helped each other, and they were really united. All the shelters in the galactic center were also moved by Wang Yi to the fixed orbit of the black hole he created, and even a formation appeared vaguely. Then each god made the most detailed arrangements according to their strength and ability, and slowly waited for the results to come. With the birth of the first will of the black hole, the gods also felt a burst of excitement, because this represents the truth. It is really the way forward. Even since this person can activate the black hole consciousness so quickly, it is not impossible to try to accelerate the activation of the galactic center consciousness in the future. The way forward is promising. Wang Yi was naturally the first to discover the birth of black hole consciousness. And even before the birth of black hole consciousness, he seemed to have seen through the long river of the future. He did not choose to merge, but just played with the will that was full of attachment and admiration for himself in his hands, and then observed carefully. Using the black hole will as a springboard, he began to query the information and data he needed. With a deeper consciousness, Wang Yi seemed to see the integration of endless chaos and endless order. The low-entropy life forms born in the entropy-increasing world saw the deep and endless starry sky through this black hole as a springboard. Gluons and photons are all constrained. All basic forces are abnormal, and all particles are infinitely superimposed, like a point of light concentrated at one point under a magnifying glass. And they are superimposed to a quantum state to form a singularity. The limit that the singularity can eventually accommodate may be the Big Bang of the universe. Interesting. The solar system is just an inconspicuous star in the universe. It was through many coincidences that life on Earth was born. This is an accident, but also an inevitability. Under endless chaos, there are endless possibilities. The Milky Way, which is more than 100,000 light-years away, is a forbidden area that humans cannot leave in their lifetime under normal circumstances. Then, there is the local group, the Virgo supercluster, the Lania Chaos supercluster, the Pisces Cetus supercluster complex, and then the large-scale fiber structure of the universe that is connected like a neuron structure. A strange scale and structure that cannot be maintained under normal circumstances. A structure that is extremely similar to neurons. The universe should have consciousness. Boom. The information and data of endless stars are rushing towards Wang Yi. Each black hole has a corresponding projection on one side of the abyss. And it is precisely because of the complete overlap and omnipresence of the abyss that the cores of many galaxies can be activated like neurons and transmit information to each other. Just like the galactic center is still in deep sleep, it is still a long way from gaining consciousness. And the cosmic consciousness is in a state of chaos. without any trace. Perhaps the end and conclusion of the universe is the birth and awakening of cosmic consciousness. Very interesting. At this time, Wang Yi's perspective has completely surpassed space. The entire universe, whether it is the observable universe or the larger and expanding overall universe outside the observable universe, seems to have become a picture in Wang Yi's eyes. A picture stored in Wang Yi's half-cubic personal space. Even if this picture is constantly expanding in a form far exceeding the speed of light, Wang Yi can see the end at a glance, and endless changes are under his control. The completion of the final information allows him to have a measurement of the entire universe. Everything, past and future, is in sight. From the beginning of the Big Bang to the end of the universe, there is no secret in Wang Yi's eyes. The birth of the Zerg, the birth and fall of the four good gods, and the changes in the abyss are all under Wang Yi's control. He even saw the abyss confinement caused by the entropy increase of the four pillars of the abyss in the near future, blocking the use of all teleportation arrays. Everything seemed to be a long river, a roll of film that had been shot. Wang Yi could browse it at will, and even edit and modify it at will. The four pillars will be absorbed, so there will be no abyss confinement. Wang Yi reached out and inserted his hand into the film, completing the change of the established picture. After this section was interrupted, the subsequent film was broken, but it quickly continued to edit a new picture and a new river according to the running logic. You can even see the birth of some tributaries and some different possibilities. The film that was originally complete in front of him seemed to have backups and forks. No parallel world. One is good enough. Wang Yi stroked it and pressed all the tributaries back, as if the evolution of the entire universe had become a toy in his hand. Looking back at what has happened, when Enzo was born, Wang Yi turned Enzo into a succubus with his hands. Changing history made his hands feel a slight obstruction. But under the overall conclusion, Enzo's change did not cause too much waves. Still the Lord of the Abyss, still attacking the Earth. Then Wang Yi gradually exited this state, completed the dimensionality reduction, and returned to the current node. Opening his eyes, it seemed that Wang Yi's eyes were still imprinted with the previous film for a moment, and the other gods next to him suddenly felt a flash of suffocation. Then Wang Yi turned his head and asked Phil with interest, "Phil, is Enzo male or female?" Phil was stunned after being asked this question. Isn't she a succubus? There was no abruptness, no trimming. It seemed that everything was so natural. Hearing this answer without any surprise, Wang Yi looked at the black hole in front of him again. And he also had a different perception and emotion. Now he can feel all the black holes in the universe, all the galaxy cores, and the large-scale fiber network that connects everything. The external universe echoes with itself, and it can completely jump out of the dimension outside the universe. Repeating, or omniscient, omnipotent. In the past, Wang Yi was bound by the rules. He could teleport with the help of the abyss and distort space, but he could not exceed the speed of light in the material universe. The various constants of the universe could not be modified, and the fine constant was 137. However, now, if Wang Yi wanted the speed of light to be half of the original, it would be half of the original. If he wanted to change the gravitational constant, he could change it. The fine constant could also be adjusted at will. However, after the adjustment, the macro environment of the universe would also change with the change of this parameter, resulting in huge turmoil. Those simple pictures in the film for Wang Yi would directly reshape the entire universe, and even cause another Big Bang. The modification of the underlying logic of the entire universe was also in his mind. However, looking at the three loyal saints next to him, thinking of his confidant on the other side of the earth, and thinking of the silly humans born from his own source of life, Wang Yi still smiled. Actually, there is nothing wrong now. Okay, this black hole will be given to Pilates. I will activate all the black holes near the center of the Milky Way as your reward. Wang Yi waved his hand casually, and the mini shelters that were originally bound near the black hole accretion disk instantly tore through space and returned to their original positions. Thinking to myself, it's done. The next moment, a crack in the abyss appeared, and the four vendors, who had been compressed into data light balls, also turned into countless information streams and returned to Wang Yi's body. The originally chaotic abyss calmed down in an instant, turning into the friendly and normal projection world before, becoming a reflection of the material universe. The gods of the Milky Way center, who have been witnessing all this, are now floating in the air with numb expressions and stunned. What happened? At the beginning, when people used stars as yo-yos, it was already exaggerated enough. But now, they are more or less familiar with the 4 breaths that broke through the air just now. It's the 4 pillars of the abyss. But now the 4 pillars of the abyss that they had been avoiding, and not even daring to talk to, were eaten up instantly like 4 snacks. The abyss space that the other party had just torn open had calmed down to the point that they felt like the center of the galaxy. All the frenzy and crazy auras were swept away. It seems that the universe used to be chaotic, disordered, and in an endless increase of entropy. But now the increase of entropy has been reversed. Everything has become orderly, and everything has become traceable. Just now, what happened? As time goes by, the Earth, as the capital of the 9 realms and the base camp of the ancestral gods, has developed at an astonishing speed. The combination of magic and technology, the scene of the gods coming to pay homage, has given the Earth civilization the strongest confidence. Stargates began to be built in the solar system, which can radiate the entire universe. However, in this highly developed world, the Earth still maintains a general style of the 21st century. Urban high-rise buildings and rural roads complement each other, except for some intelligent robots and hovering cars. The style of painting does not seem to have changed much. And in such an environment, Wang Yi finished his morning tea on the roadside, and slowly returned home with a few soy milk and fried dough sticks. Everything is so simple.